Mutual Broadcasting System presents The Zero Hour. Sponsored in part by
Quaker State Motor Oil, a National Presto Industries. This is The Zero Hour on Mutual Radio. I'm Rod Serling. You're listening to The Zero Hour. Rest your eyes. Exercise your imagination. This week, Bill S. Ballinger's best-selling novel of The Pursuit of a Damned Couple. The wife of the red-haired man. Starring Patty Duke Aston, John Aston, and Howard Duff. In Elliot Lewis's production of The Zero Hour. This week's story draws its title from an ancient Irish poem. Here's the last verse. But the day of doom shall come, and the hills and harbors be rent. A mist shall fall on the sun, from the dark clouds heavily sent. The sea shall be dry, and the earth under mourning and ban. Then loud shall he cry for the wife of the red-haired man. It's the tale of the hunted and the hunter, the pursuer and the pursued, the stalking of life and death. Do you believe, as I do, that the hunter and his quarry build an empathy between them, a sympathy? As the chase builds toward the inevitable conclusion, is it possible that, subconsciously, they become aware of each other's moves, counter-moves, plans, even emotions? There are two individuals who will tell you that's so. The poet and the cop. Our story begins after this word.
At 19, Jill Kinmont was one of America's top women skiers, till an accident on an icy slope left her paralyzed. Now, 17 years later, she's a teacher, a good teacher.
I guess you can say I've overcome my handicap, but I couldn't have done it alone. I had family, friends, people who accepted me, believed in me, and helped me believe in myself. Yet there are millions of handicapped people in this country who aren't getting the acceptance they deserve because some people think that a handicapped person can't hold down a job, can't pay the rent, can't learn, can't be a human being. Well, unless you recognize that we are human beings with feelings, with skills, with a sense of responsibility, then you're adding a handicap we can't overcome.
This public service message brought to you on behalf of the Department of Health, Education, and Welfare and the Advertising Council.
Picture this. A windy, rainy November night in New York City. A man about 30. His most identifiable feature, a crest of flaming red hair, stands in a public telephone booth.
Hello? Hello?
Mrs. Rohan?
This is the Turner house. There's no one. Rohan? Did you say Rohan? Hello? Who is this?
The red-haired man wears no raincoat. When he pulls up his jacket collar, we see a revolver stuck into his trousers. The red-haired man walks to the end of the street, where he turns and is lost to our view. His destination is East Vander's Place, a small exclusive street near the river, where large apartments cost a lot of money. Inside one of them, a married couple, Albert and Mercedes Turner.
You're very quiet.
What? Oh, am I? I'm sorry.
Would you care to tell me who called?
There wasn't anyone.
I heard you asking questions. You told someone this was the Turner house. You said another name. What was it? I've forgotten.
It wasn't anything. It couldn't have been.
You lie badly. And you lie a great deal of the time.
Don't, Albert. Please, don't bait me.
The door?
Yes.
Shall I?
No. No, I'll get it.
Hello, Mercy.
Hugh. It is you. Oh, Hugh. Hugh.
I tried to warn you. I called, but then I lost my nerve. I froze. Oh, Mercy. Mercy.
Mercedes? Who's at the door? Mercedes?
Come in, Hugh.
Who is it?
It's someone who... Albert, it's someone who...
It's all right, Mercy. It's all right.
Well, if you're through kissing my wife, come in and let me get a look at you.
Come in, darling. Come in.
Well, introduce us, my dear.
I'm Hugh Rohan.
Am I supposed to know you?
Mercy, didn't you tell...
Hugh's my... I thought he'd been killed in Vietnam.
Rohan. Oh, of course. That's the name you said on the phone.
The last time I saw Mercy, she was my wife.
Your wife? Mercedes, is that so?
Yes. I was Hugh's wife. Long ago.
Did you just forget to tell me, my dear? Slip your mind, did it? That you were already married when you jumped into my bed?
Don't talk to her like...
I wasn't married. I'd obtained an Enoch Arden decree.
You divorced me?
Well, then, at least you're not a bigamist. Whatever else you might be.
Why, Mercy? Why did you do
7 years, Hugh. They said you were missing in action, presumed dead. I waited 7 years, darling.
For a con.
What?
You waited 7 years for a convict. Missing in action? Don't make me laugh.
Hugh, what does he mean?
I mean he's a con. He has the stink of prison all over him. Haircut, prison-issue shoes. Unless he's anemic, he hasn't seen the sun all those 7 missing in action years.
What's he talking about, Hugh?
Put that phone down.
Oh, my dear phony fellow, it's my duty as a public-spirited citizen to tell the police there's an escaped con in my living room.
Put it down.
If you come near me, I'll blow your head off.
Put that gun away, Albert, please. Please, put the gun away.
Operator.
Albert?
He's dead.
You shot him.
He was going to call the police and spoil it. I waited 7 years, Mercy. 7 years.
But he's dead. What will happen to us? I don't remember if I'd ever seen a dead body before. But Hugh faced the matter as though it were almost commonplace. He hung up the phone, which had fallen to the floor, and then closed Albert's eyes.
He would have separated us again. I couldn't let him do that.
Was it true? What he said about you?
No.
We can't stay here.
Then we'll leave. You take what you need, and we'll leave together.
No. Not yet.
What?
I can't leave until tomorrow. We'll need money.
Oh, yeah. All right. I'll stay with you until morning.
No, you have to leave now while it's dark. Otherwise, someone might see you.
But what about him?
We'll put him in his room. The maid comes at 10 o'clock. We don't want her to find him right away.
All right. Where do you want him?
His bedroom. I better answer it. It might be the operator. Maybe she traced his call.
Where's his bedroom?
Through that door, the room on the right.
Oh, if that's the operator, tell her everything's fine. We were playing a game and the phone fell off the table.
Hello?
Al?
What?
Al there?
Albert? Did you want to talk to Albert?
Let me talk to Al.
Who is it? Is that the operator?
Someone wants to speak to Albert.
Not Albert, Al. What's the matter? Are you drunk? I want to talk to Alan. Alan Fox. My goodness, can't you understand a simple request?
Alan Fox.
That's it.
You have a wrong number. There's no one here by that name.
Oh, I'm most extremely sorry.
I thought it was someone... I don't know, someone who heard us or saw us through a window. I was frightened.
It's all right. Everything's all right now. We're together.
Yes.
And we'll always be together because that's how it was meant to be.
Go now, while it's dark. I'll get the money in the morning.
Then come to the rooming house where I'm staying. Here's the address. I wrote it down so I wouldn't forget.
All right. In the morning. Good night.
Good night.
Some gifts don't do anything, but Presto gifts do almost everything.
Presto gifts, they do things for a woman.
Give her the famous Presto pressure cooker. It'll cook a surprising number of things for her, surprisingly fast. 3 times faster than pots and pans.
Presto gifts, they do things for a woman.
Give her Presto's jumbo fry pan, big enough for a complete dinner for 8. And the handles are removable, so it's easy to clean and store.
Presto gifts, they do things for a woman.
Give her an easier way to broil. The brand new Presto vertical broiler broils both sides at once, then comes apart for easy cleaning. This year, give the gifts that do almost everything. Give Presto gifts.
Presto gifts, they do things for a woman.
We'll return to our story in a moment.
Where does today's girl learn to be tomorrow's woman? At the movies? On television?
Helen, darling, your floors are so shiny.
Yes, John. I used Brand X polish just this morning.
Brand X. Helen, will you marry me?
Somewhere between the super sex symbol of today's commercialism and TV's Brand X image, impending womanhood is alive and well. And where is that somewhere? Wherever there are campfire girls. Campfire reaches the girl reaching out for tomorrow and puts a promise before her. The promise of personal development, of friends and fun. The promise of womanhood. Campfire takes today's girl to tomorrow.
My name is Williams, detective of 19th Precinct. Not every detective working on a murder in New York City belongs to the homicide squad. A detective from the precinct where the killing occurs is also assigned to it. East Vanda's place is in the 19th, and therefore the report of Albert Turner's death came over our desk, and I went out on it. The medical examiner and the technical services crew were already there when I arrived.
Williams, over here. Hey, you precinct guys sleep in or what? It's almost noon.
Only got it half hour ago. Went homicide here.
Half hour ago. I just got there.
Oh, this is quite some beautiful layout.
Yeah, it's class. Real dough.
Who reported it?
The maid, Thelma Jordan. She found the body. Miss Jordan? Turner's her boss. She'll tell you about it.
Yes, Mr. Scores.
This is Detective Williams here, Miss Jordan, 19th Precinct. He'll be working with me on this.
Hello. Tell me where you found Mr. Turner.
Well, the poor man was in his bedroom. I thought he was asleep, lying in bed, covers all drawn up.
He live here alone?
Oh, no, sir. They're married.
There's a Mrs. Turner?
Oh, yes, indeed.
Well, where is she?
Well, I'm sure I don't know. She wasn't here this morning when I came in.
She at work?
Oh, no, sir. She don't work.
Well, isn't Mr. Turner usually up and around?
Oh, yes, sir, but this morning Miss Turner left me a note. Here.
Let me see that. Thelma, Mr. Turner wasn't well last night. Don't awaken him. He needs the rest. Mercedes Turner. Dr. Branch from the medical examiner's office. He's with the body.
What do you suppose happened to Mrs. Turner?
I can't even guess.
Morning, Will.
Doc? What happened?
One shot straight in the ticker.
Fully clothed. Suit, shoes, lying under covers.
Tell me, Doctor, did you close the eyes?
No, but somebody did.
Who? His wife?
Remind me to ask her when we find her. Also, how come she didn't notice a dead husband in the bedroom?
This is a man's room. Apparently, they had separate bedrooms.
How long's he been dead?
It's a guess. I'd say since around midnight.
Another guess for you, Doc. Possible suicide?
Negative. No powder stains in the front of his shirt. There's at least none I can find without a microscope. Besides,
There's no gun.
That's right.
There is one. We haven't found it yet.
Another thing, you'll notice that not much bleeding. Probably shot someplace else, then placed in the bed.
Any idea where?
Possibly. The technical boys found something in the living room.
Oh? What?
Possible blood stain on the rug. They clipped the sample and they're going to check it.
Near the bar by the phone.
Yeah. Shot as he was calling someone?
Maybe.
You know, when I got here, this chair had been pulled up to cover that stain. The boys nearly missed it.
Yeah. Oh, Miss Jordan?
Yes?
Listen, does Miss Turner have a book where she keeps phone numbers, stores, shops, beauty parlor, places where she might be this morning?
Yeah, I'll get it.
And would you check her things for us, see if anything's missing?
Yeah, right away.
Where do you suppose she is, Will?
I don't know. Can't even guess.
Think maybe something's happened to her?
It's possible, Scores. It's very possible.
Judy, do you remember what I told you about all that high-speed turnpike driving you're doing now and all that power equipment on your new car?
Yes, Caleb?
About how they can make your engine so hot that the oil thins down so it may not protect your engine?
Yes, Caleb.
Now, how do you tell if your oil's too hot?
Just watch the temperature gauge.
Nope. That just shows how hot the radiator fluid is.
Oh, I know. When the oil's too hot, that little red light goes on.
Nope. That just tells you the oil pressure's too low.
Well, how do I tell if my oil's too hot?
Fact is, you can't.
Then how do I know my engine's protected?
Make sure you're using quality oil like Quaker State. Quaker State's specially made to stand up to high engine heat so it can keep right on protecting like an oil's supposed to.
Is that the reason you always recommend Quaker State?
That's one reason.
Quaker State your car to keep it running young.
The 0 Hour continues after this.
This land is your land. This land is my land. From California to the New York Island. From the Redwood Forest to the ocean water. This land was made for you and me.
America, the greatest nation on earth. But as our country continues to grow, it must face the problems of expansion, such as the now ominous shortages of fuel and energy. There are ways you can help conserve these vital resources. Reduce thermostat settings by 2 or 3 degrees. Shut off lights and heat in rooms not in use. And reduce the consumption of electricity in late afternoon or evening. Remember, in conserving fuel and energy, you help yourself and your community.
This land was made for you and me.
This public service message is presented by the President's Office of Emergency Preparedness and the Office of Consumer Affairs.
It happened so suddenly. All of it. Hugh returned from the dead, holding me in his arms. Suddenly we were young again, and innocent. Then Albert began saying those terrible, threatening things. Of course Hugh had shot him. If I'd had a gun, I would have too. Hugh killed him for me, really. Now we had to get away. I couldn't sleep that night, alone in the apartment with Albert's body. In the morning, I gathered some clothes, including my fur coat, left a note for Thelma Jordan, the maid, and hurried to the bank.
Mrs. Turner, good morning. How nice to see you.
Good morning, Mr. Forrest.
How may we serve you? Is Mr. Turner feeling well?
Oh, yes, thank you. Would you cash this check for me?
Yes, certainly. $4,500. Are you closing your account?
Oh, I wouldn't dream of it. No. If you promise you won't tell Albert.
Not a word.
Well, I'm being terribly extravagant. I simply can't resist a lovely new car, and I promise to pay the difference in cash.
And surprise Albert.
Exactly.
Of course.
Oh, and while you're getting the cash, I promised Albert I'd bring him some papers he left in our safe deposit box.
The money will be here when you get back.
Thanks so much. Hugh?
Mercy? Oh, Mercy.
Oh, Hugh. My love.
Come in. Leave the bag where it is. Here, let me have your coat. Where have you been? I thought it's too good to be true. She's gone to the police. She's told them what happened.
No, darling. I withdrew money from the bank and took my jewelry from the safe deposit
Doesn't
box.
matter. You're here. That's all that's important. 7 years, Mercy. I waited 7 years to be with you. 7 empty years. I just don't seem to be able to function without you.
Hugh, what did Albert mean when he called you a convict?
Oh, nothing. Forget it. Come on, come here. Come here with me. Here, sit down.
Was it terrible? All those years?
I told you, I'm not complete without you. Oh, Mercy.
We can't stay here, darling. The police will be looking for us.
I know.
Hugh?
Yeah.
I felt the same way. Incomplete. All the while you were gone. You're all I've ever really had, my darling. You're everything that makes me warm and soft. Oh, Hugh.
There's certain procedures you set in motion after a homicide. You look for the deceased's enemies. You question everyone who might know something about what happened at the time of the crime. You make sure the lab is checking fingerprints and possible blood stains, lost bits of hair, anything and everything. My job is trying to solve a puzzle. When you first begin, there's nothing there. Yes, sir, I certainly will.
Hey, who was that?
The commissioner. Want to know what we have. They're asking questions upstate, you know.
Well, tell me, Will. What has the 19th been able to come up with, and how long? 6 hours since we got the call?
Well, we have a dead man and a missing wife. I called the phone numbers the maid found for me, beauty parlor and such. No one's seen her for the last day or so.
The lab's pretty sure Turner was shot in the living room. They think that bloodstain near the phone will match his type.
That's great. Turner shot in the living room near the phone. With a bullet in his heart, he walks into the bedroom and gets settled down under the covers, which is where he expires. Which leaves us at square one. Someone shot Turner in the living room, carried him to the bedroom, shut his eyes, then left the premises for who knows where.
That's someone being Mrs. Turner, huh?
That's all we have at the moment.
Well, maybe we got a little more, Will.
What do you mean?
According to the maid, Mrs. Turner's overnight bag is missing, along with a few dresses, shoes, and things, and a fur coat, some bracelets, earrings, etc.
Mm-hmm. All right. We'll find the lady. Mrs. Mercedes Turner. Last seen when? Last night?
Yeah, as far as we know.
Carrying an overnight bag, wearing a fur coat. Let's see, height. You got a picture of her?
From the apartment, you mean?
Yeah, from the apartment. Every dummy in the world has snapshots. Weddings, picnics, holidays, trips, whatever.
Not this lady.
What?
We tore that place apart, Will. There is no picture of her. We're putting out on all points for Mercedes Turner, and we don't have the faintest idea what she looks like.
You are listening to Mutual's presentation of The Zero Hour.
Even if someone served them a slice of beef, they couldn't bite into it. Their teeth are too weak. I'm not talking about some people off in Africa or Asia. I'm talking about Americans. American children. It's tragic how many thousands of them are in this country whose teeth will literally rot in their mouths because they'll never receive basic dental care. They may not even own a toothbrush. What hurts is that it takes so very little for any one of us to help them. The same dollar, for instance, that buys you 2 packs of cigarettes can buy 3 American children the first toothbrushes they've ever owned. I'm Cliff Robertson. Won't you give up some cigarettes so some American children can have their first toothbrush? Send your dollar to Americans for Children's Relief, Box 5050, Stamford, Connecticut. Box 5050, Stamford, Connecticut. $1. And, of course, if you can afford more, give more.
This land is your land. This land is my land. From California to the New York Island. From the redwood forest to the ocean water. This land was made for you and me.
America, the greatest nation on earth. But as our country continues to grow, it must face the problems of expansion, such as the now ominous shortages of fuel and energy. There are ways you can help conserve these vital resources. Reduce thermostat settings by 2 or 3 degrees. Shut off lights and heat in rooms not in use. And reduce the consumption of electricity in late afternoon or evening. Remember, in conserving fuel and energy, you help yourself and your community.
This land was made for you and me.
Public service message is presented by the President's Office of Emergency Preparedness and the Office of Consumer Affairs.
Tomorrow at this time, rest your eyes and listen here to this week's continuing study in suspense, The Wife of the Red-Haired Man. I'm Rod Serling. I'm Rod Serling. You're listening to The Zero Hour. Rest your eyes. Exercise your imagination. This week, Bill S. Ballinger's best-selling novel, The Pursuit of a Damned Couple. the wife of the red-haired man. Starring Patty Dugaston, John Astor, and Howard Duff. In Elliot Lewis's production of The Zero Hour.
The Mutual Broadcasting System presents The Zero Hour. Sponsored in part by
the makers of Quaker State Motor Oil and National Presto Industries. This is The Zero Hour on Mutual Radio.
Photograph of Mercedes Turner, scores of homicide interviewed people who knew the woman, and from their descriptions produced a police artist drawing of her. By nightfall, this picture would be circulated to airlines, bus depots, train stations, shipping agents, everywhere where Mercedes Turner might be seen. Meanwhile, I began to check into the missing woman's background, searching for some clue to her whereabouts. Mercedes Turner's maiden name was Clinton. Her home had been in Mountain Forge, Connecticut. I drove up there. The police station was across the street from the railroad depot. I parked and went inside. As an out-of-state officer, I needed cooperation from the local police. Excuse me. I'm looking for Chief Novak.
Speaking to him. You the officer called me from New York?
Wiggins, that's right.
Long did it take you?
Less than 3 hours.
Too close. We folks here feel about city cops.
Well, I didn't realize I was in a popularity contest.
Mercedes Turner, you said on the phone.
Yes. You know her?
Yeah. And she was a little girl. Name was Clinton before she was married.
What was she like?
Nice kid. Real pretty, lively, blonde hair, big blue eyes.
Did you ever get in any trouble around here?
Nope. Caution her once in a while against speeding a mite too fast. Lyman Clinton, her dad, gave her a little yellow car when she first went away to school. Drove it all over. Real fast sometimes. You know kids.
Clintons are pretty well off.
Don't worry where the next meal's coming from.
Old family in these parts?
Tolerable. 4 or 5 generations.
Was Mercedes an only child?
Yeah. Light of Lyman's eye. Mighty proud of her. Maybe a mite too proud.
How's that?
I sort of always figured he knew what was best. Nothing good enough for her, in Lyman's view, regardless what she wanted. You believe she shot her own husband?
I don't know. What's your opinion?
If she wanted to bad enough, she might have. Except one thing don't line up. What I know about Mercedes.
What's that?
Well, she was brung up proper. Knows right and wrong. And maybe she got mad in blazes. Even had good enough reason to shoot her husband. But if she did it, she'd take a medicine. She'd walk in and hand you the gun. Well, you'll see. You'll see what I mean when you meet her daddy.
We left Hugh's terrible little room hand in hand, like young lovers off on an adventure. I knew we had to get out of the city, and so did Hugh. We took a bus across the river to Jersey City and got off on a bleak street lined with used car lots, garages, auto parts stores, crawling and sprawling beside one another. We bought an afternoon newspaper, ducked into a shabby little diner, and ordered coffee. Here it is, see?
They found him.
Yes. But they don't know about you. They're looking for a woman alone. They're looking for me.
Mercy, after I left last night...
I took every picture of myself I could find and Albert's gun and threw them away.
Ah, that's good. Now, gotta get away from here.
Where should we go?
Anywhere. Doesn't matter. Just leave before they find out about me.
Yes. I thought we'd buy a car.
That's good. That's good. Police will expect you to take a plane or a bus or whatever.
All right. Wait for me. I'll get a car.
Be careful. Be very careful.
I'm going to give you... Chief Novak and I had lunch, and then I called New York and talked to Scores. He got me all-points bulletin out on Mercedes Turner with her description, and was in the tedious business of checking out everywhere she might have gone. Friends, neighbors, stores, everything. So far, he'd come up empty. The woman had simply disappeared. I was approaching the puzzle from the other direction, trying to find a connecting thread from her earlier days. Chief Novak drove me out to her father's house. A big old farmhouse set back from the road by a twisting gravel drive. Huge trees towered over the house like great leafy umbrellas.
Come in.
Lyman Clinton, the woman's father, was tall and thin, a bit stooped. He had a long, thin face with creases running from cheek to nose, snow-white hair. He led Novak and me into a study off the big living room. He motioned us to a couple of worn, shiny leather chairs and seated himself behind an old-fashioned roll-top desk. It was a genteel, patrician background for a woman I was beginning to suspect of murder.
Chief Novak says you want to talk about my daughter.
That's right, Mr. Clinton.
Now, before we get started, if I did know anything, I doubt I'd tell you. Furthermore, I'll never believe she shot Albert Turner.
Did you have any reason to shoot him?
None I know about it.
Anyone else want to shoot him?
No.
You hesitate.
Just thinking.
Would Mrs. Clinton have any information?
Quite sure she wouldn't.
Miss Clinton's gone now. Buried better than 5 years.
I'm sorry, I didn't realize. When was the last time you saw your daughter?
A couple of weeks ago. Dinner one night in the city.
You see her often?
My daughter and I are very close. Sometimes she comes up here, or else I go to New York.
When did she marry Albert Turner?
A little over a year ago.
Do you have a picture of her?
No.
Not even a wedding picture?
You heard me. I don't like pictures.
Well, there's one over there. Mrs. Clinton?
Yes. That's the exception.
And if you had a picture of Mercedes, you wouldn't give it to me anyway, would you?
Williams, I think maybe we better move along.
Mm-hmm. All right. Thanks for your time, Mr. Clinton.
It was while I was buying the car that the questions began gnawing at me. Questions about Hugh. When the war in Vietnam began, Hugh had been one of the first to be drafted. He shipped out very soon after his induction, and then nothing. No word, no trace, nothing. The Red Cross helped me, but all we could learn was that he was missing. Missing in action, they said. And then, as years went by, presumed dead. But I waited. And I felt myself drying up, aging without him.
Is this the car? It's not bad.
This is it.
What name did you use?
Mrs. Walter Brewer, Trenton, New Jersey.
Slide over. I'll drive.
Do you have a license? You've been away a long time.
Yours isn't good now either. Has your right name on it. What's the difference? If we're stopped, that's it for both of us.
Yes.
Nice to be driving a car again. I didn't think it would happen.
Where are we going?
Away. Far, far away. You and me, Mercy. Just the way it used to be.
Yes. Just the way it
After we left Mercedes Turner's father, Chief Novak had someone else he thought I should see. A woman, Clara Goldwater, who'd been close to Mercedes in high school. Clara was married now, wife of a foundry worker in Mountain Forge.
I'll wait here.
Their home was a squatting, shapeless bungalow in a shabby, genteel sort of neighborhood. You've seen a million places like it. Mrs. Battles?
Yes?
You used to be Clara Goldwater, a friend of Mercedes Clinton?
Oh, yes?
My name is Williams, New York Police. Chief Novak is out in my car. May I come in?
Oh, yes, come in. Hush, Thelma. Oh, this time of day she's cranky. Sit down, please.
Thank you.
What do you want?
A little information about Mercedes Clinton Turner.
Whatever for?
She's disappeared.
Just gone?
Something like that.
Oh, my goodness.
I know you're busy. This won't take long. When did you last see Mercedes?
Oh, not in ages. Years. In high school. Then we sort of drifted apart.
But you remember her well.
Oh, yes. Such a beauty. Never say that about me. I was the plain one. But we were real close friends, at least for a while. And then she went her way and I went mine. Settled down here. You ever meet her husband?
Albert Turner?
What kind of man is he?
Quiet, when I saw him.
Quiet kind of. Kind that broods over things?
Did he have something to brood over?
Might have. You think Mercy's in trouble? Real trouble?
Yes. She's in a great deal of trouble.
Enough to make me break my word?
Mrs. Battles, if you know anything at all, you should tell me.
Oh, Mercy made me swear. Really swear on the Bible I'd never tell a soul. Even after Daddy found out about it and broke it up.
Yes?
Well, Mercy was married before.
Did Albert Turner know that?
Well, after it was over, after her daddy broke it up, Mercy wouldn't talk about it, not a word. So I don't suppose Albert Turner did know about it.
How long ago did this happen?
Oh, long, long ago. Years ago, it seems. Back when the Vietnam War began, back then. They ran away to get married. I was supposed to be a witness, but I couldn't go at the last minute, and they went ahead, did it anyhow.
Who was the man? Who'd she marry?
A boy she met impressed her.
Well, she was going to school there?
Must have been so long ago. I remember he was poor. And they were both awful young and so much in love. They were going to keep it a secret.
What was the boy's name?
His last name was Rohan. Can't recall his first name. What a pretty picture they made.
In what way?
Well, she was so blonde, and he had red hair, flaming red hair, like he was on fire.
This is Marvin Miller inviting you to be part of a historic event. On September 22nd, the Paramount plays again. The Paramount Theater of the Arts in Oakland has its benefit premiere, bringing together on one stage one name act after the other, featuring music, dance, and comedy. Tickets for this benefit premiere on September 22nd will range from $25 to $250. For reservations, phone 452-4167. That's the ticket.
Hugh drove carefully, partly because he wasn't used to being behind the wheel, and partly so he wouldn't do anything to make a policeman stop us. We drove south without even discussing why. I found myself staring at him. At the flaming red hair, the boyish face, tired now, worn. He must have felt me staring at him because he shifted in the seat to look at me. That's when I saw that he was still carrying the gun in his jacket pocket. Hugh?
Yeah?
Should you keep the gun? Shouldn't you get rid of it?
No, I have to keep it. You'll see.
See what?
Well, if anything happens, if anyone tries to stop us, break us up, now that we've found each other again, I may need to use it. Because there's nothing in this world can take you away from me again. Hey, remember Rehoboth Beach?
Yes, of course I remember.
That's where we're going. A second honeymoon, Mercy.
It's winter. Will anything be open?
We don't need more than a room.
And the police won't look for us there.
All the police are watching for right now is a single woman. They don't know about the car, or the jersey plates in the car, or about me. We're going to have our second honeymoon, Mercy.
According to Clara Battles, Mercedes Turner had met her first husband while she was a student at the Bentley Collegiate Institute in Preston. I drove up there and then called New York to tell Scores what I'd gotten.
So she may not be alone, huh? She could be traveling with this red-haired guy, Rohan.
I suspect that's true. Otherwise, why did she run?
Well, panic.
After spending the night with her dead husband? This isn't a lady who panics.
Okay, Will. I'll add him to the APB.
Right. I'll be back late tonight or first thing in the morning.
Yeah, we'll see you then. Oh, Will.
Yeah?
Hold up a minute. Something just came in. Hey, what do you know? The lady went to her bank this morning, closed her account, and took a bunch of stuff from her safe deposit box.
Well, it just goes to prove you can't live on love alone. See you. I pride myself on my ability as a police officer. I like my job, and I think I do it well. I've learned in the years I've been at it that a good cop gets a fix on a suspect, begins to empathize with the suspect, and pretty soon it's as though the person you're looking for was carrying a homing device. You begin to zero in on him. I began to get a feeling about the red-haired man. The Prestotown constable steered me to a place called the Snack Bar, where the Bentley girls hang out after classes. It's run by a nice old man, Clement Beatty.
How long we been here? Oh, my, we've had the place for years.
You recall a young fellow hung around here back before the war? His name was Rohan?
A red-haired boy?
That's him.
Oh, yes. He was with us for about a school year. Worked here in the shop for me and the missus. Why'd you want to know?
I'm trying to locate him. Where's his family live?
Well, seems to me out west someplace, or Middle West, maybe.
How do you happen to work for you?
Well, he was planning to go to Annixter College up in Royal. Came down here to see about a job. Mother and me leave a standing invitation, registrar's office up there for a deserving boy to help us out.
Why was he so far from home?
He wanted to be a doctor, and Annixter's one of the best pre-med schools in the country,
Yeah. Do you recall a girl at Bentley about that time, Mercedes Clinton, pretty, with blonde hair? She was very close to you.
Oh, yeah, sure. Was that her name, Mercedes? Oh, sure. Yeah, after Hugh closed the shop, the two of them used to sit back there and talk till all hours. Young kids in love. Yeah, I recall one night I was cleaning up in the kitchen, couldn't help overhearing them. They were making plans, for the future, how he was going to be a doctor. They were going to have a family. How did it all come out?
Not very well, I'm afraid.
We rented a tiny cabin at Rehoboth Beach, close by the water. And that night we slept in each other's arms for the first time since you'd gone off to war. I was awakened later. I don't know what time it was. By the sound of a sudden storm. And lying there, I was aware that Hugh was also awake.
Mercy?
Yes, dear.
Why'd you marry Turner? Did you love him?
No. Not ever. I married him because... I don't know.
You didn't love him?
Never. In fact, for the last few months, I've hated him. And wondered how to get away.
But you married him.
Yes, dear, I married him. Because there no longer was you, and all I wanted from life was to be protected. I didn't want love or pain anymore.
Mercy?
Yes, dear.
He was right, Your husband was right.
About what?
I was a convict. I am a convict. I escaped from prison last week.
Tomorrow at this time, rest your eyes and listen here to this week's continuing study in suspense, the wife of the red-haired man. I'm Rod Serling.
Today's episode brought to you in part by Quaker State and Presto. This is the Zero Hour on Mutual Radio.
You have been listening to The Zero Hour, a presentation of the Mutual Broadcasting System in association with Hollywood Radio Theater, heard every weekday at this time. Rod Serling is your host. Zero Hour is produced and directed by Elliott Lewis. The Hollywood Radio Theater theme was played by Ferranti and Teicher and is now available on United Artists Records and Tapes. Hugh Douglas speaking. Tune in tomorrow. And once again,
rest your eyes and listen here
to The Zero Hour.
This is the Mutual Broadcasting System.
I'm Rod Serling. You're listening to The Zero Hour. Rest your eyes. Exercise your imagination. This week, Bill S. Ballinger's best-selling novel of The Pursuit of a Damned Couple. The wife of the red-haired man. Starring Patty Dugaston, John Astor, and Howard Duff. In Elliott Lewis's production of The Zero Hour.
The Mutual Broadcasting System presents The Zero Hour. Sponsored in part by
the makers of Quaker State Motor Oil and National Presto Industries. This is The Zero Hour on Mutual Radio.
Hugh Rohan, supposedly killed in Vietnam, returns after an absence of 7 years to find his wife remarried to Albert Turner. In a confrontation, Rohan, the red-haired man, panics and kills Turner. Mercedes Turner, still in love with Rohan, flees with him. She hurriedly gathers money and her jewels, buys a car, and the two escape New York and drive to Delaware. Two detectives, Williams from the 19th Precinct and Scores from Homicide, are assigned to the case. Williams finds that Mercedes Turner was secretly married to Hugh Rohan before her second unhappy marriage to Albert Turner. However, he doesn't know it was Rohan who shot Turner. Or is he yet aware that the fugitive Rohan even exists? But first, this word.
Open up! It's me, Napoleon Bonaparte, Emperor of all France, much of the civilized world, and Louisiana if the deal falls through.
Quick, Pierre, hide in the closet. Napoleon must not find you here. Coming now, Pete.
Ah, Josephine, I had to see you.
Napoleon, my dearest heart, what are you doing here? I thought you were at Waterloo.
I was, but it ended early. What is that? I smell cigarette smoke. You know I hate you to smoke.
I didn't. I don't. I started again.
Aha! The smoke coming from that closet. Come out of there, you scoundrel, and on guard.
People tell me in there to pick up the dry cleaning.
Take that, you filthy escargot.
This World History lesson was brought to you by your American Cancer Society, which says smoking can be injurious to your health.
Touché!
In more ways than one.
I drove back to New York late at night after my Connecticut scouting expedition. I found that Mercedes Turner and a young red-haired man named Hugh Rohan had been in love and had gotten married. This confirmed my growing feeling that someone had been with Mercedes Turner when her husband had been murdered. Someone who was with her now as she ran from us. In the morning, Scores was waiting for me with additional medical examiner reports.
Albert Turner was shot with a .32. One shot through the heart.
Anything on that carpet stain?
The one in the living room? It's Turner's blood, all right. So that's where he was shot.
Fingerprints?
Well, someone cleaned up pretty well, the lab boys feel.
You don't say.
Yeah, they lifted prints on Turner, the maid, Mrs. Turner, some unidentifieds. But the doorknob, bar surface, phone, all clean of any prints.
Oh. That it?
No, one thing more. They picked up a strand of red hair. Texture indicates it's a man's. Now, Thelma Jordan can't recall any visitor to the apartment who had red hair.
Hello?
Miss Battles?
Yes?
This is Detective Williams from the New York City Police. I spoke to you yesterday.
Mr. Williams, the paper says murder. You didn't say anything about murder.
Mrs. Battles, tell me. After Mercedes' father annulled her marriage to Hugh Rohan, what happened to Rohan?
The war happened. He went to Vietnam.
And what then?
I don't know. I guess he got killed over there.
Why do you say that?
Because Mercy loved you, no matter how her father felt. If she remarried, it was because Hugh Rohan was killed in the war.
All right, Miss Battles. Thank you for your help.
We found a strand of red hair belongs to a ghost.
Yeah, right. On the phone yesterday, you said she went to the bank first thing in the morning.
Mm-hmm. Withdrew $4,500 cash. Collected maybe $50,000 in jewels from her safe deposit box. We got a description from the insurance company.
And her mink coat, another $8 or $9 grand?
Yeah, probably.
All right, send a description of the jewelry to all jewelry stores and pawnbrokers within 2 days' drive of here. And check out the sale of every new or used car within a couple of hours' drive from here.
You think she bought a car?
Yes, and I think she's going to start selling her jewels, and I think she's got a red-haired male companion.
The ghost, huh?
Right. I think she's traveling with a ghost.
We woke to clear, sunny skies, and Hugh seemed more cheerful than the night before. I wanted him to tell me more about what he'd said. That he was a convict. An escaped convict. Whenever I tried to ask him, he'd sense what I was about to say and avoid me. After breakfast, we drove to Fredericksburg, where we were married. Then we found another small vacation cottage nearly deserted by the season. You'll tell me what happened when you want to. Or not at all. I love you. I have since the day we met. I always will, no matter what.
Oh, Mercy. Mercy. Look, someday I'll tell you. Someday. But not just now. Not yet.
I'm sorry. I didn't mean to cry on our wedding day.
Well, you did last time.
Yeah, I did. Because I was so happy.
Come on, let's go inside.
Not yet. I want to drive to the drugstore. What you told me last night. What the police might have found. We have to do something about your red hair.
Yes. Then even if they're looking for two people, it won't be us.
I'll be right back. You wait inside.
Morning, Mr. Thompson. Sure is cold this morning.
Cold? It must be 94 in the shade.
I mean it's cold inside your car's engine.
Well, why didn't you say so?
You didn't ask.
Well, just tell me how my engine can be cold on a sweltering day.
Glad you asked. When you start a car first thing in the morning, your engine is cold.
Well, that's true, but so what?
A cold engine does a bad job of burning gas. It can make soot, dirt, and acids form in your motor oil, and they can sure damage an engine.
What can I do about it?
Glad you asked. Instead of asking for my cheapest oil, you can start using a quality motor oil, Quaker State. Nothing finer than Quaker State. It's made scientific to neutralize acids and to hold solids suspended, so they don't gouge out your engine.
Well, thanks for telling me, Caleb.
Down a quart, Mr. Thompson. Quaker State?
Well, yes. Why didn't you give me Quaker State before?
You didn't ask.
Quaker State your car to keep it running young.
We'll return to our story in a moment.
Life is a thread, one delicate dream. Don't stretch it
drinkers who drive cars were responsible for the deaths of 18,000 people last year. Men, women, children, babies, and very often themselves. More than 40 people every day.
Life is a thread, one delicate dream. Don't stretch it, don't break it. For life can be long and life can be strong, and that's the way to make it.
Get the problem drinker off the road for his sake and yours. Write to Drunk Driver, Bucks 1969, Washington, D.C. We'll tell you how you can help. A public service message on behalf of the U.S. Department of Transportation.
I'm not a man who believes in ghosts. I recognize that things happen which can't be explained, and I accept the fact that not everything is written out in capital letters so even a small child will understand. But when the lab finds a single red hair from a male human, then a male human with red hair was in the room where that hair was found. Yet all our information led us to the conclusion that the man in question was dead. But there was still an unexamined part of Mercedes Turner's life. Neighbors named Layton, who lived in the apartment above.
Well, you can imagine our surprise. We'd been up in New Hampshire skiing, and we hadn't heard any news. And then on the way home today, we heard about it on the radio.
How well did you know the Turners?
Oh, casually. You know, you see them in the elevator and say hello, or they get out of a cab you get into.
Mr. Turner was shot Thursday night. I believe you were here in town then.
Yeah, we didn't leave until Friday afternoon.
Well, sometime around midnight. We're not sure the exact time. Did you hear a revolver shot?
My husband's a perfectionist about his hi-fi. We wouldn't have heard anything because this apartment's soundproofed.
Uh-huh. What did you think of the Turners as people, as a couple?
Mrs. Turner is a beautiful woman. I don't know about him.
Oh?
Polite enough in the hall and lobby, but I never really liked him. Had a feeling he could be pretty unpleasant if he wanted.
On the day of the shooting, or that night, did you see any strangers around the building?
Oh, in New York, everyone's a stranger. How do you remember them?
Only if they're acting suspiciously or if someone's different. For instance, last Thursday in this neighborhood, did you see a man with red hair? Real red hair.
Well, yes, I saw him.
What was he doing?
Walking down East Vanders in the rain. That's all, just walking and looking around as if he were searching for an address.
Dyeing Hugh's hair brown changed his appearance remarkably. But very subtly, his attitude had also begun to change. Perhaps it was because my memories were of a younger, more innocent time, when the future was spread safely before us, ours for the taking. But by the time we left Fredericksburg, he'd become shifty, suspicious. I was driving.
Where are we headed?
Richmond, Virginia.
Why didn't we stay where we were? What was wrong with Fredericksburg?
We can't stay in one place too long, and we're too close to New York, and we need money.
What's needing money got to do with driving to Richmond?
I have to begin selling my jewelry, Hugh. I don't want to do it in the same town where we were married.
You're smart.
I worked, you know, while you were gone. I had a good job before I married Albert. I made decisions. I functioned on an executive level.
Better than being stuck with me, is that what you mean?
No, that's not what I mean. I love you. You know that. You must know that. Why else are we together?
We're going to stay together. I'll take care of anyone who comes between us again.
In Richmond, I found a company, the Dixie Jewelers, which bought and sold old jewelry. The man was nice and honest, but I was shocked at what I received for my cluster diamond earrings.
How much did you get?
$600. They were insured for 3,500.
Where are we going now?
You decide. You tell me where you think we should go.
Mexico? We can get into Mexico and live there together. They'd never find us.
Do you speak Spanish?
No.
Well, I don't either. You'd be terribly conspicuous.
Well, then you decide. You pick a place. Just so we're together, that's all I want. That's all that's ever mattered to me. Do you think everything's going to be all right?
Why do you ask? Aren't you sure?
I don't know. I'm no longer sure of anything. Those years and all those years, they take it away from you.
Police work takes a lot of sweat and a bit of luck. We got our first break because New York, New Jersey, and Connecticut cooperate closely on car information. A woman answering Mercedes Turner's description had bought a used car in Jersey City, Jersey plates. When we checked out the name and address she'd given for transfer of title, we found there was no such person and no such address. A teletype to the Delaware State Bridge Authority brought us further information. A trooper remembered the car because it was driven by a man with flaming red hair. The car had crossed the bridge at the end of the Jersey Turnpike. From there, it might have gone into Delaware, Maryland, or Virginia.
Put out the car description and the Jersey plate numbers.
Good.
So there really is a red-haired man, huh?
No ghost, a real live person. Hugh Rohan. I checked the registrar at his college.
Annixter?
Right. Got his records. Applied for entrance 1964 pre-med. Excellent grades, high school, Germain, Illinois. Lacking credits in Latin and chemistry, admission denied. Which isn't unusual for students from small-town high schools.
Well, how'd he make it up?
Tutoring, usually.
And that's what happened to Rohan, huh?
Well, he didn't have the chance. Wasn't in school, so he was eligible for the draft.
Oh, lousy.
Instead of going to Annixter, Rohan went to Vietnam.
Some gifts don't do anything, but Presto gifts do almost everything.
Presto gifts, they do things for a woman.
Give her the famous Presto pressure cooker. It'll cook a surprising number of things for her, surprisingly fast. 3 times faster than pots and pans.
Presto gifts, they do things for a woman.
Give her Presto's jumbo fry pan. Big enough for a complete dinner for 8. And the handles are removable, so it's easy to clean and store.
Presto gifts, they do things for a woman.
Give her an easier way to broil. The brand new Presto vertical broiler broils both sides at once, then comes apart for easy cleaning. This year, give the gifts that do almost everything. Give Presto gifts.
Presto gifts, they do things for a woman.
The Zero Hour continues after this.
Once upon a time, there was a beautiful forest where everything was all lovely and green and peaceful. Sunlight fell in ribbons of daylight through its trees. Birds flew in a quiet air above it. Deer and rabbits found secret hiding places to play, for it was truly a beautiful place. And then one day, into this beautiful emerald forest, a new creature came. A creature called Man. And Man brought with him fire to warm him against the night. Only with his fire, Man did not bring caution, and the fire got away from him suddenly. And the beautiful forest was no more. And yet there might easily be a different ending. For if Man is careful with his fire, he need never say, once upon a time, there was a beautiful forest.
We drove all day under a sky the color of gray worsted. Occasionally the wind tore narrow rifts through the overcast for a watery sun to peep through. We stayed that night at a motel. Our room was as impersonal as a rented locker. We tried having a drink to help us forget everything that had happened. It didn't work.
Are you sorry you came?
No. I had to come. You can't be sorry for what had to be.
It's dark out.
Yes. What are you listening for?
Do you believe in extrasensory perception?
I don't know. Sometimes, maybe. But it'd take a lot of proving.
I had a feeling this afternoon, sudden, sort of peculiar, odd, like intuition. A message said, the chase has started. They're looking for a couple.
There's no way you can know that.
Oh, yes. Yes, there is. The Khans used to talk about it. I didn't believe it. But I do now.
No. There's no way you know that's true.
It's like telepathy. As if some cop's thoughts are being transmitted to me. Not all the time. Just now and then. Just a little bit. Now and then.
Where are you going?
There's a car parked out there. Michigan plates. I'm going to get rid of our Jersey ones.
Here are the records and Rohan's prints from his Army induction. Disappeared on a patrol in Vietnam in 1965. Missing in action, presumed dead.
We get anything on our wanted flyers?
I think we did, Will. A couple of days before Albert Turner was shot, 3 Khans broke out of Bordeaux prison in Canada. Now, 2 of them were recaptured, but one is still at large. And that one's got red hair.
What name?
John Red Cargill. Seaman's papers. 3 to 10 for false passport, illegal entry, and smuggling. He'd served 7 when he split. Cargill's prints match Rohan's.
Picture of Cargill?
Correspondence Bureau received a telephoto copy of him from Montreal. Right here.
Yeah. It's funny, I knew he'd look like this. Good features, clean cut, sensitive mouth, eyes. I could see him in my mind.
Yeah. Guy like that, 7 years in prison. He'd probably crack open pretty easy. But, well, the trouble is, we don't really know if he shot Albert Turner.
Rohan and the Clinton girl were married when they were kids. Their old man annulled the marriage. Wait a minute. And the woman's safety deposit was opened.
What's the matter? What's bothering you?
This list of contents. Insurance policies, empty silk jewel case, title to co-op. Here we are. Why would she keep an empty envelope?
Oh, probably she didn't bother to throw it out.
Or maybe there was a return address on it.
Who are you calling?
Banner's, DA's office. Find out if there's a name and address on that envelope.
We didn't stop again until we reached Kansas City. We had run from the Atlantic to the Midlands. Hugh's mood varied from moment to moment. Sometimes he was cheerful and optimistic, and I had hopes, against my better sense, that perhaps something would work out for us. But then he'd plunge into gloom and despair. And try as I might, I could see no future for us except to run until we were caught. Perhaps he felt the same way in that tiny Kansas City hotel room. Oh, Hugh, please put that gun away.
I need it. Reminds me of prison. What I may need to do so I don't go back there.
You have to get rid of it. It's direct evidence.
I won't let matters get that far. Why did you marry Turner?
I told you why. You were gone so long. I tried to convince myself that I didn't love you anymore. But the moment you came back, it was the same way it had always been. Isn't that enough?
But now you're... What do you think? What are you thinking? That I'm different? That I'm not the same?
We've both changed, darling. I no longer know what you think or feel either. Both of us together, possibly we can make one whole person.
Nurse in the DA's office gave me the name on the empty envelope we'd found in Mercedes Turner's safety deposit box, Sayer and Bates Attorneys. I talked to Arnold Bates, a junior partner. He was very cooperative. He told me he'd handled an Enoch Arden decree for Mercedes Clinton against Hugh Rohan not quite 2 years earlier. The marriage had been secret, and Mercedes Clinton Rohan had wanted the decree kept secret. Her father was an old man in poor health, and she hadn't heard from her husband Hugh in 7 years. He was presumed dead.
You mean they were married a second time?
Right. After Lyman Clinton had the first marriage annul, they were married again secretly, just before Rohan was sent to Vietnam.
Where he goes out on a patrol and disappears.
To service again in a Canadian jail under another name.
Uh-huh. Well, whatever names they use, Will, we got a description, we got his prints, and we know their car. We're gonna get him.
Yes, I think we will. Any reports on the jewelry?
Not yet.
Keep after it. They're gonna need money.
During the day. For tonight, the temperature for Kansas City and vicinity should dip to 39 degrees. It will be cloudy tomorrow with a chance of snow flurries.
How long are we going to stay here?
Oh, another day or so.
Gotta move on. Get out of the country.
We need money to do that. Hugh, don't the police get reports on pawned articles?
Yeah. So I've heard.
Instead of pawning my things, I'll run an ad in the paper and sell them myself.
That's dangerous.
No, I don't think so. Kansas City is a big place. The police won't pay any attention to a newspaper ad.
And then we'll move on?
Yes. Hugh, I promised I wouldn't ask you about prison, and I'll keep that promise.
I don't want to talk about it.
But we must get out of the country. To do that, we'll need passports.
Well?
Do you know anyone? Someone who could get us passports?
In prison, I knew...
We have to leave the country.
Yeah. Yeah. I know someone who might. But, it's expensive.
We'll get the money. We have to buy passports. I think we've run as far as we can.
You are listening to Mutual's presentation of The Zero Hour.
VISTA means Volunteers in Service to America.
I started out as a business major in college. I graduated as a business major. I got into VISTA because I wanted to really do something. I chose this as my line, and when getting into it, it changed my whole life. I went through cultural shock. I found out what types of people really need the help and what's really happening in our country in the back areas. There is so much to be done. But I could say that if a person anywhere has an interest in doing something, there are programs for them. VISTA is one viable means, but there's so many ways of really getting involved with people. VISTA gave me my first start to work with the problems happening in this country and to really get down to earth and work with the people that need it.
Volunteer for VISTA. VISTA is one part of action. Action is doing something.
There is something you can do. Get into action.
There's a disease in business today we might call spiritual schizophrenia. You see it in individuals who apply one code of conduct in their personal affairs and a quite different one in business or government. The belief seems to be that we are less responsible as individuals when we make business decisions, that business has a different code. When you think about it, that doesn't make sense. Profits are not the only gauge of business success. Business doesn't change the priority of values. We are born to the community of man first. The others are secondary allegiances. Make your personal morality work where you work and see the difference. The community of man, God's club. Be an active member. This message has been brought to you by Religion in American Life in cooperation with this station.
Tomorrow at this time, rest your eyes. and listen here to this week's continuing study in suspense, The Wife of the Red-Haired Man. I'm Rod Serling.
Today's episode brought to you in part by Quaker State Motor Oil and National Presto Industries. This is the Zero Hour on Mutual Radio.
You have been listening to The Zero Hour, a presentation of the Mutual Broadcasting System in association with Hollywood Radio Theater. Heard every weekday at this time. Rod Serling is your host. Zero Hour is produced and directed by Elliott Lewis. The Hollywood Radio Theater theme was played by Ferranti and Teicher and is now available on United Artists Records and Tapes. Hugh Douglas speaking. Tune in tomorrow, and once again,
rest your eyes and listen here
to The Zero Hour.
This is the Mutual Broadcasting System.
Exercise your imagination. This week, Bill S. Ballinger's best-selling novel of The Pursuit of a Damned Couple. The Wife of the Red-Haired Man. Starring Patty Dugaston, John Astor, and Howard Duff. In Elliott Lewis's production of The Zero Hour.
The Mutual Broadcasting System presents The Zero Hour. Sponsored in part by
Contact and the makers of Kodak cameras. This is The Zero Hour on Mutual Radio.
Hugh Rohan has returned after having been missing for 7 years to find his wife Mercedes married to Albert Turner. In a confrontation, Rohan panics and kills Turner. Mercedes, still in love with the red-haired man, flees with him, paying for their escape by selling her jewels. As their flight continues, Rohan subtly changes, losing his assurance, his confidence, even much of his ability to make decisions. Assigned to the case are 2 New York City detectives, Scores of homicide, and Williams of the 19th Precinct. They have been painstakingly putting together the puzzle of Albert Turner's murder by tracing Mercedes Turner and Hugh Rohan's earlier life. Their trail has taken them from New York to Connecticut to Virginia. But first, this word.
I'm Lucille Maness, an unsuccessful big businesswoman, and I'd like to tell you a little bit about my unsuccessful business. Well, I was the co-founder of this women's book club, but we ran into a little trouble. We had all kinds of problems, so I called SCORE. That's the Service Corps of Retired Executives. They're retired executives who
volunteer to help small businesses. I went over and discovered Lucille was in deep trouble. I made several simple business suggestions. I also strongly recommended the club seek incorporation with a well-established women's magazine until its membership increased sufficiently.
Unfortunately, one of my associates really didn't like the idea of a man giving us advice, so she wrote herself a check with the remainder of what we had left in the treasury and took off. Well, Mr. Krause came back to help again.
A man who knows how to solve problems likes to keep solving them.
Volunteer for SCORE. SCORE is one part of action. Action is doing something.
There is something you can do. Get into action.
Time is what's needed in police work. Time for lab work, time to check out clues, time to find witnesses, time to get replies to the hundreds of flyers that are put out to locate stolen or missing property. 2 weeks after Albert Turner's murder, the Missing Property Bureau called me regarding a batch of jewelry bought by a New York wholesaler. One of the items was a pair of diamond cluster earrings sold to the New York outfit by a shop in Richmond, Virginia. The earrings were those described by the insurance company as belonging to Mercedes Turner, part of the jewelry she'd taken from her safe deposit box the morning after her husband's murder. I flew down to Richmond to talk to a man named Town who'd bought the earrings from the Turner woman. You'd look at this sketch, please, Mr. Town. Does the woman seem familiar to you?
Yes, sir. It looks like her, sort of. But, the first gentleman I talked to in New York mentioned the name Turner. The lady I wrote out a check to was a Mrs. Brewer.
As soon as the check clears, I'd like a copy of her endorsement. Compare it with our suspect's handwriting. Make sure we've got the right person.
All right. I'd be pleased to help you.
How'd the lady react to the money you gave her?
Was she disappointed, you suggested? She was indeed. But then they always are, you know. Person don't take into account markup and resale prices and so on and so on. She was disappointed, I'd say.
But she accepted your offer.
Oh, yes. We've a good reputation, whether she knew it or not. I offered her a fair price, and after a few minutes of debating with herself, she accepted the check.
Was she alone? Or was there a man with her?
She was alone, sir. If someone was with her, he stayed outside because she was alone.
We stayed in Kansas City while I advertised that my jewelry and mink coat were for sale. Where Hugh had wanted to run, to move constantly. Now, without explanation, he changed and seemed content to stay. Not content, perhaps, but at least no longer argumentative. Then one evening, we were sitting in our room having a drink together, when suddenly he began to talk about what had happened.
Stupid. You see, I always wanted to be a doctor. All my life. To help people. Not kill them. Well, you know, war. You see things. There are things you have to do. Terrible things. Brutal, awful things.
The Army reported you missing in action. Then, after a few years, they told me you were presumed dead.
Well, what happened was, see, this one day, we were out on a search and destroy. I was on one flank, and it was all quiet and pretty. I remember a jet, a passenger jet, Air France, I think, flying overhead, filled with civilians going about their peaceful business. And
what happened that day, honey?
All hell broke loose. I don't know. They must have been waiting for us. I got separated. I couldn't find anyone. The air was black. Men screaming. Did you ever hear a man scream in pain?
No.
You see, it's not that I was yellow, but all that blood and terror, pain. I left there. I just wandered off.
The Army didn't find you?
No way. I was like an animal, crawling through the jungle, hiding, afraid for my life. Somehow, I don't know how, I got to the coast, to where the merchant ships were anchored, waiting to get into the harbor and unload. That's where I met Cargill, a merchant seaman on the job ashore, an old tanker. He told me he'd give me his papers and get me a berth on an outgoing freighter to Montreal, if I'd help him.
Help him how?
Well, he wanted me to deliver some uncut movies to a fence there. Do you understand? I didn't do it for money, not for anything, except to get away from there and get home to you. That's all I wanted. Do you understand?
Yes, Hugh. Of course. But how?
Exactly. How? That's where it all comes apart. I was caught before I made the delivery. Cargill hadn't given me a package of rubies. I was carrying heroin.
Didn't you tell the police?
No. I kept Cargill's papers and shut up. You see, I thought I'd serve my time and not tell anyone, not even you, until it was over. And then we could go away somewhere, and I'd take another name. I'd study medicine and be a doctor, the way I always wanted. Look at me, Mercy.
Yes, dear.
Is it too late?
I don't know.
You don't blame me?
No.
In New Orleans, there's a man who can get us passports, but it's expensive.
We'll sell more jewelry. And someone will buy the coat.
He's after us, you know.
Who?
A cop. I told you, I know when he's onto something. It's like the two of us are connected.
Hugh, he may be after us. We don't know what they found out.
I'm going to paint the car blue. And going to get another set of plates. I'll be back.
Oh, please.
Give your hand to a friend. Give your heart to your love. But give your cold to contact. The sooner the better.
Hey, I'm back. How's that cold?
Rotten. Get the contact?
I got everything. Contact, cold tablets, and this liquid.
Oh, no.
Honey, it's all cold medicine.
Well, sure, but it only takes one contact for up to 12 hours continuous relief from sneezing, drips, congestion. For that, I'd need 6 of your cold tablets.
2 every 4 hours.
Or 3 ounces of nighttime liquid.
1 every 4 hours.
Or just 1 contact. The tiny Tide pills do it.
Well, it's all cold medicine.
Those others contain antipyretic analgesics. The liquid, antitussive, and alcohol. They're not in contact.
6 or 3 or 1. I choose the 1 contact.
Me too. And I'm the one with the cold.
Give it cold contact. The sooner the better.
6 or 3 or 1. When you catch a cold, take contact. Only as directed.
We'll return to our story in a moment.
Adam, where are you?
Up here, Eve, and I'm very busy inventing things.
Big deal. I invented something, too.
What?
Shoes.
What are shoes?
Watch this. I just slipped them on, and they keep my hands warm.
Hey, that's great. Want to see what I invented today?
Not that fire bit again.
Don't worry. Now I know what fire is for.
What are you putting in your mouth?
You remember that paper stuff I invented? Well, it's wrapped around some chopped up leaves I call tobacco.
You're weird, Adam.
I set fire to the tobacco thing and puffing the smoke.
What's wrong with your invention, Adam?
Lots of things.
With that fire thing, you're hot stuff.
You know something, Eve? I think you just invented the first bad joke.
This history lesson was brought to you by your American Cancer Society, which says smoking is a drag.
After we recover the earrings, I guess Mercedes Turner would confine future sales to private parties. If she'd been as upset as the jeweler described her over not receiving a retail price for her merchandise, she'd advertise and take her chance on private buyer sales. That would also apply to her fur coat. One thing for sure, they were going to need all the money they could get their hands on to keep running. I judged they might have gone south from Richmond. I figured it was more likely they'd head west to get as far away as possible from New York. I arranged with the Bureau of Information to subscribe to a clipping service covering 18 cities. Places like Louisville, Kansas City, St. Louis, Oklahoma City, through the area where I figured they'd most likely be. We wanted to look in the personal columns of those local newspapers at items for sale. There was a 3-day lag before the first clippings arrived. Scores and I began wading through a box of the stuff.
Oh, boy. Never realized so many people had so much stuff for sale.
Wearing you down, huh?
Well, it's beginning to, Will. Now, look at this. Watches for sale. Also necklaces, bracelets, pendants, brooches, earrings. Anything your heart desires is from sale, from coast to coast.
And this. Mink coat.
Turner woman had a mink coat.
No name or address in the ad, just the Jefferson Hotel, Kansas City, room 1417, and the hotel phone number.
You suppose it's them?
Plus area codes. No way you can tell where the double the call's coming from.
You're nervous, Will?
Yep.
Good morning, Jefferson Hotel.
Room 1417, please.
Will you hold? That line is busy.
Yes, I'll wait.
They ringing?
Yeah, room phone's busy. I'm on hold. Why don't you pick up the extension?
Yeah.
I can ring your party now.
Thank you.
Hello.
Room 1417?
Yes?
You the party offering a mink coat for sale?
No.
There was an ad last Sunday's newspaper advertising a fur coat for sale.
No, I don't know anything about it. I just checked in last night. Sorry.
Oh, I see. Well, get the hotel operator for me again, will you, please?
Yeah, sure.
Operator, may I help you?
Yes, operator. This is the New York police. Who was the party checked out of room 1417 yesterday?
One moment, sir. I'll check that for you.
You think it was them, huh?
Almost sure.
Sir, the party registered as Mr. and Mrs. Y.V. Garfield, North Sneedham Drive, Detroit, Michigan.
Thank you, operator.
Okay, I'll check it out with Detroit.
8-5 and even, they're phony. I'll get some more information from the Kansas City cops.
We stayed longer in Kansas City than we planned. We moved from hotel to hotel, running ads in the paper, and I sold off my jewelry piece by piece. Winter held Missouri in a bleak embrace. The city tried to cheer itself with holiday decorations, strings of lights and vivid displays from the plaza to the downtown area. But the approach of Christmas brought little joy to Hugh or me. It was then that he began to disappear for hours at a time. I assumed he was walking or reading in the library. Anything to be out of that confining hotel room.
You the store manager?
Your assistant, Davis.
The sign in your window for help?
You need a stock boy, $2 an hour.
I'll take it, Mr. Davis.
What's your name?
Tufts.
All right, Tufts. Full or part-time?
Part-time, but as many hours as I can get in.
The stock room's downstairs. Report to the chief clerk. Get a time card, punch in and out. You'll be paid every day.
Thank you, Mr. Davis.
Y.V. Garfield and wife, North Sneedham Drive, Detroit, didn't exist. No such persons, no such address. The KC cops furnished us with a description of the couple which fit, loosely, Rohan and Mercedes Turner, except no red hair. But I'd already figured he'd have dyed it by now. Scores and I brought our chiefs up to date, and an hour later we were on a plane to Kansas City.
You think he's still there?
Well, if not, we'll pick up the end of the string.
Well, if they have busted out, where do you suppose he might be heading, Will? Mexico?
Oh, she's too smart for Mexico. They'll go out of the country, somewhere they speak English, England, Australia, New Zealand. Well, maybe not England. The cops are too good there.
Hey, think they still got the same car?
Last we heard, it was a gray compact, Michigan plates. That might mean something.
What?
In Virginia, they use New Jersey plates. In Kansas City, they have Michigan plates.
Might change again, huh?
Yeah. Kansas City, Missouri, just across the river from Kansas City, Kansas. My hunch is they'll pick Kansas plates.
Less obvious?
Exactly. Mercedes Turner's a cutie. Plenty smart. Not too sure about Rohan.
You really zeroed in on him, didn't you?
From the beginning, before there was any proof, I knew he was there. I just knew what he looked like. A bit how he thinks. He's our best bet.
The weakest?
Yeah. Yeah, put it like that. Rohan's intelligent, but he's emotional. Poor control. He's going to break sooner or later. It's more of a drag than an asset. If Mercedes Turner were all by herself, that'd be another story.
The Kodak Pocket Instamatic camera is a miraculously little camera to take such big, sharp pictures. Take a pocket anywhere and everywhere your Christmas takes you. Kodak Pocket Camera. For less than $23, we couldn't wish you more for Christmas.
The Zero Hour continues after this.
Here's an important announcement for parents by Dr. Sidney Marland, Assistant Secretary for Education at the Department of Health, Education, and Welfare.
Do you have a son or daughter who wants to begin college or vocational training after high school, but there just isn't enough money? If you do, I have some good news for you. The United States government has a new program called Basic Grants to help pay for tuition, books, fees, and other expenses. The money is for full-time students enrolled for the first time at colleges or at vocational schools, technical institutes, or hospital schools of nursing. The money is a grant, not a loan. Your son or daughter must have a good education to get ahead, so don't let the lack of money stand in the way. Inquire about Basic Grants. Get an application at your post office today, or write Basic Grants, Box 84, Washington, D.C., 20044.
Gradually, I sold off the jewelry, and we began to accumulate the money we needed to get our passports and arrange for passage out of the country. Hugh, meanwhile, continued to disappear each day. But I must confess that it was easier not having him underfoot in each of those small hotel rooms we occupied.
Well, good morning. Didn't think you were going to show.
Sorry, Mr. Davis.
Christmas is day after tomorrow. I'll be glad.
You said that working here, I can get a 20% discount?
Yes, tops anything in the store. Now, get with it. Restock counter 15 with perfume.
Yes, sir, as soon as I get my jacket.
We arrived in Kansas City before noon. The local cops gave us plenty of cooperation. We started checking hotels, big and little, good and bad, 1 million of them. At some of them, they remembered a couple staying a few days, running an ad to sell jewelry, then checking out. At the Jefferson, there was an unclaimed letter for the Garfields from a Mrs. Arms, return address in Kansas City. I went to check it out, but nobody was home. Downtown garages were covered for a 3-year-old gray compact with Michigan or Kansas plates. By then, it was dark. Walking to our hotel, I passed a big super drugstore. I needed some things, went in, walked back toward men's toiletries.
Can I help you?
Yes, I need a shaving kit and some blades.
How about a new electric razor?
Just blades, cream, aftershave.
Something wrong?
The man over there by the perfume counter.
From the stockroom.
Has he been here long?
Most of us are extra help for the Christmas rush. Is there anything else?
No, I don't think so. Hey, where'd he go?
Why, back to the stockroom, I guess.
Where? Where's that?
In the basement. Hey, your things! Don't you want them?
A guy just come through here?
Yeah, tops like a rocket in his tail, same as you.
Which way?
The alley.
Rohan! Rohan! Lost him.
South now?
Yes.
New Orleans, I guess.
Not directly. Where's the map of Louisiana?
In the glove compartment.
It isn't. Oh, I remember I had it in our room at the hotel.
We'll get another one.
If the policeman had tried to arrest you in the drugstore, what would you have done?
Shot him.
Would that have helped? There'll always be another.
I'll get as many as I can.
Let me see the gun.
Okay. Be careful.
How many shots?
7. 1 in the chamber, 6 in the clip.
Hugh, look, a truck stalled up there.
Left his lights on. No one around. He probably went for help.
Stop the car. Get the Nebraska plates.
Okay. Right away.
I'll keep the gun in my purse.
At least I knew Rohan and the Turner woman were in Kansas City. Why had they stayed over? Well, I figured she was still trying to sell more jewelry. I beat it to the newspaper office. They were making up the morning edition. There was an ad, as I expected. Pearl Beach Hotel, room number, with a diamond bracelet for sale. When Scores and I got there, we'd missed them by half an hour. The local cops and the highway patrol sent out an all-points bulletin. Meanwhile, I went out to see Mrs. Arms, who wrote the unclaimed letter. She was at home now. Pleasant-faced woman, mixed gray and blonde hair, living in a big, comfortable fieldstone house, log burning in the fireplace.
Why, yes, I went down to Mrs. Garfield's room at the hotel. I was interested in the fur coat she wanted to sell.
But you didn't buy it?
No, it was a lovely coat. I made her an offer, but she didn't take it. Well, I came home and thought it over. Later, I tried to call her, but there was no answer. So I dropped her a note offering more.
Mrs. Arms, when you were in the hotel room, did you see anything unusual?
No, nothing. Pieces of luggage, closed, toilet articles on the dresser.
Think. Please try to remember. It may not seem important, but anything other than personal items.
Well, now, let me see. There was a writing desk, something on it, a red cover, blue and white letters, folded, a map.
Of what, Mrs. Arms? What map?
Let's see. Louisiana.
That's it. Louisiana, New Orleans.
What town is this?
I don't know. How far are we from Kansas City?
About 40 miles.
I'm worried. They must have roadblocks up further down.
We just keep going until we hit them.
No, wait. That bus in front of the cafe. Hugh, let me off here. Middle of the block.
What for?
I'm catching that bus south. We have to split up here. It's the only way to get through.
Wait a minute.
No. Take this money. Meet me in New Orleans. The old hotel on Tupelo Street. Use the name Graham.
When?
Christmas. Be careful.
You are listening to Mutual's presentation of The Zero Hour.
Be prepared. Are you ready to get more? Be prepared. Are you ready to take the lead? 'Cause if you ain't, who'll take care of the futures of our sons? Well, let me ask you now, who's gonna tell them about the pusher man? Who's gonna show them how to please the man? Who's gonna tell them why they shouldn't drop out? Who's gonna show them what it's all about? You know you can if you want to. You can if you want to right now.
Well, let me tell them, you know, if you're 18 or older, you can help a lot of guys be prepared by being a leader in scouting. I mean, fella, scouting today's a lot more than you think.
Be prepared. Are you ready to get more? Be prepared. Are you ready to take the lead? 'Cause if you ain't, who'll help teach our sons to be prepared?
A message from the Council for Financial Aid to Education and this station. College students now march to a different drummer, and sometimes it seems to no drummer at all. But what matters most is that colleges continue educating. Students and their parents pay tuitions to make this possible, but the money they pay just doesn't go far enough. 2/3 of college costs must come from other sources, including contributions from friends of colleges. How can you be the friend of a college? You can believe that educating young people is the main thing, not whether they're singing football songs or folk songs. You can be willing to back up your belief with a gift, because colleges need money to march ahead. A lot of that money must come from people like you. Give to the college of your choice, now.
Tomorrow at this time, rest your eyes and listen here to this week's continuing study in suspense, The Wife of the Red-Haired Man. I'm Rod Serling.
Today's episode brought to you in part by Contact and the makers of Kodak cameras. This is the Zero Hour on Mutual Radio.
You have been listening to The Zero Hour, a presentation of the Mutual Broadcasting System in association with Hollywood Radio Theater, heard every weekday at this time. Rod Serling is your host. Zero Hour is produced and directed by Elliott Lewis. The Hollywood Radio Theater theme was played by Ferranti and Teicher and is now available on United Artists Records and Tapes. Hugh Douglas speaking. Tune in tomorrow, and once again,
rest your eyes and listen here
to The Zero Hour.
This is the Mutual Broadcasting System.
I'm Rod Serling. You're listening to The Zero Hour. Rest your eyes. Exercise your imagination. This week, Bill S. Ballinger's best-selling novel of The Pursuit of a Damned Couple. The Wife of the Red-Haired Man. Starring Patty Dugaston, John Astor, and Howard Duff. In Elliot Lewis's production of The Zero Hour.
The Mutual Broadcasting System presents The Zero Hour. Sponsored in part by
Quake Estate Motor Oil, Alka-Seltzer, and Mem. This is The Zero Hour on Mutual Radio.
And now for the concluding episode of The Wife of the Red-Haired Man. After 7 years in prison, Hugh Rohan is returned to claim his wife, Mercedes. In a confrontation with her second husband, Albert Turner, Rohan panics and murders Turner. Out of her love for Rohan, Mercedes Turner collects her jewels and her fur coat, and together the lovers flee. After long weeks of painstaking work, they've traced the couple to Kansas City. But once again, Mercedes Turner and Hugh Rohan evade them by splitting up. She to take a bus to New Orleans, he to drive their car alone. But first, this word.
I want to teach a lonely child to laugh more. I want to learn the pain of loving hard. To open my door and know my own soul. I want to be free. I want to be young, and I want to grow old.
Emily is dead now. She died in her brother's car. He was driving, and he was drunk.
I want to be here in the world when peace comes. I want to drop because I want to grow old.
Stop driving drunk. Stop killing each other. Write to Drunk Driver, Department Y, Box 1969, Washington, D.C. for more information on drinking and driving. A public service message on behalf of the U.S. Department of Transportation.
I'd been right. Roadblocks had been set up on highways leading to New Orleans. But the police were looking for two people in a gray compact car. And the bus I was on was stopped only long enough for an officer to question the driver. Hugh was waiting for me in the nearly deserted hotel on Tupelo Street. He was in bed, his temperature raging. He seemed fuzzy with his fever, although he did struggle out of bed to greet me.
So glad to see you. I thought you weren't going to come.
You sick?
No, it's just a cold. I froze driving that heap without my coat. You were right about the roadblocks.
Come on now. Get back in bed, honey.
Okay. Oh, that's better. Phew. It's hot.
I'll get some aspirin.
No, that's okay. Stay with me. That's the most important medicine. That you stay with me.
All right. What about the roadblock?
Well, they stopped me. If I'd had my gun, I'd have shot my way through, but they didn't even ask questions. Man alone, blue car instead of gray, different plates.
You said you would have shot your way through?
I told you, Mercy, I won't go back, and I won't be separated from you again. Here. A Christmas present for you.
Perfume. My favorite perfume. You remembered.
I can't ever forget anything about you.
You want me to ask where you got the money? All right. Where?
Kansas City. I had a part-time job. Stock boy.
just to buy me a Christmas present.
Is there a better reason to work?
I think it's the best present. Oh, I have something for you, too.
A pipe. With a bowl trimmed in silver. You remembered.
Honey, remember before we were married, you told me if you had me, and you were a doctor who smoked a silver-trimmed pipe, you'd be content. That was all you wanted.
Yeah.
Merry Christmas, honey. You don't, please. I feel no cry. Please.
What happened? Mercy, what happened?
I don't know. Life happens.
It's so unfair.
Yeah.
Mercy. You remember I told you that I knew what the cop was thinking? Do you remember?
Yes.
Well, we got through the roadblock, but he hasn't stopped. He's on to us. He knows what we're planning. Yeah, no, he's going to find me. And you know?
Hugh, please. Please.
When he finds me, I'm going to kill him.
Rohan and the woman got through the roadblock somehow. They probably repainted the car and changed plates once again. Split up, perhaps. Only one of them was in the car when it passed the block. Scores and I went straight into New Orleans. I knew my man by then well enough to know that he needed a port city from which to escape the country. Oh, they'll ship out from here.
Yeah. Well, they'll sure have a fantastic selection of ships.
They're all covered. Every ship, boat, plane, bus, everything's covered.
Well, you know, Will, you're assuming they're here in New Orleans.
They're here. I'll tell you something else. They'll be looking for passage to an English-speaking country, someplace where they won't be conspicuous.
So, what's the game plan?
We're here. We wait. They've got to move. They can't stay. And the moment they try to leave the city, we've got them. Murder one.
Judy, do you remember what I told you about all that high-speed turnpike driving you're doing now and all that power equipment on your new car?
Yes, Caleb?
About how they can make your engine so hot that the oil thins down so it may not protect your engine?
Yes, Caleb.
Now, how do you tell if your oil's too hot?
Just watch the temperature gauge.
Nope. That just shows how hot the radiator fluid is.
Oh, I know. When the oil's too hot, that little red light goes on.
Nope. That just tells you the oil pressure's too low.
Well, how do I tell if my oil's too hot?
Fact is, you can't.
Then how do I know my engine's protected?
Make sure you're using quality oil like Quaker State. Quaker State's specially made to stand up to high engine heat so it can keep right on protecting like an oil's supposed to.
Is that the reason you always recommend Quaker State?
That's one reason.
Quaker State your car to keep it running young.
We'll return to our story in a moment.
200 million people live in America today. Within 30 years, our population is expected to increase by 50% to 300 million. President Nixon, in his recent congressional message, expressed concern over the impact of population growth on the quality of life in America. Specifically, the burdens it will place on education, health, transportation, employment, housing, and our natural resources. At our present rate of growth, we would have to build a city the size of Tulsa, Dayton, or Jersey City every 30 days for the next 30 years to accommodate these additional 100 million Americans. A Planned Parenthood study shows that our population growth can be slowed if voluntary family planning help is made available to every family that wants it. Planned Parenthood provides family planning help all over America right now. Overpopulation, it's everybody's problem. Support Planned Parenthood.
We moved from the hotel the next morning, although Hugh still had a fever. I found an old rooming house, a private place the police would overlook. We were the only paying guests. It was a marvelous old home run by an ancient Southern lady who appeared too frail to keep up such a place. But she cleaned and cooked and tended her overgrown garden. And for 2 weeks, Hugh and I didn't stir from that house. Finally, of course, Hugh had to make contact with Bert Crossley, the convict he'd known in prison, the man who'd get us our passports. We were disappointed to find that Bert was back in prison, but he had a brother, Fritz, who owned a bar just outside the Vieux Carré, and might be able to help us. Hugh went to see him.
Friend of Brother Bert, huh? Come on back to my office. What do you want?
I served time with Bert in Bordeaux. I'm Red Cargill.
Let's get rid of a question. You hot?
Plenty. I and my wife want to get out of the country.
With a lady along, that makes it rough.
I can pay for it, rough or not.
You have $5,000. That's what it'll take for 2 passports.
I have it.
Where do you want to go?
Australia, New Zealand, any place they speak English.
England?
No, not England. Or Canada.
Okay. Don't come back here again. Where can I reach you?
At this number. That's where this stands.
I don't know how long it'll take. But when I call you, be ready to move fast. And have the $5,000 ready. Agreed?
Yes, agreed.
Scores and I sat there for 3 weeks. There was no sign of Rohan or the woman. Hotels, nightclubs, planes, trains, buses, ships. All covered, not a trace. I wasn't worried yet. I knew Rohan was someplace in the city. I could feel it. Sometimes he seemed so near I half expected to bump into him around the next corner. Scores, however, had a problem.
I gotta get back, Will.
Homicide bugging you?
Well, the office is swamped.
When are you leaving?
Flight this afternoon. What about you? You gonna stay?
You can depend on it.
We waited for Whit Crossley's call, afraid to leave the house for a minute. One of us must always be close to the phone, Hugh said. As the days passed, he refused to sleep, certain that Crossley's call would come in the middle of the night and he wouldn't hear it. And so his tension increased directly because of his lack of sleep. He paced the room continuously, back and forth, pausing only to listen for a telephone that never rang. Please, honey. Please lie down.
Has that cop gotten to him? Is that what's happened?
How could he?
Because he knows what I'm doing. I told you that. I told you he knows everything I think, every move I make.
Hugh.
Hello?
Cargill?
Mercy, it's him. Listen. Yeah.
Get down here right away. You're leaving in an hour. Just you.
But my wife.
Listen, no time to waste. Can't get you to Australia, but a ship I know. They're standing off. Gonna drop a crewman for an emergency operation. I can fix the captain.
Where to?
Ireland. You better take it. The ship's not berthed here, but I can get you aboard in the launch. She's got a day's call in Miami, and your wife can join you there.
Mercy?
Take it. That's a good idea.
Okay, I'll be right down.
After Scores left, I spent my time haunting the docks. 100 times I thought I saw them, walking along the street or hurrying out onto a waiting ship, but it wasn't them. And gradually, a strange feeling occupied me. I lost the conviction that they were in New Orleans. Somehow, in some way, I felt certain they'd eluded me, slipped away. But how? How had they accomplished it? I made one last circle, walking from pier to wharf, covering as much of the waterfront as I could. One last time. Then, tired and thirsty, I stopped in a small bar, a place where seamen hang out. I met a Jamaican, a wiper. Bought him a drink.
Charles. Oh, need this drink, man. Just out of the infirmary, appendicitis. Rupture.
That's rough.
Captain had to set me ashore between Galveston and Miami. Nasty beat of business.
What ship?
Dermuid, out of Sydney. Captain Lawson's master now. Now I need another berth.
That shouldn't be too hard.
No. I'm sorry I missed it, though. Sailing to Galway and Dublin. Never been there, you know.
You said the Dermuid was sailing to Ireland?
Right-o. First protocol, Galway.
Any stops between?
One day only, Miami.
Of course. Drink up. Galway, of course.
I don't let my family run to the medicine chest every time something bothers them. But if my husband, or one of the big ones, tells me his head hurts and his stomach feels upset, then I go get the Alka-Seltzer. It has specially buffered aspirin with antacids, made for just those things. If he still doesn't feel all right, I'll call the doctor, because nothing else I can give him works better than Alka-Seltzer. Mother has to know these things.
Alka-Seltzer. Use only as directed.
This guitar is part of my life. The way lots of beautiful things are. Like men. You see the way my mind works? Music and good-looking guys. But those men better smell good-looking, too. I like 'em best when they wear English leather. English leather's like a beautiful folk song to me. Fresh and natural. So all my men wear English leather. Or they wear nothing at all.
You'll find a large selection of English leather Christmas gift sets in fine stores everywhere.
The Zero Hour continues after this.
Where does today's girl learn to be tomorrow's woman? At the movies? On television?
Helen, darling, your floors are so shiny.
Yes, John. I used Brandex polish just this morning.
Brandex. Helen, will you marry me?
Somewhere between the super sex symbol of today's commercialism and TV's Brandex image, impending womanhood is alive and well. And where is that somewhere? Wherever there are campfire girls. Campfire reaches the girl reaching out for tomorrow and puts a promise before her. The promise of personal development, of friends and fun. The promise of womanhood. Campfire takes today's girl to tomorrow.
I drove alone from New Orleans to Miami, not daring to stop. The captain had arranged for me to be brought aboard, and soon I was with Hugh again. 2 weeks after that, we were dropped on the shore outside Galway, an old Irish port there almost from the beginning of time. We drove from Connaught to Connemara, through hamlets with the names that fall from the lips like notes of music. Moycullen, Shindilly, Derryneen, Ballynahinch, moors and rolling hills, and the grey rock crags of inlets sprayed by the lead-colored waters of the Atlantic. Near a tiny crossroads settlement by the sea, we found a little three-room cottage, whitewashed, cleansed by rains, and bleached by the sun. We could run no further. That's where we would stay. One night, eating our dinner by a turf fire.
Take it away, Mercy. I'm not hungry. Do you hear it? There's something walking abroad tonight.
Your imagination?
No. Listen.
It's only the wind.
I hear it. It's there. It's the past, out there in the night.
I'm going to boil some water and fill the tub. A hot bath, honey. Good for your nerves. Come talk to me.
I'm busy. To the police. New York City.
What are you doing?
If anything happens, accident, anything, look in my pocket.
What are you saying?
Only that I love you.
The Dermute hadn't made a scheduled stop and departure in New Orleans. It wasn't carried in the Port Bulletin. That's how I missed her. By the time I'd gotten the information on her, she'd reached Dublin and sailed on. The police in Ireland are a national organization. We alerted them, and 10 days later, they informed us they'd traced the couple. I wired Superintendent O'Hare not to arrest them yet, just to keep them under wraps. On an island, there's small chance of escape. With warrants for the arrest of Hugh Rohan and Mercedes Turner and papers for extradition, I flew to Ireland. From Shannon, I took a bus to Limerick, Limerick to Galway by rail. In Galway City, I was met by Inspector Green.
You have the necessary papers?
Yes, I have. All in order.
I've arranged for you to stay at the hotel. The papers will be approved this night.
Oh, you're not planning to pick them up until tomorrow?
No, it's a bit of a drive to the cottage. Here's my car. Are you carrying a gun?
Yes.
Well, we don't carry them here.
Well, you better tomorrow.
It won't be necessary.
He's armed. I know the man. He'll shoot it out.
That would be foolish of him.
Well, is it all right for me to carry mine?
If you insist. Yes, I can arrange it. It's most unusual.
I found it impossible to sleep that night. I've been after them for so long. For nearly 2 months, I'd held on to an invisible tether, the other end loosely fastened to Rohan and Mercedes Turner. Now, at last, when morning came, the final slack would be gathered in. I lay in the soft bed wondering what Rohan was doing. Did he know it was his last night of freedom? Did he hold Mercedes Turner in his arms, warm in his love?
Through that night, Hugh lay close to me. He spoke only once. "I'm cold," he said. "Please keep me warm." I kissed him, and his lips were like ice. In the morning, he arose early, shaved, dressed with care. We sat together at the table having our coffee. It had begun to rain. What are you planning to do today?
I don't know.
There's a beautiful abbey at Glamour. Shall we go see it?
Perhaps, but it's a gloomy day.
Those cars outside.
I've been expecting them. Give me my gun.
Hugh, no. Please,
Where's
no.
your purse?
No more killing, Hugh, please.
We're officers of the law. You're under arrest.
Don't, Hugh. You're not a murderer. Don't.
They won't separate us. Not ever again.
Hugh, no!
I stood in front of the cottage door, the rain splashing against my collar, running down my neck. The end of the trail, the line drawn in. Suddenly, the door swung open, and Rohan's revolver stared me in the face. I threw myself to the ground. When he fired the second time, I shot him.
Oh, Williams! Are you hurt?
No.
Lucky bit for you.
Yes. Yes, isn't it? Yeah, if you don't mind, I'll go in alone to get the woman. You Mercedes Turner?
I'm Mercedes Rohan.
Your husband is dead.
Yes.
Did you know there were blanks in his gun?
Yes, I knew.
Did you put them there?
Yes. So he wouldn't kill again. He didn't know. I tried to stop him. Maybe it's just as well.
Williams, this was in his pocket.
Thank you.
He said, in case of an accident.
To the police. New York City. I alone shot and killed Albert Turner. My wife, Mercedes Turner Rohan, was not responsible in any way. It's signed Hugh Rohan.
Hugh. Oh, Hugh.
You You're listening to Mutual's presentation of The Zero Hour.
Brothers and sisters, this is the man he testifies for Smokey the Bear. You can take a sip of Smokey, that's nothing like a dream, 'cause the good is climbing in the beautiful tree. You just have to look around, you find it's not a show. See what you've been missing if they all went up the smoke. Smokey the Bear, Smokey the Bear, a prowling and a growling and a sniffing in the air. He can find a pile of the boys talking lame. That's why we call him Smokey, that's how we got his name. Oh, come on now, beat it out there. Be cool, people. Only you can prevent a forest fire. I said Smokey the Bear, Smokey the Bear, a prowling and a growling and a sniffing in the air. He can find a pile of the boys talking lame. That's why we call him Smokey, that's how we got his name.
The best pollution-fighting machine in America is right at your fingertips. And that means pointing out pollution whenever and wherever you see it. Like that smokestack you pass every morning that's always spewing smoke into the air. Don't close your eyes to it. Take a stand. Point it out to someone who can do something about it. It'll make you feel a little better and America look a little cleaner. People start pollution. People can stop it. This message brought to you on behalf of Keep America Beautiful and the Advertising Council.
That concludes this week's production of The Zero Hour. Bill S. Ballinger's The Wife of the Red-Haired Man. Next week, we'll begin another exciting dramatization of a tale of mystery and suspense. We'll tell our story in 5 days, at the same time, Monday through Friday. So on Monday, rest your eyes and listen here to The Zero Hour. I'm Rod Serling.
Today's episode brought to you in part by Quaker State Motor Oil, Alka-Seltzer, and MEM. This is The Zero Hour on Mutual Radio.
You have been listening to The Zero Hour, a presentation of the Mutual Broadcasting System in association with Hollywood Radio Theater. Heard every weekday at this time. Rod Serling is your host. Zero Hour is produced and directed by Elliott Lewis. The Hollywood Radio Theater theme was played by Ferranti and Teicher and is now available on United Artists Records and Tapes. Hugh Douglas speaking. Tune in Monday, and once again,
rest your eyes and listen here
to The Zero Hour.
This is the Mutual Broadcasting System.
I'm Rod Serling. You're listening to The Zero Hour. Rest your eyes. Exercise your imagination. This week, Ken Platt's Gymkhana Foul Play. The Princess Stakes Murder. Starring Howard Duff, Julie Adams,
Danton. In Elliot Lewis's production of The Zero Hour. The Mutual Broadcasting System presents The Zero Hour. Sponsored in part by
Chevrolet and State Farm Insurance. This is The Zero Hour on Mutual Radio.
This week's story takes us into the fascinating realm of horses, jockeys, big money, big passions, the racetrack. We are about to meet Max Roper, private detective, and a good one. He's a man with a style. Subtlety isn't part of it. He's a gut reaction operative who acts upon what he calls feelings. If given the choice, one would be better off as his friend rather than an enemy. Max Roper had a friend, a little friend, a jockey, and a good one. Some called him the best. But sometimes the best just isn't good enough, especially when you're dead. Our story, The Princess Stakes Murder, begins after this word.
Ma'am, we're asking people what they know about different organizations.
Oh, good. Ask me anything about that.
All right. What's the ISAZP?
It's the International Society of Austrian Zither Players.
Right. Not many people know that one.
Give me another.
What does the Supreme Order of Federated Alliances do?
Oh, the same stuff as the Benevolent American Daughters Associated Guild Society.
I never heard of that group.
I just made it up.
Oh, all right. Now, here's a serious one. Name two things the American Cancer Society is involved in besides cancer research.
Wow, they're into so many things, like educating the public to the warning signals of cancer and professional education for doctors and nurses and dentists and service for patients.
Right, and lots more. And that's why the American Cancer Society needs financial support to continue its drive to wipe out cancer in our lifetime.
Well, I certainly support them.
Good.
Now, here's one for you. What's the LLTA?
I give up.
The League of Lady Tattoo Artists.
You made that up.
No, I'm a member. How'd you like a picture of Miller Fillmore tattooed on your elbow?
It's taken already.
Oh.
They're in the scratch, and Calamity has the lead. Humble Hilda holding back. Sister Sally moving up. It's Sister Sally and Calamity. Calamity stepping out, pulling away. It's Calamity by a length.
It's always nice to win, even when you bet on the favorite. It was a big win all around. For Calamity, her owner, the trainer, but mostly for Willie Rich, the veteran jockey, and an old friend of mine. I'd driven down to Del Mar from L.A. because of Willie, as a matter of fact. He'd called me the night before, wanted to see me. Nothing special, he'd said. I played it close, put down $2 on him, made 80 cents. But Willie wasn't around after the race like he said he'd be. That didn't make any sense at all. So I asked Allie Regal about it. Regal used to be a top government agent. Now he was chief of Del Mar Security. Hey, Allie.
Max, what's up? Hey, you're a long way from home.
Not much. Came down to watch Willie ride.
That's worth the trip.
Yeah, you see him?
Saw him in the winner's circle.
After that?
After that? Well, now, that's funny.
What's funny?
I don't remember seeing Willie dressing nothing. You know, these little guys maybe got lost.
Yeah. I was bugged on the drive back to L.A., and not just from the Labor Day traffic. Willie was a little guy, all right, but he walked tall and always said what he meant. And he'd said he wanted to see me. I had the uneasy feeling that there was a reason for Willie not meeting me after the 8th race. Men in my line of work get those feelings sometimes. 7 o'clock the next morning, my telephone started jumping out of the cradle. 18, 19, 20, 21. Yeah. I'll never get in shape this way. Roper here.
Max, it's Ollie.
Yeah. Hear from Willie?
Heard from his wife.
She hear from him?
Saw him. He don't swim near as good as he rides.
Give it to me, Allie.
Well, it seems she went for a little midnight swim in their pool. Nearly landed on him.
Was he dead already?
Very.
Thanks, Allie. Hang around, will you? I'm on my way.
From what I was told, you could hear her screaming for 8 miles. I got there at 1 a.m. The track physician, Dr. Taniguchi, figures that Willie died somewhere between 10 and 11.
Let's start with the obvious. His wife giving him a hard time?
He wouldn't have killed himself over that. I can't see Penny wanting him out of the way either. He let her roam, didn't he? He was always worth more booting home than Winters. Now, why would she want him dead?
Yeah, maybe she wants the pool all to herself when she gets home late nights. The owner, Tyler Clayton, what can you tell me about him?
Let's see. He owns Calamity and several other nags. Tough, pig-headed man. He wants what he wants when he wants it.
Willie been his rider for long?
About 5 years.
Must have made Clayton a lot of money.
Sure, but Clayton doesn't need it.
I'll run over and see him. Maybe I'll find out what a rich guy like that really needs. Instead of going right to the Claytons, I decided to start with Willie Rich's widow, Penny. Willie's spread was at the end of a humpback dirt and gravel lane. It was expensive. Willie had booted home a lot of winters in his time and could afford the layout. The flashy little blonde at the far end of the pool, wearing very little of a strawberry bikini, looked like the most expensive bit of landscaping. She was wearing enormous sunglasses, smoking a joint. Mrs. Rich, my name is Max Roper. Maybe Willie mentioned my name. We were friends.
Everybody that calls says he was a friend of Willie's.
Oh, he was a popular guy. Can you tell me anything about it?
What's to tell? He's dead, drowned in his own swimming pool.
Well, I'm trying to find out who had it in for Willie.
Who are you?
Private investigator. I'm here because Willie was a friend of mine. I want to find out who knocked him off.
That's a crock. For all anybody knows, Willie did it himself.
Well, why would he do that?
Ask him. We didn't talk much.
A man doesn't kill himself just because his marriage isn't worth it.
Why don't you get lost?
Maybe somebody was trying to pressure him into something, you know. Maybe they were worrying him.
They? Who's they?
I was hoping you'd tell me, Mrs. Rich.
Go to hell and don't bother to come back.
I'll drop in again sometime when you're over your grief. As I approached my car, a man was just getting out of his. Husky, dark-haired, pallid, a clothes horse. His features rough and crude, but not anywhere near his own real personality. We'd never been formally introduced, but I was well acquainted with his reputation. Johnny Cascio, a reliable enforcer for the mob. We brushed shoulders as he walked by, and he flipped his hand in salute. I half expected there'd be a knife in it. If he was a friend of the widow Rich, he was moving in too fast for my taste. I sat in my car for a minute just thinking. Then I looked into my rearview mirror. Johnny Cascio had stopped. He was standing there, watching me.
We know these are times when you're rightfully concerned about the selection and use of a car. As the #1 selling car in America this year, and for 37 out of the last 43 sales years, we felt we should speak up. And one of the things to be said is Chevrolet makes sense for America, especially now. We've always built our cars in response to your needs. And now, when you're asking, should I trade in my car for a smaller one, or does it make sense to continue to drive a regular-sized car, you'll find some satisfying answers by looking to your own requirements and to Chevrolet's line of cars. For the family that needs plenty of room, an Impala or a Chevy wagon offers the same kind of value that a Vega offers the person with smaller needs. And so it goes through the full line of cars and trucks. Even in light of our country's energy situation and the uncertainty that surrounds it, we're producing the cars and trucks that make sense for America.
We'll return to our story in a moment.
Hello, I'm Johnny Cash, and I've been around this great country of ours enough to know how important it is to get as much education as you can while you're young. If you want to start college or vocational school, this may be your chance. The government wants to give you some money if you have financial need. Can you believe that? Well, it's true. Look into a new program called Basic Grants to see if you qualify. Hurry on over to the county agent, post office, or nearest school for more information and an application form. A basic grant won't give you all the money you need to make it through college or vocational training, but it'll help you get on the road. It could be the most important road you'll ever walk in your entire life. And if you don't feel like walking, just write your name and address on the back of a postcard and mail it to Basic Grants, Post Office Box 84, Washington, D.C. 20044. That's Basic Grants, Post Office Box 84, Washington, D.C., 20044.
Rancho Santa Fe is a serene valley catering to the extreme tastes of millionaires. Horse lovers who like their pictures taken in the winner's circle. Tyler C. Clayton was the millionaire I wanted to see. He stood an easy 6'5" a 6, went about 250. The man was a real big daddy.
I liked Willie, Mr. Roper. Liked having him work for me. Damn good jockey. What'll you drink?
Bourbon. You think Willie drowned himself, Mr. Clayton?
Hell no. Why would he do that? Big money winning rider, good for a lot of years.
Maybe you can give me a line on Willie's enemies.
Enemies? He didn't have a one. Everybody liked Willie. Here you go.
Thank you. Somebody didn't. Drowning a guy isn't exactly a demonstration of friendship.
Sure wish I could help you.
Clayton's eyes strayed past me. I turned my head and saw why. A woman had appeared in the open doorway. A strawberry blonde in her late 30s, quite beautiful, wearing expensive casual threads. As she acknowledged the introduction to me, she put her hand gracefully to her throat. A small gesture that triggered something in my memory.
Oh, dear, perhaps we should speak to Mr. Roper. Mr. Regal recommended him.
No, Monica, I don't think there's any need to...
Please, Tyler.
All right. If you have to, spill it.
Mr. Roper, we have a problem. It's Tyler's daughter, Pamela. She's been missing since yesterday.
I'm sorry to hear that. How old is the girl?
22.
That makes her old enough.
Old enough for what?
To leave home.
She had a beauty appointment, a health spa in Poway called the Gilded Cuckoo. But she never got there.
Have you notified the police?
No.
Any particular reason why not, Mr. Clayton? I'm sorry to hear that. How old is the girl?
22.
That makes her old enough.
Old enough for what?
To leave home.
She had a beauty appointment, a health spa in Poway called the Gilded Cuckoo. But she never got there.
Have you notified the police?
No.
Any particular reason why not, Mr. Clayton? Your daughter disappearing the same day Willie Rich was murdered?
What are you implying?
Well, I'm not trying to worry you, but that's the line the police would take.
Are you suggesting that Pamela's been kidnapped?
No, but, somebody could have tried to coerce you about a horse and got even because you wouldn't give in.
Just you find her and stop asking so damn many fool questions. I don't believe a damn word you're saying, and that's the last that's the last you're going to get out of me.
I'm sorry, Mr. Roper.
No, it's all right. You have a picture of the girl, Mrs. Clayton?
Right over there, in the silver frame.
By the way, was that your mare, Sister Sally, that got beaten by Calamity, your husband's filly?
Calamity didn't beat her. Willie Rich did.
Would you say that would be reason enough for you to kill Willie, Mrs. Clayton?
No, Mr. Roper, I wouldn't.
The Gilded Cuckoo in Poway only proved that business in Narcissism was booming. These out-of-town spas were good for kicking habits with drugs and booze high up on the list, followed by weight and body conditioning for cosmetic vanity. I was leafing through folders that listed available courses without the humdrum detail of prices when the director pranced in.
Oh, Mr. Roper, I'm George Glendon. I direct the activities of our little sanctuary. Now, how might we help you?
Well, I like to eat, drink, and I sit around a lot. How long would it take to put me in shape?
Well, that all depends on your cooperation. See, with our program, your muscles may scream and tell you that you're being tortured. But believe me, they're going to tone up. See, we believe in the brain, the body, and the soul, all stimulated and fused into creativity and love to attain the perfect body.
I'll buy that, but how long does it take?
Well, there's Plan A. It's a 12-lesson course. Oh, we do marvelous work with ozone treatment and face vacuuming.
Face vacuuming?
That's what I said. Face vacuuming. Self-love, my liege, is not so vile as self-neglect. And that's Henry V. You know Shakespeare?
Yes, I know.
Well, why don't we look around? Now, you'll be able to decide far easier after you've seen our facilities.
The look around was a revelation. A fully equipped gym that didn't smell any better than my gym in Santa Monica. Mineral springs, baths, face packs, men and women hovered over by attendants, and a plastic surgery wing. Then we zeroed in on something called the isotron room. Through a one-way mirror, Glendon and I looked into a bare room furnished with only a long white couch and a machine called the isotron. The man lying on the couch was stripped down to his trunks. Contact pads ran from his body to the machine. A man wearing a white coat flipped the switch, and the face of the man on the couch contorted. The pads covering his body jiggled. His arms, shoulders, back, stomach, and leg muscles went into massive contractions.
The man in the white coat is our isotron specialist, Dr. Savage.
Well, that figures.
Oh, there is no pain. No, it is the body's natural reaction.
Yeah. What happens if that guy in the white coat falls asleep during a session?
Well, then we'd have a very well-developed corpse. But, of course, that would never happen. See, it's all automatic. Now, do you perhaps have any questions?
Yes, one. It's about Miss Pamela Clayton.
Are you a friend of the Claytons?
More like a friend of a friend. I understand Pamela had an appointment with her hairstylist yesterday at 10:30, and she canceled out. Would you know anything about it?
Is this important?
I'd say so. She's been missing for 24 hours. I happened to be in the neighborhood and told Mr. and Mrs. Clayton I'd check it out.
Well, then why don't we find out? I'd like to look at your appointment book, Miss Hill. Yesterday morning, you said?
Yes, about 10:30.
Well, there must be some mistake. Miss Clayton wasn't scheduled for an appointment. See, at 10:30, we have a Mr. H. Masson down for Mr. K. That's Miss Clayton's usual hairdresser. Well, here, see for yourself.
Well, thanks. Sorry I troubled you.
No trouble at all. I don't suppose we'll be seeing you again, Mr. Roper.
Oh, I wouldn't say that. A lot of what I saw here interests me. I might be back sooner than you think. I stood outside as the gilded doors closed behind me. That isotron machine in there, twisting and turning the human being into a shapeless mass. Whether it built muscles or not, I didn't know. But there was one thing I was sure of. It could tear a man apart.
We're number one. We're the largest company, and you don't get to be the largest company unless you're doing a little extra for people.
Agent Bill Rich of Logan, Utah, explains why State Farm Mutual is the world's largest car insurer.
This is what the consumer feels, and you know that if a consumer feels State Farm is number one, it's got to be on two things, service and price. And if you're not competitive in both of these areas and do the job, the customer is not going to rate them where they have. We're number one. We only got there because we were most competitive, or as competitive as anyone, and because we're there to serve.
Service and price. That's what car insurance value is all about. And there are two good reasons to see your nearby State Farm agent now.
Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
The Zero Hour continues after this.
I'd like you to ask yourself a personal question. What do you feel when you meet a handicapped person? Pity? Admiration? Fear? Are you from the school that teaches a stiff upper lip, try harder, fight, don't let anything stand in your way, do it? Do what? Learn a skill? Go to school? Develop confidence, self-respect? Then get turned down by a landlord who doesn't believe you'll pay the rent? By an employer who never hired the handicapped before and who isn't going to risk it now? If we don't believe in the handicapped, then how are they going to believe in themselves? Unless we recognize that they're human beings with feelings, with skills, with a sense of responsibility, then we're adding a handicap that they can't overcome. Let's stop handicapping the handicapped. This public service message brought to you on behalf of the Department of Health, Education, and Welfare and the Advertising Council.
The sun warmed my back. Horses stomped lazily in their stalls. I was looking for Joey Zale, a jockey that had been thrown only once, and that one time enough to end his career. I found Joey Zale cleaning a stall. I noticed his hands as he lit a cigarette. They were huge. Above the waist, Zale was a middleweight. Only his crippled legs were pipe-stem thin. His face and body carried a twisted snarl. You Joey Zale?
Yeah. What are you, the heat?
Private Dick. Willie Rich was a friend of mine.
Too bad it didn't do him any good.
Can we talk?
Talk.
Do you think Willie killed himself?
If he did, he could have done it right here. He didn't need no pool. He hated water.
Could he swim?
It's hard if somebody's holding your head under.
Good point, Joey. Who did it to him?
I heard of you, Roper. I know you're seen. Hell, if you don't know who did it to Willie, we all got trouble.
I need a lead, Joey. Anything. Anybody.
You got one already.
Willie's wife?
I don't think so. You've been to Clayton's, haven't you?
You mean the daughter, Pam?
Now you're cooking. Only don't ask me why, because I don't know.
Were they close? Willie and Pam Clayton?
That's your business. Find out.
Joey Zale was right. It was my business. I started out by trying to find the H. Masson who had Pam Clayton's 10:30 appointment at the Gilded Cuckoo. No dice, no listing, no nothing. I called the Claytons. They were out, and the Scandinavian maid told me Pam hadn't come back. I was going in a circle, so I decided to get home and start over again. When I walked into my apartment in Santa Monica, the phone was ringing. Roper here.
Max, Allie Regal. Say, I heard something about Willie and Pam Clayton.
Like what?
Like maybe they had a thing for each other?
So I've heard. Tell me something about Mrs. Clayton.
What's to tell? A lot of money, doesn't like a stepdaughter.
Yeah. Something else, Allie. I got the strangest feeling I know her.
Of course you do. It's Monica Moore. Pretty big movie star 15 years ago. Mostly B pictures. Her career went down the drain. Men, mostly. A lot of booze, maybe some drugs. A few bad marriages.
Thanks, Allie. Let me know if you get a lead on Pam Clayton, will you?
Yeah, I was going to ask you to do the same.
After I hung up, I called on a theatrical agent pal of mine, Sid Pinter. Asked him what he could tell me about Monica Moore. I struck gold. He had a complete file on her. A stack of old 8x10 publicity stills. She's been out of pictures a long time, Sid. How come you have these photos?
Me, I'm a string saver. I save junk, memories.
This picture, who's the guy with her?
Oh, that's Johnny Hunter, her first husband. Family-owned part of Texas and half of Wyoming. Here's number 2, the cowboy star, Rex Lennox.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, that didn't last long. And this is number 3, the hotel man. You know, Chilson, Charles Chilson. Mm-hmm. Yeah, she got a big bundle from him. And this is number 4, Muscles. Lance Kite, former Mr. America, Mr. Universe.
I suppose that one didn't last long either.
Nah, all he had was his muscle flexing act. Well, after him, it was all downhill for Monica. She quit show business. Got into religion instead. Astral and cosmic magnetism. You should excuse the expression. I'm trying to think of the guy's name. Let's see, it was Charnick. Louis Charnick. He gave public lectures, helped you find the miracle in your life. You know, that kind of nonsense.
Monica Moore joined up with Charnick?
Well, it was more like she backed him. You know, a lot of people take that stuff seriously. Anyway, that's about all I know. I haven't heard a word from or about her since.
She's in Clover, Sid. Big oil man, number 5, Tyler Clayton.
Oh, well, I'm glad. She was a beautiful kid. They racked her up good in this town. You know, the scandal nearly ruined her.
What scandal?
Her first husband killed himself.
Johnny Hunter?
Yeah, sleeping pills, overdosed.
Oh. Is this Charnick character still operating?
I see his name in the paper time to time.
Thanks, Sid. See you around.
Yeah, well, don't thank me. Every time you come here for some cockamamie information, somebody jumps you and knocks your head in.
Not this time. I'm investigating the death of Willie Rich.
The jockey? What's Monica Moore got to do with that?
I don't know. Maybe nothing. It's just that Monica's stepdaughter disappeared the same day Willie Rich was murdered. I'm trying to find out who killed Willie and locate the girl.
You should live so long.
I was nursing a beer in my digs a little later, and I was flipping through the entertainment section of the local sheet, wondering how I was going to kill the evening when I came across the ad. Charnick, tonight, Wilshire Playhouse, 8 o'clock. There There was a picture of Charnock on the wall in the playhouse lobby. He looked young, tall, dark, and handsome. The lights dimmed, and a chunky, broad-shouldered man dressed in white came out of the wings and sat down at the organ. Then the spotlight came on, and Charnock appeared. He wasn't young like the picture in the lobby, around 50. His eyes were dark, intense, his voice mellifluous, and he knew how to use it. Didn't waste a word. He knew where the money was. The large audience was still and attentive. When the lecture was over, I got out as fast as I could. I waited near the alley where I could watch the back entrance. A big black limousine was parked there, a burly, tough-looking driver behind the wheel. In a few minutes, Charnock came out, got into the car, and it started forward. As it slowly passed by, I saw there was a passenger in the back seat, a female passenger, none other than Monica Clayton. So, Charnock and Monica, and Willie Rich and Pam Clayton. 2 here and 2 gone. I was getting another one of those feelings. Didn't like it much. It felt like murder, with more to come.
You are listening to Mutual's presentation of The Zero Hour.
Your Heart Association presents Stiller and Mira.
Honey, I'm going to test you. Mm-hmm. Now, if you have high blood pressure, what are the things you should do?
Watch your weight.
Right.
Follow your doctor's instructions on smoking.
Yeah.
Take your medicine.
Good.
Get plenty of rest.
Terrific. Hey, honey, let's stay home tonight, huh?
And exercise, but don't overdo it.
Right. We'll stay home tonight, okay? Okay?
Yeah, and you got to rest before you get tired, right?
Exactly. So we'll stay home tonight, okay?
Okay, we'll stay home tonight.
Terrific.
Hey, wait a minute.
What?
You don't happen to have high blood pressure, do you?
Me? Of course not. I had my checkup at the doctor. I'm terrific. And I made an appointment for you.
Why?
Because I love you. And only a doctor can tell.
Another way to protect your loved ones is to give to the Heart Fund.
There was a time when the rivers, the earth, and the sky of America were pure. A time when the only American was the Indian. Today, America is suffering from pollution. But the problem isn't hopeless. We can protect the natural beauty of America if you get involved. Something as simple as using the fuel rated most efficient for the engine of your car. Or planting trees to help purify the air and prevent soil erosion. Or starting a compost heap instead of burning leaves or trash. People start pollution. People can stop it. This message has been brought to you on behalf of Keep America Beautiful and this station.
Tomorrow at this time, rest your eyes and listen here to this week's continuing study in suspense, The Princess Stakes Murder. I'm Rod Serling, and this is The Zero Hour.
This is The Zero Hour on Mutual Radio.
Been listening to The Zero Hour, a presentation of the Mutual Broadcasting System in association with Hollywood Radio Theater, heard every weekday at this time. Rod Serling is your host. Zero Hour is produced and directed by Elliott Lewis. The Hollywood Radio Theater theme was played by Ferranti and Teicher and is now available on United Artists Records and Tapes. Hugh Douglas speaking. Tune in tomorrow. And once again,
rest your eyes and listen here
to The Zero Hour.
This is the Mutual Broadcasting System. I'm Rod Serling. You're listening to The Zero Hour. rest your eyes. Exercise your imagination. This week, Kim Platt's Gymkhana Foul Play. The Princess Stakes Murder. Starring Howard Duff. Julie Adams. And Ray Danton. In Elliot Lewis's production of The Zero Hour.
The Mutual Broadcasting System presents The Zero Hour. Sponsored in part by
the makers of Quaker State Motor Oil and the Ford Motor Company. This is The Zero Hour on Mutual Radio.
On Labor Day, jockey Willie Rich rode home, the favorite, for a big win at Del Mar Racetrack. He celebrated by turning up the next morning in his swimming pool, dead. An accident? Private Detective Max Roper doesn't think so. He has the feeling that it was murder, and has set out to prove just that to Tyler Clayton, oilman, horse owner, and the late jockey's employer, whose debutante daughter is missing. To Clayton's wife, Monica, a former B-picture movie star with a string of ex-husbands and an involvement with a metaphysical quack named Louis Charnock. And to a health spa that features a machine called the Isotron, a machine that Max Roper has the feeling could break a man in half. The Princess Stakes Murder resumes after this message.
I want to teach a lonely child to laugh more. I want to learn the pain of loving hard. To open my door and know my own soul. I want to be free. I want to be young. And I want to grow old.
Emily is dead now. She died in her brother's car. He was driving, and he was drunk.
I want to be here in the world when peace comes, to silence the drums, because I want to grow old.
Stop driving drunk. Stop killing each other. Write to Drunk Driver, Department Y, Box 1969, Washington, D.C. for more information on drinking and driving. A public service message on behalf of the U.S. Department of Transportation.
It was Tuesday morning, and I was back at the EPT offices on Wilshire Boulevard, EPT meaning Emergency Procedure Terminus. It stands for Big Troubles and the Solutions thereof. My boss asked me how my weekend was. I told him. I told him, too, that Willie was a friend of mine. He gave me 1 week to wrap the whole thing up. I started at LAPD. Captain Scott, head of bunco and forgery, didn't keep me waiting, and I didn't waste his time.
Charnock? Louis Charnock? We've had an eye on him for 20 years. There have been a few complaints, but nothing we could hit him with and make it stick. You know this town, it's always gone for quacks and saviors.
What kind of complaints?
Then again, you'd be surprised how many people swear that Charnock's given them inspiration and reason for living.
I repeat, what kind of complaints?
Standard. He gets good play with donations. There's another man in the operation, Wesley Dorn, works with Charnock. Does bookings, takes care of travel, publicity, promotion, greets the little old ladies, plays the organ background music.
Yeah, I saw him. Chunky, broad-shouldered, dressed all in white. What about him?
Well, Dorn handles the money end. Keeps Charnock always in the clear.
Always?
Well, we nearly had him nailed 7 years ago.
Dorn or Charnock?
It doesn't matter. I see it as Charnock's operation. Anyway, 7 years back, a fella claimed Charnock broke up his marriage. Claimed a 529.
Extortion?
Yeah. But the wife refused to sign the complaint. The guy claimed that half the dough his wife shelled out was his. Community property.
Sounds more like a civil action. Did he get half the money back?
It was his wife's income. He wasn't working.
Apparently he settled out of court.
The guy ever get his wife back?
Nope.
What was his name? You might be able to give me a line.
Lance Kite.
Number 4. Do you have Kite's last address in that file?
I'll write it down.
Okay. Now to get back to Willie Rich.
I checked with homicide. So far, his death is listed as an accidental drowning.
I'm trying to prove otherwise. And I got another problem. Pam Clayton, missing heiress. Here's her picture and statistics.
Girl that pretty ought to be right up your alley, Roper. Shouldn't take you more than a few days.
How do you figure? I haven't got much to go on.
Sure you have. Incentive.
Lance Kite had moved from the address he'd given the bunco squad. He was now living in an apartment house in a ratty section of West Los Angeles with a good view of the city storm drain. Whatever Monica's out-of-court settlement had been, it was no windfall.
Yeah.
I'd seen his picture and knew he was ex-Mr. Universe, but still I was not prepared for his bulk. My height, but a 50-inch chest. Life had got to him, though, and booze. I could see it in his face and smell it on his breath. He was still big, but soft and flabby now, maybe 10, 20 pounds over his best. He needed to shave, his eyes were red, and he wasn't cheerful.
What do you want?
Lance Kite?
What about it?
Mind if I ask a few questions? It's private business. Can we talk inside?
I talk good right here.
I'm trying to get some information about Louis Charnock. I believe you registered a complaint against him for the bunco squad. You were married to Monica Moore at the time.
Who are you?
Name's Roper, private investigator. I understand she left you for Charnock. I'm trying to find out if he's on the level of running a racket. I'd like to nail him. You wouldn't mind that, would you?
I'd have to think about it.
Okay, no hurry. I heard you dropped your complaint suddenly. Mind telling me why?
Sure. It's none of your business. Is that clear enough?
Fine, first rate. Thanks for your time.
Now, hold it. Did Monica send you?
Monica?
No, but you seen her around.
Yes.
Maybe you'll see her again, Maybe you can give her a message for me.
Maybe.
Okay. Give her this.
A heavily muscled 20-inch arm launched from deep in his living room in a long, sweeping arc at my chin. It should have torn my head off, but my old judo and karate instructor had prepared me well for just such chance encounters. I moved my head to the right and used left forefist upper block, revolving my blocking arm in a short counter arc. Inverted fist strike to the spleen, and Kite sagged and retched. I caught all the fumes from his morning's worth of beer. He was set up perfectly for a rising elbow strike, but I was fascinated by his long, vulnerable jaw and tagged him on it to find out if it was glass. It was. And Kite sat down with a look of hurt surprise. I dropped my business card under his gaping mouth. Drop around and see me, Kite, when you feel better. A woman had come out of a neighboring apartment. She stood staring, disbelieving how anyone could drop an ex-Mr. Universe. I summed it up for her in one word. Incentive.
You got a solid car. Ford Torino is a solid car.
To the mountains, to the sea, for transportation to exciting places. Look close. It's the solid Ford Torino for $74. This is the spirited mid-size car, restyled with a new front end, opera windows, and luxurious new interiors. So get in, slam the door, and go. This is the solid mid-size car that says excitement for $74.
Look close, you got a solid car. Ford Torino is a solid car. Riding down the road in style, smooth and quiet by the mile. Look close, you got a solid car.
The solid mid-size Ford Torino for $74. The closer you look, the better we look.
We'll return to our story in a moment.
Adam, where are you?
Up here, Eve, and I'm very busy inventing things.
Big deal. I invented something, too.
What?
Shoes.
What are shoes?
Watch this. I just slipped them on. and they keep my hands warm.
Hey, that's great. Want to see what I invented today?
Not that fire bit again.
Don't worry. Now I know what fire is for.
What are you putting in your mouth?
You remember that paper stuff I invented? Well, it's wrapped around some chopped up leaves I call tobacco.
You're weird, Adam.
I set fire to the tobacco thing and puffing the smoke.
What's wrong with your invention, Adam?
Lots of things.
With that fire thing, you're hot stuff.
You know something, Eve? I think you just invented the first bad joke.
This history lesson was brought to you by your American Cancer Society, which says smoking is a drag.
I phoned the box office at the Wilshire Park Playhouse. The attendant hesitated when I asked where Mr. Charnock was living while in town. I explained it concerned a large donation to his cause. I got the address. The Regency Arms is a good apartment hotel off Wilshire along the old Miracle Mile. The clerk told me Charnock had the penthouse. A small self-service elevator worked its way to the top. The suite had double doors. A big, burly man filled the threshold. His hair was close-cropped, yellow. He had a flat, dented nose, scar tissue over his eyes and ears, an ex-pug, wrestler, or bouncer. I recognized him as the man driving the limousine the night I saw Monica Clayton and Charnock in the car after his lecture. I handed the bouncer-cum-butler my business card. It read, Anthony Hale, attorney at law. Tell Mr. Charnock about a donation Mrs. Casper may have called. It concerns her estate. I'll wait. The big bruiser didn't say a word. Just walked across the sitting room to a closed door at the far end, knocked, and entered. While I waited, I studied the brochures on psychic power and cosmic thoughts and was deep in reading how to create my own good luck when the door opened. The bruiser summoned me by tilting his anvil-shaped head.
Mr. Hale, it's difficult for me to see people without an appointment. My time is limited. There are so many in need.
I understand, Mr. Charnock, but the matter of Mrs. Casper's estate concerns you. I have with me an affidavit signed by Mrs. Casper.
Mrs. Casper, I don't believe I've seen her name in our guest book.
The matter of her will is sensitive, and I'm sure you understand. There's the utmost need for discretion.
You say that Mrs. Casper has come to my lecture?
Many times, but she's never given her correct name. Family, you understand?
Yes, but why all this caution?
Very well. Quite bluntly, Mrs. Casper does not have long to live. Her death is not only predictable, but imminent. Her bequest to you must be anonymous because the present heirs would not welcome this dispersal of the estate they somehow conceive of being their rightful inheritance.
Well, that presents no problem.
But there was a good deal of notoriety about that other woman once, wasn't there? Let's see. Her name was, Monica Moore, yes, the former movie star. The matter of her husband's contesting the disposal of her monies. Remember, it was all in the papers, Mr. Charnock.
One moment, please. Our cosmic thoughts are not in tune. Let me concentrate a moment. No, this is a difficult matter. Perhaps you should speak to my associate.
Don't bother, Lewis. It's a waste of time. The gentleman will be leaving.
The voice on the intercom belonged to the man who now stood in the doorway. Doran, the organist, business manager, general factotum for Charnock. Alongside him was the bruiser.
It says Anthony Hale on this card. There must be some mistake. The name is Roper, isn't it?
Whatever gave you that idea?
The cosmic mind.
I started to close the snap on the attaché case on my knees. The gun changed my mind. I handed the case over to Dorn. He opened it, lifted out the small tape recorder, switched the on button to rewind, spun the tape, wiped it out. He nodded to the bruiser, who fell in 2 steps behind me. With his gun in my ribs, I went obediently to the elevator. But as I left Charnock's office, I could hear a slapping sound and an exclamation of pain. The gun prodded my back. As the elevator door closed and I started down, I thought back to that brochure about making your own good luck. Guess I hadn't read enough of it. Well, you win one, you lose one. I called Allie Regal to see if he had any news about Pam Clayton, the missing heiress.
She's still missing, unless you managed to find her.
Well, they told me at the Gilded Cuckoo she never kept her beauty appointment Monday morning, that in fact she didn't even have one. Incidentally, is that spa legit?
Yeah, as far as I know.
Allie, I'm batting 0. Come up with something, anything.
Well, Penny Rich has complained that their house had been broken into and ransacked again.
Again? Well, when did it happen before?
A few nights before Willie was knocked off.
2 break-ins.
Uh-huh.
Sounds like Willie had something somebody wanted and still wants. If he knew about it and didn't let on, then he had a pat hand and was sitting tight. Maybe we finally have something, Allie. Motive. I hung up and wondered if the first ransacking of Willie's house had been the reason for his calling me. It was a new element to consider. I thought about that and suddenly thought about something else I should have thought about and hadn't. I called the Gilded Cuckoo, but the regular receptionist wasn't there. The gal I talked to had just been transferred from therapy. I remembered her. The regular girl, Bonnie Burns, was on vacation, she said. Left Monday. I explained it was important that I reach her and got her address, Tahoe, the Totem Lodge. Did Pamela Clayton have an appointment at the Cuckoo Monday morning, Labor Day?
Sure. Monday's her standing appointment. Hairstyling with Mr. K. She came in right on time.
Oh. Then a Mr. H. Masson didn't take her place?
No, never heard of him.
Uh-huh. Well, was Mrs. Clayton ever a patient under treatment for anything?
You'd have to ask Mr. Glendon about that. We're not allowed to discuss...
I'd like to fly up there tonight, get a statement from you.
Tonight? Crazy. I look forward to it.
Bonnie, do you always take your vacation at this time?
No, but I was overdue, and all of a sudden they said business was slow and I should take off.
Would that be Mr. Glendon?
Yes. You know him?
When did he decide it was all right for you to start your vacation?
It was Monday, Labor Day, right after lunch. Hey, you sound sexy. Ask me the questions when you get up here. You, look as good as you sound?
Better not depend on it.
Try cabin 5 when you get here. We'll find out.
When I got to the Totem Lodge, cabin 5 had the light on and the door open. It seemed a nice, hospitable gesture. I knocked on the door. Bonnie? I got that odd, cold feeling and walked in. I took Pam Clayton's photo from my pocket and was disturbed by her resemblance to Bonnie Burns. Same age, similar coloring. They could have passed for sisters. I stared at a blonde wig set up on her dressing table and wondered if she'd worn it recently. She wasn't wearing it now. Bonnie Burns was a redhead, and the redhead was dead, sprawled on the floor in a pool of her own blood. A long knife buried in her back.
There's a little town in western Pennsylvania called Oil City where they make peace of mind. They put it up in quart-sized green and white cans and ship millions of them all over the land to people who don't want to worry about their cars. This peace of mind for car owners is called Quaker State Motor Oil. The folks who make it are experts, men who really know motor oil, because that's been Quaker State's specialty for over 50 years. Quaker State starts with the finest natural petroleum the earth provides, 100% pure Pennsylvania-grade crude oil. Then they put it through step after step of refining and fortify it to fight heat and rust and dirt and wear and give your engine the protection it needs. Quaker State Motor Oil. Who said buy peace of mind?
Quaker State your car to keep it running, yeah, to keep it running.
The Zero Hour continues after this.
There was a time when the rivers, the earth, and the sky of America were pure. A time when the only American was the Indian. Today, America is suffering from pollution, but the problem isn't hopeless. We can protect the natural beauty of America if you get involved. Something as simple as using the fuel rated most efficient for the engine of your car, or planting trees to help purify the air and prevent soil erosion, or starting a compost heap instead of burning leaves or trash. People start pollution. People can stop it. This message has been brought to you on behalf of Keep America Beautiful and this station.
The local sheriff's office said they'd get a man out. I flushed a cab to the airport and learned there'd been earlier flights out to Reno, San Francisco, and Vegas. The killer needn't have waited around for me, but I had the feeling, one of those feelings, that the killer would be on my flight back to L.A. The plane was fueling up on the runway. 6 other passengers boarded the plane, 2 women, 4 men. One of the women had the seat next to her piled high with bags, baskets, containers of all sorts. I put her down as a grandmother visiting a newly married daughter with a lot of groceries for the family. The second woman was dark and bulky, her face half covered with a scarf and wearing a thick, high-collared coat. She constantly hummed and talked to herself as she stared out the seat window. She had a big ball of wool in the seat and knitting needles, scissors, and magazines. Another nut going to join the relatives. I spoke to the men, an elderly reverend gentleman, long retired from the cloth, he said, out of Tahoe City. The second was a chubby salesman of electric lighting fixtures who had negotiated a big deal on animated neons with the large casinos. The third, a ranger from Sequoia National Park, quitting the service after 20 years. The fourth was a Saturnin dental surgeon from San Diego who said he was dying of cancer at 43. He looked older. I was the 7th passenger, the only one aboard who looked like a murderer. Well, sometimes those feelings are wrong. I knew I had the feeling, but maybe this was one of those times. When we put down at L.A. International, the women got off first. The one with the groceries headed for the first phone booth. The humming eccentric with the knitting needles went to the ladies' room. The retired reverend and the ranger picked up their luggage from the spinning drop in the baggage room. The lighting salesman grabbed his briefcase and headed for the bar. The dental surgeon and I went directly to the exit and cab stands. I let him have the first one that came along because he was dying and in more of a hurry. I got back to my apartment and smelled whiskey and trouble. The door had been forced, the living room attacked by a strong, bad-tempered visitor. I knew who, even before I found the note from Lance Kite on my TV set saying he'd get back to me. I pulled the place more or less together, had a few drinks, and went to bed. Even in my dreams, I ran around, knocking on the wrong doors, bumping into things, stumbling over dead bodies. Willie kept following me, asking me when I was going to solve his murder.
Homicide, Lieutenant Camino.
Lieutenant, Max Roper. Did Captain Scott from Bunko fill you in?
Oh, yeah, Roper. Have you turned up anything?
Another corpse. Young woman, hunting knife in her back. Happened last night, up in Tahoe.
Why the hell didn't you call me sooner?
Well, that's Placer County, out of your jurisdiction. And I was wondering if you'd check out the blade. Hunting knife, ivory handle, not Johnny Cassio's usual style.
Yeah, I can check him out for you. What else?
Louis Charnock.
Has he killed anybody?
I'd like to believe it. But so far, he just seems guilty of perpetrating fraud. I'm getting nowhere fast on this caper. Can't seem to close in.
Well, what do you expect, hot shot? You want to break it in 3 days? You know better than that. Get off your tail. Do some legwork.
Jim Kilburn was one of the new breed of young whiz 10%ers, an agent who handles athletes. Willie Rich had been one of his superstars.
Come on, who'd want to kill Willie? Look at the file I've got on him. How much money he made for how many owners.
You make a good point, Kilburn, but there are other factors. What about the disappearance of Clayton's daughter?
I don't see the connection.
Well, she and Willie Rich had been seeing each other.
So what? I took her out a couple of times.
Well, you're not married. Willie was.
You're saying Penny could have done it? Forget it.
Business managers have been known to pick up an extra few bucks with clients' money. Maybe you did it.
Maybe I did, but I can't seem to remember the reason. All right, I'll tell you one thing. Willie and I were discussing money these days because he didn't want to ride for Clayton anymore. He was willing to buy back the advance and the contract.
When did he tell you this?
About a month ago, before the Del Mar meeting started. Willie could have made over $1 million if he cared to ride what was available, and I'd make my 10%, of course. I think he was bored, been riding too long. Why would I kill him? I made money off of him.
Did anybody else know Willie didn't want to ride anymore?
No, not to my knowledge, not even Clayton.
Where were you on Labor Day, Kilburn?
Not killing Willie. I was in San Francisco negotiating a deal.
All day? All night?
What hours are you interested in? I understand he was killed at 10. I was at L.A. International at 8:05. That left me just enough time to fly down to Escondido and knock Willie off in his pool.
Possible. I know you fly your own plane, but I guess you didn't because you had a previous engagement,
Correct.
You're not going to tell me it was with Pam Clayton.
I'm not telling you not a damn thing.
How high up are we?
23 floors. Why?
Either you tell me where you were after 8 Monday night, or I'm going to throw you right out the window.
What are you, some kind of psycho?
Let's find out, shall we?
No, wait. I'll tell you, but Look, I wouldn't want it to get around.
My lips are sealed.
If this gets out, I will sue you for defamation.
I'm waiting, Kilburn.
I was at the Golden Grotto.
Oh, I didn't know you were gay.
I'm not. I needed Jess Haywood's signature on a contract.
You mean Haywood, the quarterback?
I swear, if you spread this around...
One more thing. Did Willie ever go to the Gilded Cuckoo, that spa in Poway?
Yeah, I think so, once in a while, to take off a few pounds. What's the connection?
Maybe Bonnie Burns, a receptionist. I found her murdered last night up at Lake Tahoe. Knife in her back.
Oh, my God. Look, I wish I could help you. I really do. Here, take this list. People Willie worked for. You know, wins, losses.
Kilburn was the color of wet chalk. I left him frantically mopping his brow. There are a lot of owners and trainers on the list he gave me with better records than Tyler Clayton, but Clayton was the only one whose daughter vanished the same day that Willie drowned, and that fact sent me back to the Clayton estate. I eased into the driveway and was starting for the front door. I ducked low, ran around a thick hedge toward the sound of shots. Tyler Clayton stood facing a small outdoor shooting range, firing in a full front dummy. I watched his face. He enjoyed it. I got the impression, the feeling, that Tyler Clayton could kill with no trouble at all.
You are listening to Mutual's presentation of The Zero Hour.
Where does today's girl learn to be tomorrow's woman? At the movies? On television?
Helen, darling, your floors are so shiny.
Yes, John. I used Brand X polish just this morning.
Brand X. Helen, will you marry me?
Somewhere between the super sex symbol of today's commercialism and TV's Brand X image, impending womanhood is alive and well. And where is that somewhere? Wherever there are campfire girls. Campfire reaches the girl reaching out for tomorrow and puts a promise before her. The promise of personal development, of friends and fun. The promise of womanhood. Campfire takes today's girl to tomorrow.
This is John Bartholomew Tucker. Your body does a lot of talking. It tells you you're hungry. It lets you know you need water. It may warn you a stroke is on the way. These are some of stroke's warning signs. Sudden temporary weakness or numbness of the face, arm, or leg. Temporary difficulty or loss of speech. Sudden temporary dimness or loss of vision, particularly in one eye. An episode of double vision. Unexplained headaches. Temporary dizziness or unsteadiness. If you notice one or more of these signs, see your doctor. This year, over 200,000 Americans will die of stroke. Don't let one of them be you. Ask your heart association for further information about stroke and how to prevent it. Helping you to feel better and live better longer is just one of the services of your heart association. Give to your heart fund.
Tomorrow at this time, rest your eyes and listen here to this week's continuing study in suspense, The Princess Stakes Murder. I'm Rod Serling, and this is The Zero Hour.
This is The Zero Hour on Mutual Radio.
You have been listening to The Zero Hour, a presentation of the Mutual Broadcasting System in association with Hollywood Radio Theater, heard every weekday at this time. Rod Serling is your host. Zero Hour is produced and directed by Elliott Lewis. The Hollywood Radio Theater theme was played by Ferranti and Teicher and is now available on United Artists Records and Tapes. Hugh Douglas speaking. Tune in tomorrow, and once again,
rest your eyes and listen here
to The Zero Hour.
This is Mutual, your news and sports radio network.
I'm Rod Serling. You're listening to the Zero Hour. Rest your eyes. Exercise your imagination. This week, Ken Platt's Gymkhana Foul Play. The Princess Stakes Murder. Starring Howard Duff. Julie Adams. And Ray Danton. In Elliot Lewis's production of The Zero Hour.
The Mutual Broadcasting System presents The Zero Hour. Sponsored in part by
the makers of Contact and Chevrolet. This is The Zero Hour on Mutual Radio.
Private Detective Max Roper went to Delmar at the request of a friend to watch the running of the Princess Stakes. His friend, jockey Willie Rich, scored a win, but placed out of the money. He showed up a day later, dead. And in his quest to find out why, Max Roper has met a most peculiar array of characters. Among them, 2 bunco artists, a former Mr. Universe, and a hostile athlete's agent. And he arranged to meet a young girl in Lake Tahoe who he had known only as a voice on the telephone. But she'd nothing to say because she was dead. Max Roper has his work cut out for him. 2 unsolved murders, a missing heiress, and he's about to confront a man with a pistol who's firing bullets into a target. The target is the full front figure of a man. The Princess Stakes Murder will continue after this.
Looking for a few good men who want to learn good jobs. And today, a qualified man can choose the direction he wants to go in the Marine Corps. Choose the kind of skills he wants to learn, like computers, aircraft maintenance, or electronics, radio communications, food services, aviation technology. You name it, Marines do it. If you want to learn it, the Marines will teach you skills, responsibility, and leadership in any field you can handle. Remember, qualified men can choose their own directions in the Marine Corps. Skills to learn, careers to build in many directions. The Marines are looking for a few good men who want to choose their own directions, want to learn good jobs, want to be Marines.
It looked like graduation day at FBI school. Boxes and clips of ammunition were stacked on a range table. An automatic 12-gauge shotgun and various expensive-looking handguns, sight scopes, and holsters. Several framed targets with the bullseye centers well perforated with accurate fire had been discarded and leaned against the side. It told me that rugged individualist Tyler Clayton had no intention of calling in the authorities to find his daughter. He could do the job himself. That last was pure show-off. Clayton had known I was standing there all along. He spun the gun like Billy the Kid, turned to me, and extended the gun butt first. A handsome Colt Python .357 Magnum, a gun developed for police use. Its load would penetrate both armor and glass.
Care to try your luck, son?
No, thanks, Mr. Clayton. I can't get mad at a target, not today anyway.
A drink, then. Now, let's see, bourbon, wasn't it?
Heard anything from your daughter?
Not a word.
Nothing?
You got it right, son. Nothing.
It took me by surprise the way he whirled toward the target and snapped off a quick shot from the hip and put a hole an inch to the right of the black center X. Then just as quickly, he was back to his drink, grinning. He reloaded and slipped the shooter into a shoulder rig holster and jerked it into place. You carry that gun on you usually?
Sometimes.
Happens to be a pretty deadly weapon. One of the few handguns around that can surely kill a man.
I know, son.
You can't be certain yet your daughter's been kidnapped. You might kill somebody by mistake.
When I kill somebody, son, it's no mistake. Grew up with a gun in my hands.
Where would that be, Texas?
Hell no, not Texas, Saskatchewan.
Canada?
Yes, sir. Grew up there. Did plenty of hunting when we were kids, me and my brothers. Lots of game up there, son.
Rabbits?
Rabbits, fox, moose, bear. Got my first grizzly with a handgun when I was 14. That was a kill, boy. That was some kill.
You have to be pretty crazy to tangle with a grizzly with it. I'm wondering, would you take a chance like that today?
Hell yeah. Been a hunter all my life. Oh, hello, sweetheart.
Good to see you again, Mr. Roper.
Good to see you too, Mrs. Clayton. Again.
Was that you shooting, Tyler?
You know it was me. Who else could it be?
Mr. Roper, have you found Pam?
Is that what you want?
Of course.
I wasn't sure. All I got from you was a little 4x5 picture off the desk. Apart from that, neither of you gave me anything that would help. No description, no background. I assume she's gone to school, had some boy or girl friends. At 22, she's bound to have some habits. She must go places.
Really, Mr.
Now,
Roper?
listen here, boy.
Don't call me boy, and you listen. With your kind of power, if you took your daughter's disappearance seriously, you'd have brought in the Marines by now. You know what, Mr. Clayton? I don't think you want your kid found. Not yet, anyway. If so, that's your business. But you're playing a dangerous game, like hunting.
Now, I told you I wanted her found, and I want her found. Just because you've been dragging your heels don't mean you can turn on me. What's holding you up, money? Money, get my checkbook.
Don't bother. Let me tell you how I spent last evening. Finding a murdered girl up in Tahoe. She wasn't your daughter, but she could have been. So your money is no guarantee your kid will be found alive.
I don't feel well.
You'll feel worse when I tell you the dead girl lived around here. Worked at your favorite spa, the Gilded Cuckoo. Know her, Mrs. Clayton? The receptionist, Bonnie Burns?
Bonnie? Dead? Was she drowned? Like Willie Rich?
No, she never made it to the lake. The knife in her back slowed her down.
Now, look what you've done. You've upset my wife. Now, maybe this Bonnie did work at the spa. So what? What the hell are you driving at anyway?
She could have been murdered by mistake. About the same age as your daughter. Looks some like her, too, judging from the picture I have. The thing that puzzles me, although she was a natural redhead, Bonnie Burns had a blonde wig. And there are other things that don't ring right. She left the Gilded Cuckoo on her vacation Monday afternoon about the same time your daughter was supposed to be there. I don't know why she wore the blonde wig. Maybe the killer didn't know either. Maybe he thought she was your daughter when he put the knife into her back.
Oh, why don't you go inside, Monica? You're looking mighty pale.
Clayton, make Mr. Roper understand that Pam never did get to the spa for her hair appointment. They told me she hadn't been there at all on Monday, didn't even have an appointment. She lied to me when she said that's where she was going.
Couple things we ought to clear up, Mrs. Clayton. Your stepdaughter had a standing appointment at the spa.
How did you
And
know?
Bonnie Burns was at her reception desk at the Gilded Cuckoo that morning. If Pam came in and did keep her appointment, Bonnie saw her. If somebody there wanted that kept a secret, they've made sure of it. Bonnie can't tell anybody now whether your daughter was there or not. I left the Claytons, the beautiful people. He stood there tall, wearing his invincible look, arm around his wife. I felt the whole scene we just played had been just that, a scene, not a shred of truth in it. Clayton couldn't see his wife's face, but I could. It was pressed tight against his chest, and on it was a familiar look. The same tense, frightened expression I'd seen outside the Wilshire Playhouse in the back seat of the car she was sharing with Louis Charnock.
Give your hand to a friend. Give your heart to your heart. Give your cold to contact. The sooner the better.
Hey, I'm back. How's that cold?
Rotten. Get the contact?
I got everything. Contact, cold tablets, and this liquid.
Oh, no.
Honey, it's all cold medicine.
Well, sure, but it only takes one contact for up to 12 hours continuous relief from sneezing, drips, congestion. For that, I'd need 6 of your cold tablets.
2 every 4 hours.
Or 3 ounces of nighttime liquid.
1 every 4 hours.
Or just one contact. The tiny dye pills do it.
Well, it's all cold medicine.
Those others contain antipyretic analgesics. The liquid, antitussive, and alcohol. They're not in contact.
6 or 3 or 1. I choose the one contact.
Me too. And I'm the one with the cold.
Give me cold contact. The sooner the better.
6 or 3 or 1. When you catch a cold, take contact. Only as directed.
We'll return to our story in a moment.
Hi, everybody. This is Tony Butala of the Letterman. Medical care for veterans. Who is eligible to receive it? If you're a veteran or related to a veteran, this information may help you look ahead to the day when you can use VA medical care. The VA hospital system is responsible for taking care of veterans who are injured or who became ill while in the service. Their needs always come first. Next are veterans who can't afford to pay for medical care on their own, and veterans over age 65 or receiving VA pensions. Today, there are 168 hospitals in the VA system. Some have live-in units, allowing veterans to come and go as they please. The VA sometimes makes arrangements with nursing homes for patient care outside the hospital. And VA outpatient clinics provide a full range of services from general medical treatment to dental care or to drug clinics.
I headed for Pacific Coast Highway, wondering when I'd get a break in this case, a lead to something tangible. At the edge of the village, I found it. A new shopping center sprawled over a large city block. I recognized a slim, dark-haired girl putting her groceries into the rear of a red station wagon. I drove into the lot. Hello. Aren't you the Clayton's maid?
Maid, yeah. Cook, too. And now I'm shopping for dinner. You are the policeman who came the other day, no?
Detective. I'd like to ask you some questions, Miss...
Pauli Lundgren. You have no word of Miss Pam yet?
It would help if you'd tell me about her.
What can I tell? I'm working there just past 1 year. Since the other Mrs. Clayton died.
What did the other Mrs. Clayton die of?
In the heart, I think.
You were there when she died?
Yes, the last month. My father in Sweden was a doctor, and so I know about being a nurse. I helped out, and Miss Pam liked me, and I liked her, and so I stayed on.
Did Miss Pam ever disappear like this before?
Disappear? No. She was away to college. She's now just graduated.
I thought all Swedish maids said just.
They are the ones from Denmark.
I see. How did Pam get along with her new mother?
It is not right I should talk about the people I work for.
I'm trying to help Pam, don't you see? If I can't learn something about her, I have no way to find her. Help me, Polly.
Well, I try.
Good. Was she unhappy since her father remarried?
Not right away, but yes, in a few months. They did not talk to each other so much. Like strangers, I think.
Tell me, Polly, has anything happened at the Clayton house recently that struck you as strange, out of the ordinary, different?
I do not have much time. I am expected at the house.
Polly, please, think. Anything different?
Well, there was the letters. They made Mr. Clayton very angry.
Letters? When was this?
Soon after they got married, after Mrs. Monica came into the house.
Addressed to Mr. Clayton?
Yes. They came regularly, once a month.
Would you know what was in them?
How would I know that? Does he read his letters to his housemaid?
Try to remember. Was there a return address?
No. But they are made from Mexico. This I noticed. A very strange stamp.
Uh-huh. You said Mr. Clayton became angry. Did he say anything you'd recall?
Something. One time. About how he was not going to let somebody twist him around the finger.
Did he discuss the letters with Mrs. Clayton?
Oh, I have not heard this, but lately they have not been no more.
Do you think they may have concerned his daughter?
Please, if I do not get back to the house...
Just another minute, Polly. There's more, isn't there? More you're not telling me.
All right. The telephone calls. At first for the master, but he becomes very angry, shouts loud, and hangs up. And later the calls would come again, but this time he would ask for Miss Clayton, Pam.
Did Pam speak to the call?
Only one time, but just for a moment. Her father heard. He came into the room, red in the face and shouting. He almost breaks the telephone. He puts it down so hard. Then he's telling her she's not to take any more calls from this person.
And that's it?
And there is some more. A few weeks ago, 2 weeks, a man came to the house, a stranger. Yeah? He's looking around very carefully. He asks, is Miss Clayton home? Pamela, he says, not Pam. I say the truth, she's not. And then he asks when Mr. and Mrs. Clayton will be home, and I tell him they have gone to look at some horses.
Did he give you his name?
He's about to. Then he changes his mind, and he writes something very fast on a piece of paper from a notebook. He gives it to me and says, please, it is for Miss Pamela.
Did you see what he wrote?
A telephone number. I left it on the dresser in her room, but I think she did not get it.
Why? Clayton got there first?
I think it was Mrs. Monica. I'm not sure, but she was upstairs. And when I asked Miss Pam later if she got the note, she said, "What note?" And then she becomes very pale, very quiet.
Can you tell me what this stranger looked like?
A big man, like you, but more thin in the stomach.
You seem to concur with the diagnosis of the gilded cuckoo.
I beg pardon?
Never mind. What kind of car did he drive?
Oh, no car. He came by taxi. It waits for him. And now I must hurry back to prepare dinner.
One more question, Polly. Labor Day, Monday. Where were Mr. and Mrs. Clayton that evening?
At home. We had a very big party. He wins an imported horse race, no?
Willie Rich won it. Was Pam Clayton at the party?
No, and I go now.
All right, Polly.
Oh, I used to remember something.
Yes, isn't so bad if what you remember is important.
I know what the man said when he was leaving. To the cabby, he said it. Okay, back to the Rover House, he said.
Uh-huh. One more favor, Polly. Don't tell anyone what you just told me.
Okay. Now, you will find Miss Pam?
Yes, as soon as I can. The Rover House is on the outskirts of Old Delmar. I asked the beauty behind the registration desk if anybody had blown in from Mexico within the past few weeks.
We have a Mr. Hunter, Mr. Thomas Hunter from Acapulco.
Is he in?
I'm sorry, sir, no.
Has he checked out?
No, he just hasn't been here.
What do you mean?
Well, I really don't know, sir. He left early one morning and didn't come back.
Which morning?
Labor Day.
We know these are times when you're rightfully concerned about the selection and use of a car. As the #1 selling car in America this year, and for 37 out of the last 43 sales years, we felt we should speak up. And one of the things to be said is Chevrolet makes sense for America, especially now. We've always built our cars in response to your needs. And now, when you're asking, should I trade in my car for a smaller one, or does it make sense to continue to drive a regular-sized car, you'll find some satisfying answers by looking to your own requirements and to Chevrolet's line of cars. For the family that needs plenty of room, an Impala or a Chevy wagon offers the same kind of value that a Vega offers the person with smaller needs. And so it goes through the full line of cars and trucks. Even in light of our country's energy situation and the uncertainty that surrounds it, we're producing the cars and trucks that make sense for America.
The Zero Hour continues after this.
Leukemia is a disease of the blood-forming organs. It takes the lives of more children than any other disease known to man. It afflicts even more adults than children. At present, there is no cure. However, a great deal of progress has been made in the treatment of leukemia, and many doctors believe that if we can find a cure through research, it could well open the door to the cure for cancer. I'm Shirley Jones, National Chairman of a program to raise funds for leukemia research through radio broadcasting. If we can find a cure to this dread disease, we can stop the deaths of 15,000 victims each year and help in the search for the cure to cancer. Today, radio stations across the country are fighting leukemia. Please help. Make your check payable to LSA for Leukemia Society of America and send it to LSA Hollywood 28, California. That's LSA Hollywood 28, California.
This one's a real lady. Never tries to kick me.
Can we talk, Joey?
Sure. Come on outside. Let's have a cigarette. How's it going? Getting anywhere?
If I am, I don't know about it. Tell me, did Pam Clayton spend much time down here?
Yeah, quite a bit. We got that filly of hers, you know, Mary Jane. Good 2-year-old.
How did she act? Throw her weight around or anything?
Nah, that kid never made waves. You'd never know she was worth a zillion on the hoof. Nobody knows she was alive.
They still don't.
She'll turn up. It's only been 3 days.
I found one last night that only took 12 hours.
A stiff?
Kid from around here. Shiving her back. All right, Joey, let's have it. You've been holding out.
You're punchy. What would I know?
I understand the stranger's blown into town and trying to contact Clayton's daughter. I figure a smart operator would track her down here once he found out horses are her hobby. There's more, Joey. This dude came straight from Mexico. He checked in at the Rover House. He's been trying to see Pam. He's also been missing since Labor Day morning. All right. Anytime you're ready, Joey.
Willie set it up. I don't think the dude's exactly a stranger. I think Willie knew him from way back.
Willie set what up?
The guy came down here a couple of weeks ago. I'm not sure if he met Clayton's kid here or not. All I know about is Labor Day, and I know about that because Willie told me.
Well, clear it up for me. It's still muddy.
Well, the Clayton kid had a morning appointment at the Gilded Cuckoo Spa out in Poway. Willie must have set it up for the dude to meet her here and forgot about her beauty parlor bit. So Willie drops over here early that morning to give me a message to forward to the guy that she wasn't stiffing him on purpose, but that she had this other operation going, see?
Was the guy's name Hunter?
Yeah, I guess so. Seems old man Clayton wasn't keen about them getting together. So, like I said, Willie set it up. Hunter shows up here a little after 10. He looks put out when the kid isn't here. So I told him what Willie said. He took off right away.
With the Gilded Cuckoo? To meet her there?
He didn't say. He just split.
She's been missing since. Hunter, too. You think they went off together?
Beats the hell out of me. He was old enough to be her old man. Maybe he was an uncle or something. I'd acted like one.
The other Mrs. Clayton's brother?
If you ask me, he looked more like Clayton.
Describe him.
Tall man, thin, big hands, in his 50s. Tough looking. Could have been a fighter. Knife scar on his cheek. His nose is broke. Kind of quiet, though. Didn't talk much.
You sized him up pretty good. Funny you didn't mention him before.
Well, you know how it is.
No, I don't, but go on. You're saying Willie set it up. Now, what I have to know is, did Clayton's kid want to meet him? Did she ever meet him?
I can't give you that, pal, but I figure Willie was straight. If he said it was okay, then it was okay.
It's good to hear you speaking well of Willie, after he took away a pretty good record you once rang up.
Records. You know what's not in the books? When I was all busted up, Willie paid the hospital bills. Willie got me the job here. Maybe it don't look like much, but horses are my life. And I still got one mark up. Willie would have taken it for sure, but he's gone now. I still got that, whatever good it does me.
Does you a lot of good, Joey, if you didn't knock off Willie.
Which reminds me, you were supposed to be working on that one. But you're spending all your time looking for Clayton's kid. Maybe you're being faked out on that play.
Maybe. Tell me, did Pam Clayton ever come here with a girl about her age named Bonnie Burns? Redhead?
Not that I remember. Why?
She's the one somebody knifed up in Tahoe last night. She worked at the Gilded Cuckoo.
Then what are you doing here?
Business hadn't slowed noticeably at the Gilded Cuckoo, judging from the number of cars lining the parking lot. I was becoming irritated with the missing girl, with the Claytons' unorthodox approach toward handling it, and with myself for becoming involved with a case that didn't make any sense. I took my light traveling bag out of my car and walked through the heavy gilded doors again. The leggy, gray-eyed Miss Hill, whom I'd seen at the reception desk before, was gone. In her place was another of the same mold, young, cute, and friendly. Hello. Where's Bonnie?
Bonnie?
Bonnie Burns. She used to work here.
Oh, I couldn't tell you. I'm new here.
What about Miss Hill? She around?
I think she went back to therapy. Do you have an appointment?
A standing one.
He'll be right out, Mr. Roper. Why don't you sit over there?
Thank you.
Oh, Mr. Roper. Now, do I understand correctly that you are serious this time?
Well, I was serious the other time, but I had to make sure I could take a holiday from my outfit.
I understand. I don't believe you told me what business you were in.
Insurance. The company doctor told me I was 10 pounds overweight. That's when I decided to do something about it.
Well, I don't think you have much of a problem. Ernie, take Mr. Roper's bag. Through this door, Mr. Roper. We'll get you settled. Oh, by the way, that girl you asked about last time, Miss Clayton, I suppose she's returned home by now.
I imagine so. I've been so busy I haven't had a chance to check.
Well, there you are. It never pays to get excited over these things. Probably all a little misunderstanding.
Probably.
Well, here we are. It's a small room, but more than adequate.
Bars at the window?
Oh, you'd be surprised how desperate these dipsos get for a drink. They'll try any means of escape. Now, Mr. Roper, if you just take off your clothes and put on these pajamas.
At this time of day?
Well, your clothing will be returned to you. You understand, of course, that we must remove all incentives for you to leave if the going gets tough.
With that, he walked out, leaving me with Ernie, who could have passed for King Kong's twin brother. Ernie was very helpful, I'll say that for him. He put all my clothes into the closet and locked it. Standing barefoot in just a pair of pajamas in a barred room doesn't give a man a feeling of confidence. I was looking at those very real bars when I realized Glendon had come back into the room. He had a shot glass in his hand.
Yeah, drink hearty. Go on, it's our own secret little brew. Believe me, it'll take away your desire for liquor for at least 24 hours.
It was a cloudy mixture with the fragrance of steamed cauliflower. I took a deep breath, tilted my head, tossed it down, and handed the glass to Ernie, and felt my knees buckle at the same time. I felt suddenly very hot, and the room seemed to rock under my feet. On Glendon's face was an expression of purely benign curiosity. Another one of my feelings was coming on, but slowly, very slowly. I found myself tilting forward, and as the last red rocket blasted off inside my skull, I knew that I was in for trouble. Big trouble.
You are listening to Mutual's presentation of The Zero Hour.
It was last summer when I was 18. And I was in love with a girl named Kathy. Kathy was 18, too. It was the happiest summer of my life. I had never been that happy before. I know I'll never be that happy again. It was warm and beautiful, and so we bought a few bottles of wine and drove into the country. We drank the wine and held each other, laughed. It must have been the stars and the wine and the warm wind. Nobody else was on the road. The top was down, and we were singing, and I didn't even see the tree until I hit it. Kathy died. I killed Kathy.
Stop driving drunk. Stop killing each other. Write to Drunk Driver, Department Y, Box 1969, Washington, D.C., for more information on drinking and driving. A public service message on behalf of the U.S. Department of Transportation.
Here's a tip from your Better Business Bureau. If you have school-aged children, it won't be long until they'll be bringing home an order blank for the class or school annual picture. And if you've noticed, you normally pay in advance, the little tyke insisting that he or she must have the money for the teacher the next day. But do you really know what you're getting for the money? Better read the fine print. That form you sign may commit you to buy several color blow-ups at many times more than what you actually gave Johnny to take to school. Unfortunately, some photographers take advantage of this annual ritual to trap proud mothers into spending a lot more than they intend to. If you don't know what you're getting, call the school and ask them who to contact. If they don't know, then write a note to the teacher explaining that you insist on knowing what you're buying before you sign a contract, and that's the way to teach your children. Remember, if you want portraits made, consider also the services of a good professional photographer in town.
Tomorrow at this time, rest your eyes and listen here to this week's continuing study in suspense, The Princess Stakes Murder. I'm Rod Serling, and this is The Zero Hour.
This is The Zero Hour on Mutual Radio.
You have been listening to The Zero Hour, a presentation of the Mutual Broadcasting System in association with Hollywood Radio Theater, heard every weekday at this time. Rod Serling is your host. Zero Hour is produced and directed by Elliott Lewis. The Hollywood Radio Theater theme was played by Ferranti and Teicher and is now available on United Artists Records and Tapes. Hugh Douglas speaking. Tune in tomorrow, and once again,
rest your eyes and listen here
to The Zero Hour.
This is Mutual, your news and sports radio network.
exercise your imagination. This week, Ken Platt's Gymkhana Foul Play. The Princess Stakes Murder. Starring Howard Duff, Julie Adams, and Ray Danton. In Elliot Lewis's production of The Zero Hour.
The Mutual Broadcasting System presents The Zero Hour. Sponsored in part by
the United States Brewers Association and the Ford Motor Company. This is The Zero Hour on Mutual Radio.
Max Roper, private investigator, hunch player, and karate expert, is having his problems. Nothing seems to point the way to the murder of his friend, jockey Willie Rich. What he has found is another murder. That of young Bonnie Burns, the warm and willing receptionist of the Gilded Cuckoo Health Spa. The investigation has led Roper from Willie's murder to Pam Clayton's disappearance, to backtracking into Pam's stepmother's checkered marital career, to a demonstration of Tyler Clayton's expertise with firearms, to the knowledge that there is a mystery man somewhere named Thomas Hunter who may have something to do with all of it. But as of the moment, Max Roper is in no position to inquire any further. He is now a client of the Gilded Cuckoo in a barred room, his clothing locked away, and having just swallowed a prescribed elixir, is in the process of crashing into black oblivion. Is this any way to treat a detective? In a moment, Max Roper will be treated to a ride on a diabolical machine called the Isotron as the Princess Stakes Murder continues. But first, this word.
Josephine, open up! It's me, Napoleon Bonaparte, Emperor of all France, much of the civilized world, and Louisiana if the deal falls through.
Quick, Pierre, hide in the closet. Napoleon must not find you here. Come in, Nappy.
Ah, Josephine, I had to see you.
Napoleon, my dearest heart, what are you doing here? I thought you were at Waterloo.
I was, but it ended early. What is that? I smell cigarette smoke. You know I hate you to smoke.
I didn't. I don't. I started again.
Aha! The smoke coming from that closet. Come out of there, you scoundrel, and on guard.
It was only in there to pick up the dry cleaning.
Take that, you filthy escargot.
This world history lesson was brought to you by your American Cancer Society, which says smoking can be injurious to your health.
Touché!
In more ways than one.
I tried to raise my head, but couldn't. I heard a soft gushing of voices. My vision cleared temporarily, and I saw a chunky, light-haired man standing next to Glendon. He wore light-rimmed eyeglasses, and I knew I'd seen him before. I knew his name was Dorn, but I couldn't figure why he was looking down at me. I tried to raise myself up to ask him, but there were solid straps of tight canvas lashing me securely to the bed. I didn't need anything more to tell me that once again I had miscalculated my moves and underestimated theirs. I shook my head and tried to growl and fell asleep instead. I was getting pretty good at that.
He's coming around.
I was on my back, tilted toward the ceiling. Square tiles shifted in and out of focus and finally settled into a pattern that held. I began to understand that I was lying on a tilted, narrow board barely wide enough for my frame. My feet rested on an angled slab at the bottom. I recognized the contraption as an exercise slant board used in gyms. I'd been on one before, but never with my arms tied behind the board. Apparently, I was going to be introduced to a new exercise. I looked down past my nose to the straps bisecting my body. My upper torso was stripped bare. Wires were strung along me at intervals extending out of view. Pain parted my scalp. Phantom fingers of metal told me to lie there quietly and not move.
He's ready now.
I wanted to laugh and tell him he was ridiculous. 1,000,000 volts of concentrated force hit me in the back. My body tensed and surged upward, tearing the breath out of me. I settled back, nerves quivering and jiggling, and waited for the next one. A strange smell filled my nostrils. I identified it immediately. The musky scent of fear. My cortex knew what my body didn't, that I was going to be tickled to death. I was ready when it came, but it didn't help. The contact wire bit into my flesh. I leaped.
Why are you here, Mr. Roper?
I could have told him, because I was a dumb dick.
We're waiting for an answer.
My entire upper left quadrant recoiled in a monstrous heave.
I'm sure you understand that your body and nerves will give out long before this machine. Now, I ask you once more, why are you here?
I told you, to get in shape, to take weight off. The contact pad on my left side jumped. Electricity hammered into my nerves and muscles. I twitched like a harem hopeful in a shimmy contest. I shivered and shot uncontrollably. Each contact stimulated another mass of ganglia into pulsate reflex. I expected at any moment a contraction severe enough to snap a bone. What the hell's going on? You treat all your customers this way?
I'm asking you once more, what are you looking for?
If you think I'm keeping something back, why haven't you clowns thought of using sodium pentothal? That's supposed to be pretty good for digging out the truth.
Yeah, but the acetron is more memorable. It might even deter you from seeing us again.
You're wrong, sweetie pie. What I'm going to do to you when I get out, that's the thing I'm going to remember.
Well, let's have one more for the road for Mr. Roper.
It was a beaut, but it didn't break my back. Dr. Savage came forward again. I saw the hypo in his hand and foolishly tried to draw away. The wires held me in place. My forearm was swabbed and the needle went in.
You might like this one. It's PCP, the peace pill. It's good for hallucinations, delusions, and possibly a depressed state. Why are you here? What do you want? What are you looking for?
My field of vision began to whirl. Before my eyes, alternate blocks of color. Red, blue, yellow, then checkerboards, and then nothing.
What do the City of Chicago, State of Georgia, Albertsons Incorporated of Colorado, Bottlers of Coca-Cola, the Atlanta Braves, State of West Virginia, Kansas City Power and Light Company, Kentucky State Fair, Goodyear, Logan International Airport, 24th Street Elementary School, Los Angeles, Keep Virginia Beautiful Incorporated, North Carolina Highway Department, 7-Eleven stores, Hines County 4-H Club, Mississippi, State of Delaware, Louisiana State Garden Club, Washington National Airport, Indianapolis Motor Speedway.
What do all these have in common? They've all joined in and worked with the Pitch-In program to help clean up America. What can your club, community, or state do? What can you do? Right. United States Brewers Association, Post Office Box 2570, Washington, D.C., 20013. Let's all pitch in.
Charleston, South Carolina, Garden Palms, Mississippi, Richmond, J.C.'s, Colorado Springs.
We'll return to our story in a moment. This is Gene King for your Better Business Bureau. If you're planning a vacation by air, you know it's a good money-saving idea to check with the airlines to see if you qualify for a special fare. You may be able to save yourself a sizable sum of money, but remember, you must comply exactly with the conditions or you'll be asked to pay the regular rate. Now, most airlines, for example, offer 2 youth fare plans. The cheapest is Youth Fare Standby. In this, you'll be the last of the passengers called and may not get on the flight. And Youth Fare Reserve, however, guarantees you a seat on a reserved flight, but it'll cost you more. Discount fares are also offered on long-distance travel, but remember there are conditions. For example, you may have to make reservations 2 weeks in advance, and for some, 3 months in advance. You must travel midweek only and return after 7 to 9 days. And no holiday or peak period traveling on this plan. A consumer tip from your Better Business Bureau.
I awoke to 1,000,000 ants and grasshoppers doing a war dance across my body. I jerked as the contact pads fed me a massive jolt. My legs exploded. I lurched. then was aware that the last contraction had snapped the bands lashing my legs to the slant board. Gurgling noises rose from my throat. The white-coated Dr. Savage came over. I waited until he was close, hooked my right foot between his thighs, and drew him closer.
Hey!
Kicked out with my left foot, striking with the instep. Dr. Savage gasped. His head snapped back. He groaned and fell on me. Glendon came rushing over. I let the doctor drop and hooked him with my right foot. His mouth opened in surprise. I shut it with an ankle kick. Got both legs around him and squeezed until his eyes bulged. Cut me loose, Glendon, or I'll kick you. He looked at the inert Dr. Savage on the floor and believed me. My hands were still palsied when Glendon cut them free, but I gave him a wrist, palm, heel, and sword peak hand anyway. He went down like a sack. Ernie, the husky guard, walked in carrying another of those wicked little shot glasses. When he saw Glendon and the doctor on the floor, he came charging. I waited and timed it with a perfect high kick, catching him flush on the jaw with the ball of my foot. He buckled forward. I gave him the inverted fist strike to the spleen. He turned green, and I toppled him like a tree with a chop. Got to my feet, leaned over, and pulled Glendon up. Where's Pam Clayton?
I don't know. She isn't here. We let her go.
What's it all about? Why hold her and cover up her appointment?
It wasn't my idea. I had to.
Who's behind it? Who gave you the orders? Don't go away, Glendon. Ernie began to stir. I picked up the little shot glass and shoved it down his throat. He gurgled but swallowed it. I wouldn't have any further worry about him. Then I strapped Glendon onto the slant board.
No, please, don't turn it on.
Then talk. Before I blacked out of my room, I saw a man with you. His name is Dorn. Works for Louis Charnock. Does Dorn have a piece of your action here?
No. He was here for a rubdown.
Come off it. You admitted snatching Pam Clayton wasn't your idea. Now, who are you fronting for? Whose idea was it?
Mr. Dorn suggested. He didn't explain his plan to me. I had to do it.
Why? You've got yourself a good thing here. How come you take orders from Charnock and Dorn? They got something on you, is that it? Either you cooperate or they blow the whistle on you, something like that?
Please.
Or is it a blackmail ring? Your rich patrons, their hang-ups, booze, drugs, sex. As director here, you know all the dirt, and their financial ratings, too. Well, are you going to talk?
Dorn, Mr. Dorn...
You're saying Dorn. You mean Charnock, don't you?
Please, let me up.
Maybe I'll just plug you in for a while, loosen you up.
No!
No? There is no pain.
Mr. Roper, I know nothing.
You had the Clayton kid doped up. What then? A set of compromising pictures to make her old man cough up a lot of loot?
No, it wasn't nothing like that. No, she was given sedation to keep her quiet. That's all.
What did you give her? A shot like you gave me?
Yeah. I told her that there was a personal phone call for her in my office, and while she waited, I gave her a cola with the drug.
How did you explain it to her when she came to?
Well, we had one of our staff handle it. He told her that she had fainted, that there was, some new mysterious virus going around. She believed us, and she left.
Well, she hasn't returned yet. Did you know that? Was she driving her own car?
Yeah, it's a green convertible. Now, I assumed that she'd be going straight home.
You assume rotten. Pam Clayton wasn't your only client with money. Why was she picked, and why Labor Day?
I don't know.
What about Tom Hunter? You're not going to answer, Mr. Glendon? All right, let's see. How do you turn this thing on?
No. He is inside. It's the last room, ground floor, number 11.
Your teeth are chattering, Glendon. After what you put me through, I ought to just...
I'll tell you. I'm going to tell you everything. Now, see, Hunter suspected that we had Miss Clayton here. Well, he started to take the place apart. We had to jump him. We had to quiet him down.
You let the girl go. Why not Hunter?
Orders. They were afraid that he had made trouble.
Who the hell is this guy Hunter, anyway?
I don't know.
What did you do to him?
Memory block. We were trying to erase his memory.
With this keen little machine?
No. Drugs and hypnosis. What we call conditioned regression.
You're going to take me to him, Glendon, right now. I unbuckled the straps. Glendon's knees almost caved in as he stood up, but he led me back to my room. I locked him in the closet while I dressed. My bag had been searched, but they overlooked my gun and the false bottom. I nudged Glendon with it. He nodded politely and led me to the room at the far end of the corridor. He unlocked the door, and I waved him in. A man was lying on the bed, staring listlessly at the ceiling. He matched the description Joey Zale had given me, except his face was now pale and haggard, eyes rimmed with dark circles. A wide gauze bandage topped his skull. What's under the bandage? A small hole bored in his skull? Electrode implants for altering behavior?
No, it's nothing like that. He put up a fight and banged his head falling. It was just a mild concussion at the waist. And he didn't respond to hypnosis at all. There are some like that, you know.
Tough. So why is he so listless?
Narcotics. He's in a stupor. It's going to wear off in a day or so. I assure you, he's going to be all right.
Mr. Hunter? Mr. Hunter? Maybe you did better than you thought, Glendon.
No, now see, he's coming around.
Who are you?
Friend of Willie's, Willie Rich.
Willie Rich?
Come on, Glendon. Help me get him dressed.
No, not leaving, not without the kid.
Pam Clayton's not here. Take my word for it. I'm Willie Rich's friend, Hunter. I wouldn't...
Willie...
Come on, Hunter. Up you go. Pam's probably home by now. You want to see Pam, don't you? Night shift will be coming on. We got to get out of here.
Pam. See Pam.
Okay, Glendon. You lead the way. It was a short walk down the hall to the side exit, but it seemed miles, burdened by Hunter's confused condition. As we hit the cool night air, Hunter's legs buckled and he went limp. Glendon helped me shove him into my car. I could see he was looking around, nervously. Don't worry, Glendon. I'll explain it all to Charnock and Dorn when I catch up with them. You've got a bigger worry. Something you should really be nervous about. Who killed Bonnie Burns?
What? No, you're joking.
A knife in the back's a bad joke. I found her up at Lake Tahoe. Did they tell you that was how she would spend her vacation? Dead?
Well,
You're being played for a patsy, Glendon. You can get 10 to 20 as an accessory. Who told you to let Bonnie off? I heard a rustle behind us in the dark shrubbery separating the parking lots. Something whistled, glinted in the night. It thudded heavily close to me. Glennon's mouth opened in a surprised scream that aborted suddenly as he coughed and fell against me. He sagged, pulling my arms down with him, and I couldn't find my gun. I judged the knife in his back to have at least a 6-inch blade. Glendon was coughing frothy red bubbles. His dead eyes stared at me accusingly, as if I'd asked him one question too many.
You will?
Why, Jerry, I'd love to.
Great. I'll see you at 7.
Bye-bye.
I don't believe it!
When you finally get a date with Cleopatra, you better have a special chariot, like the new Ford Grand Torino Brougham for $74.
The plus, you got a solid car. The Ford Torino is a solid car.
Restyled for $74 with a bold new front end, opera windows, luxurious interiors with optional split bench seats, deep cut pile carpeting. This Torino's got spirit, looks, and it's built solid. What more could you want?
Hi, Jerry. I'm glad you called.
Yeah, me too.
Riding down the road in style, moving quiet by the mile. The plus, you got a solid car.
The solid mid-size Ford Torino. At your Ford dealers, the closer you look, the better we look.
The Zero Hour continues after this.
Hello, I'm Johnny Cash, and I've been around this great country of ours enough to know how important it is to get as much education as you can while you're young. If you want to start college or vocational school, this may be your chance. The government wants to give you some money if you have financial need. Can you believe that? Well, it's true. Look into a new program called Basic Grants to see if you qualify. Hurry on over to the county agent, post office, or nearest school for more information and an application form. A basic grant won't give you all the money you need to make it through college or vocational training, but it'll help you get on the road. It could be the most important road you'll ever walk in your entire life. And if you don't feel like walking, just write your name and address on the back of a postcard and mail it to Basic Grants, Post Office Box 84, Washington, D.C. 20044. That's Basic Grants, Post Office Box 84, Washington, D.C. 20044.
Allie Regal opened his door, then followed me down his driveway and helped me carry Tom Hunter into his house. We bedded him down on the living room couch. Turning to leave, I knocked a magazine of local coming events off the coffee table. A lucky accident. It told me Charnock was in San Diego, a 10-minute ride away. I had questions for Charnock about Hunter. It took me longer than I'd expected to get to the theater. The lobby lights were out, cars were driving away. I stopped my car abruptly. Louis Charnock was getting into his long black car. Dorn wasn't with him. The car took off down the Embarcadero north along the riverfront. There were plenty of hotels in San Diego, but Charnock was heading out of the city. I tailed him up Highway 101. The limo swung off the causeway where a curving ramp led to a sumptuous bayside motor hotel, the Bahia Bay. He pulled into a parking stall at the far end, fronting a dark bungalow. I stopped, doused my lights, watched Charnock get out, say goodnight to his chauffeur, and go inside. The chauffeur lit a toke, leaned back against his seat, and enjoyed the quiet night. His hand, holding the butt, dangled outside the open car window when I came up. I slammed his wrist to the side of the car, leaned in with a solid left, smashing his nose, aborting his outcry. I slugged him again, yanked the door open, and he was out cold. One thing about the bloodletting business, it never hurts to catch a sucker off guard. I removed his belt, lashed his hands together with it, dumped him over into the back seat. Charnock opened his bungalow door to my knock. When he saw my gun, he backed up fast, and I shut the door behind me, locking it. I had a lot of questions to ask you the last time we met. We never got to them. Now I have several more. Let's start with George Glendon. What's your connection with him?
George who?
Glendon. Try harder. He runs the spa at Poway, the Gilded Cuckoo. He seems to be running errands for you, too.
I'm sorry, Mr. Roper, isn't it? I don't know Glendon or what you're talking about.
How about Pam Clayton? Does that ring a bell?
I know Monica Clayton, but then we've known each other for years.
This gun can go off, you know. I was given a pretty good going over at the Gilded Cuckoo by the same Mr. Glendon I mentioned, so don't tell me you don't know what I'm talking about, because I've heard differently. Also, while I was getting that going over, I happened to see your friend Dorn.
Well, that's quite possible. Mr. Dorn might have some interest there. He has many outside interests. None of them concern me.
Let's try some other names. Bonnie Burns, Tom Hunter.
I'm sorry, I don't know them.
Does Dorn?
I suggest you ask him.
I will when I get to him. But Dorn works for you, and you're the boss as far as I'm concerned. Pam Clayton was abducted, so was Hunter. Bonnie Burns was killed, and now Glendon's got a knife in his back.
I find all that very distressing, but I don't know any of these people.
I'm a private investigator, Charnock. On Labor Day, a friend of mine, Willie Rich, was drowned in his swimming pool. I don't think it was his idea. Somehow, I think you're involved. Tyler Clayton's daughter disappeared the same day. Monica Clayton asked me to find her. She had an appointment at the beauty spa. Glendon told me she never got there, but admitted later to keeping her a prisoner. Said that he was acting on orders of higher-ups and implicated you and Dorn. I personally saw Monica Clayton at the theater with you the following day.
She didn't come to see me. She came to see Dorn.
Why?
I imagine to bring him some money.
Blackmail?
It's been going on for a long time. It's not quite like you think. Mr. Dorn uses me for a front. I happen to be a convenience. Perhaps I can explain our relationship.
As he explained it, I had the feeling that Charnock felt relieved to finally be able to tell someone. It seemed that 25 years ago he had committed an indiscretion with a minor, male. Good for a morals rap. Wesley Dorn, a sharp and conniving lawyer, got the evidence and found himself in a position to put an end to young Charnock's platform career. But he was shrewd enough to sense a better arrangement, a partnership, with him calling the shots for Charnock.
I was a success from the start. Women gave me money, large amounts, remembered me in their wills, gave me real estate, businesses, insurance policies. It was incredible, really.
And you never got a dime out of it?
You might say just living expenses. Dorn has power of attorney over me.
Yeah, you could have got out. Dorn didn't make you write books about what you do. You could have come up with a sore throat or something at your lectures. You don't sound like a prisoner to me.
Oh, don't misunderstand, please. I believe in my messages, my books, my lectures. Like it or not, Dorn has made it possible for me to continue my work. Despite his hold on me, I sincerely believe I've helped many people.
You told me Monica Clayton's paying off Dorn, too. What's he got on her?
Some porno films from a long time ago. She bought them back, then found out Dorn reproduced the negatives.
He's had her on the hook all these years?
Yes. Monica has been rather careless at different stages of her life. She's picked up some bad habits. I have nothing to fear from you, Mr. Roper. Apparently, Wesley Dorn has.
Where is Dorn now?
He has a houseboat in the cove, a short distance off the pier. It's called the Sea Serpent. You can't miss it even at night. It's positively unique.
After leaving Charnock, I looked into the back of his car to see how his chauffeur was doing. He was gone. When I got to the pier, I expected J.J. to be waiting for me. He wasn't. I found a small boat with oars.
I made like Captain Bligh and headed for a large gray shape with bright lights 100 yards out in the bay. The Sea Serpent was camping and attractive. The deck was an extended front porch. There were shutters on the windows and potted plants. A front door and living room covered with brilliant red carpeting. Dorn was lying on it, face up, a lot of it missing above the eyes. I was a little disappointed, but not too surprised. 2 bullets had pinpointed in his forehead, putting an end to this stage of the investigation, not to mention Dorn. Well, one less suspect, one more corpse. Now is the time for another one of my failings. No such luck. I was right back where I started. Nowhere.
You are listening to Mutual's presentation of The Zero Hour.
Once upon a time, there was a beautiful forest where everything was all lovely and green and peaceful. Sunlight fell in ribbons of daylight through its trees. Birds flew in the quiet air above it. Deer and rabbits found secret hiding places to play, for it was truly a beautiful place. And then one day, into this beautiful emerald forest, a new creature came, a creature called man. And man brought with him fire to warm him against the night. Only with his fire, man did not bring caution, and the fire got away from him suddenly. And the beautiful forest was no more. And yet there might easily be a different ending. For if man is careful with his fire, he need never say, once upon a time, there was a beautiful forest.
Heroin hotline.
I've had it. I really had it. Tonight, 3 of them jumped us. Got my purse. Tore the wedding band off my finger. My husband, he'd hand over his money. Why'd they have to beat him up? There's a lady next door. Just last week, junkies broke in, took everything she had.
Go ahead, I'm listening.
Heroin. When they need that stuff, they do anything. And it's that pusher you've got to get. Frazier on the block like he owns it. Got little kids, no more than 10, 11 years old, hooked on heroin. It's sick.
Can you describe him?
Oh, I know who he is, all right. Only I don't want more trouble.
We don't need to know anything about you. Just
Fix the pusher. Call the National Heroin Hotline, 800-368-5363. It's a free call from anywhere in the country. It's run by the federal government. Call Heroin Hotline in Washington, D.C., 800-368-5363.
Tomorrow at this time, rest your eyes and listen here to this week's continuing study in suspense, the Princess Stakes Murder. I'm Rod Serling, and this is The Zero Hour.
This is The Zero Hour on Mutual Radio.
You have been listening to The Zero Hour, a presentation of the Mutual Broadcasting System in association with Hollywood Radio Theater. Heard every weekday at this time. Rod Serling is your host. Zero Hour is produced and directed by Elliott Lewis. The Hollywood Radio Theater theme was played by Ferranti and Teicher and is now available on United Artists Records and Tapes. Hugh Douglas speaking. Tune in tomorrow, and once again,
rest your eyes and listen here
to The Zero Hour.
This is Mutual, your news and sports radio network.
I'm Rod Serling. You're listening to The Zero Hour. Rest your eyes. Exercise your imagination. This week, Ken Platt's Gymkhana Foul Play. The Princess Stakes Murder. Starring Howard Duff, Julie Adams, Ray Danton. In Elliot Lewis's production of The 0 Hour.
The Mutual Broadcasting System presents The 0 Hour. Sponsored in part by
Chevrolet and State Farm Insurance. This is The 0 Hour on Mutual Radio.
It all began as a day at the races. Labor Day, Del Mar. The Princess Stakes. But for Max Roper, private detective, the race is far from over. His friend, jockey Willie Rich, never got out of the starting gate. Bonnie Burns, a comely receptionist, died at the clubhouse turn. Down the backstretch, health spa operator George Glendon got a knife in the back. Bunco artist Wesley Dorn never made the far turn. Now they're coming down the home stretch. 4 people have been scratched so far. Still in the race are the jockey's widow, an underworld hitman, a metaphysical charlatan, his chauffeur, 6 airline passengers, a mystery man from Acapulco, a former movie star, one of her 4 ex-husbands, her current gun-toting spouse, and his missing daughter, a phantom entry. At this point, Max Roper can only be certain of one thing. It's going to be a photo finish. The Princess Stakes murder concludes after this word.
Absolutely. Lovely dress. Oh, thank you.
Good old Harry. What a host. When Harry throws a party, nobody goes thirsty. Here, let me freshen up that drink. Good old Harry is such a great host. How come Bill and Jean had such a terrible fight?
I want to go home right now.
Oh, it's a great plan.
I don't care.
Such a drink.
I want to go home right now. Now
How come Bob had a little trouble driving home? And how come everybody who felt so good last night feels so bad this morning? Maybe good old Harry is not such a great host after all. Maybe good old Harry is a pusher, a neighborhood pusher. Harry pushes alcohol. So if you serve alcohol, please, don't be a pusher. And if you're a guest, don't let good old Harry or anyone else push you into drinking more than you want.
A public service message from this station and the National Institute on Alcohol Abuse and Alcoholism.
Dorn's houseboat had been carefully picked apart. Desk drawers were slightly open and things had been tossed about in the closets. Someone had been hastily looking for something. Either Dorn had or his killer. I eliminated Louis Charnock, the chauffeur, JJ, and myself as suspects, leaving the rest of the world to consider. I was annoyed at George Glendon for dying too soon. He would have made a very plausible killer. I rode back to the pier and got in my car. It was nearly midnight when I reached Allie Regal's house. Allie's car was gone, and that wasn't all. When I opened the front door, I saw that Hunter wasn't on the couch. Allie Regal was on the floor, flat on his face, horizontally contemplating the rug. I turned him over. Allie.
Did you get him?
Get who?
A man you laid off here, Hunter. I leaned over to check how he was, and he was ready and decked me. Oh, what time is it?
12:05.
Boy, you must have just passed him.
If I did, I didn't recognize him. He was wearing your car. Moonbeams etched their ghostly fingers through the foggy night as I eased into the humpback drive in Escondido. The stately white ranch of Willie Rich was dark and quiet. It was late, but I hoped Penny Rich was out swinging somewhere according to her custom. The side terrace door was susceptible to a little applied Everett, and I went inside carefully. The curtain fell in place behind me. I put my thin pencil torch to work and found my way through the living room to Willie's den and study. The desk dominated the room. French Empire, massive. It drew me like a magnet. I searched, wondering what I was looking for. The lock of the center drawer had been forced. It contained old racing programs, a pair of binoculars, and a small key that fitted the lock to the drawer. I pulled out the drawer and studied it. It was shallow. I set it on the desk, stooped, and searched the center with my torch. Couldn't find anything, and compounded that by losing my balance. As I teetered forward, my hand struck the wood. The wood yielded, then sprang back. I tugged gently, and out it came. Another drawer. Secret compartment right out of Napoleon's day. But I exulted too soon. There wasn't a thing in it. I turned it over and found an old auction sticker pasted on the bottom. I peeled it off and pocketed it, set the drawers back in place, and straightened up. I went back out the terrace door. As the night air hit me, I felt the thin edge of cold steel against my throat. There wasn't a thing I knew in karate to counter that feeling. I didn't recognize the blade, but I knew the voice of Johnny Cascio.
Working overtime, pal. Let's march it around to the other side of the swimming pool. I want a good look at you.
Remembering Caccio's reputation with a knife, I elected to cooperate. It was awkward, walking with his bent arm circling my throat, but it beat a slit jugular. Penny Rich was waiting, looking blousily lovely and stoned.
Well, wise guy, what's your excuse for breaking in? It's still my house, you know. What are you doing here?
Answer the lady, pal.
Willie was murdered. I'm looking for his killer.
You expect to find him hiding inside the house, maybe?
Well, I heard the house had been broken into a couple of times since. I figured whoever killed Willie was still looking for something Willie had. I thought maybe I could find it.
Find what?
I don't know.
Try harder, pal.
Someone pulled into the driveway. Johnny Cascio tensed, turning his head. I twisted away, striking sharply upward and outward with a 4-fist upper block. He collapsed at my feet.
Look what you've done to poor Johnny. Get out of here. Oh, Johnny, honey, speak to me.
I was just leaving. Mrs. Rich, you might give Mr. Cascio his knife back. I know how much you like to swim. I left the unlikely couple and headed for my car. Oddly, mine was the only one in the driveway. I wondered how they'd gotten there and also what happened to the other car I'd heard pull in. I got in the car and ran my hand over my throat. That had been one close shave. Then I couldn't help but notice the cold barrel of a .32 caliber pistol sticking in my ear. I recognized the man in the back seat through the rearview mirror.
I'll take what you found in there.
Glad you could make it, Mr. Hunter. I've been looking all over for you.
I want them to know that I'm their family insurance man. I want them to know that I can take care of any insurance need that they have.
Agent Bud Honorio of Tucson, Arizona, talks about saving on car insurance with State Farm Mutual.
And I want them to know that hopefully I would be available for them to call me and say, hey, I'm thinking about buying a 1970 automobile. Can you give me an idea what it's going to cost me? And at that time, I can say to this young man, yeah, it's going to cost you X number of dollars, but, you know, that's a high-performance automobile, and you're paying a high premium to start with because you're under 25 and single and so on. Why don't you think about something that's not high performance? I'm not only giving him maybe confidence in me or instilling more confidence in him, but I'm maybe going to save this guy a buck, and he knows that I'm not just after his dollars. I'm actually there to try to help.
Like a good neighbor.
We'll return to our story in a moment.
Your American Cancer Society presents Peter Falk and Lee Grant as the Doctor and Mrs. Brinley.
Mrs. Brinley, you look terrific. How have you been?
Oh, healthiness-wise, Doctor, I get your standard semi-annual common cold. Other than that, I've been feeling in the orange.
Not in the pink?
I never felt good in pink. I prefer orange.
You're here for your regular annual checkup, which you last had 5 years ago?
Not long.
Why did you finally decide to get one?
Tom saw an American Cancer Society thing that said the only way to be sure you're in perfect health is with an annual head-to-toe checkup. He insisted I get one, so I figured I'd get one, then I could insist he get one.
Very clever. He hasn't been in for ages.
Exactly. Now, where do you want to start, my head or my toe?
With all of you, get on the scale.
My weight's fine.
I'll decide that. On the scale, Mrs. Brinley.
Help your doctor help you with an annual checkup. Help your American Cancer Society with a generous check. We want to wipe out cancer in your lifetime.
Hunter got in beside me. We drove west over the black tar curving road and pulled up at the junction to Delmar. I explained to him my search of Willie's den, my stupidity in not knowing what I'd been looking for, and incidentally reminded him that I was the guy who got him out of the spa.
I remember. That's why you're still living. What brought you to the spa, anyway?
I played the record again, starting with Willie winning the Princess Stakes at Del Mar and ending up with Doran's murder, then asked Hunter about his business at the Gilded Cuckoo Spa. I didn't figure he was there for a massage.
Well, my name is Hunter, and you seem familiar with Monica Clayton's background. When she was Monica Moore, the movie star, she married Johnny Hunter. He was my brother. That's 20 years ago, ancient history, until Willie contacted me in Acapulco recently and brought me up here.
How did you know Willie?
Well, he knew Johnny from way back. In fact, he introduced Johnny to Monica. And Johnny died soon after they got married. We got the coroner's report, overdose of barbiturates. And we were broken up about it, but these things happen. A month ago, I got a letter from Willie. He said he had proof that Johnny had been murdered. It wasn't suicide or accidental. There were two people he named who could be responsible. Wesley Dorn and Monica Moore. Well, that is, Clayton.
What kind of proof did Willie say he had? I know Monica's been paying blackmail up until tonight. She's free now that Dorn's dead.
I don't know how he found it, but somehow Willie found my brother Johnny's diary. There's supposed to be something incriminating in it.
That why you were trying to contact the Claytons to put the finger on Monica?
Well, I had another reason. Another brother. Ty Clayton.
Clayton? But your name is Hunter.
Well, we were all Claytons. Ty, myself, and little Johnny, born in Melfort, Saskatchewan, Canada. Our mother married Avery Clayton, a lumberman, and he died when we were kids. And our mother married a few years later Jacob Hunter. Well, Johnny was 7 then, I was 10, and Ty, the oldest, kept our father's name.
Yeah, now I see what Clayton meant when he told me he'd always been a hunter. But why weren't you welcome at your own brother's house when you tried to contact Pam?
Well, Pam was the only one I thought I could trust. You see, neither Ty nor I took complete stock of that coroner's report. We both thought Monica had something to do with Johnny's death and made a pact to find out. Well, I got in some trouble and headed for Mexico. Ty gave me his word that he'd stay with it looking for evidence against Monica. Well, the next thing I know, his wife Audrey dies and he marries Monica. That was a year ago. He still hasn't made a move against her.
We sat there a minute smoking. Then my hand found the .38 I keep back in my seat. Hunter never saw it coming, and I laid it on him behind the ear. He probably had a good case against Monica, but I like to make up my own mind. It wasn't far to Allie Regal's house. I stashed Hunter there again, admonishing Allie to hang on to him this time, and took off. Under a full moon, Del Mar seemed eerily quiet. I found Joey Zale in the stall and shook him awake.
Hey, what the?
Joey, listen. What happened to Willie's gear after the weigh-in?
He took it to the jock's room.
Is it still there? I want the saddle.
Come on, Roper. I can get tagged 50 for it.
Here's 100. Joey found the saddle for me. My hand, deep inside the weight pocket, contacted a red leather-bound book, Johnny Hunter's diary. But the light was insufficient to read. I struck a match.
Hey, pull that out. Sister Sally gets nervous. She got trapped in a barn one time in a terrible fire. That's better. What'd you find? A book in the saddle?
Not just a book, Joey. Answers. As diaries went, it was no literary achievement, but it traced a straight line that had led to murder. August 27, stomach hurts. August 31, stomach hurting a lot lately. Burning. Can't keep food down. September 4, pain worse. Vomited. Gotta take some of Monica's pills if I'm ever to sleep. Pain's terrible. Think I know why. The last entry, September 5th. September 6th, Johnny Hunter was dead. The clerk at the coroner's office took my $2 and dug up the certificate of death. Overdose of drugs, alcohol content .09. The document was signed by the examining physician, Luther Stokes, M.D. I attempted to reach Dr. Stokes. He'd been dead for 15 years, hit-and-run accident. I went over to see my friend at Homicide, Camino. Told him what I was up to. He looked through the diary, dropped it finally.
Don't have the last page of it?
Not yet. Johnny Hunter was buried at Holly Memorial Park. Dr. Stokes was killed almost immediately afterwards. Maybe it wasn't an accident.
What are you expecting to find? Arsenic? That went out of style a long time ago.
Maybe the killer didn't know it at the time.
All right, suppose we find something. You know as well as I do arsenic leaves traces. Bones, hair, fingers, toenails. Right. But you still have to prove your suspect had possession, administered it, and be able to state where and when. Yeah, you know as well as I do that you can't. And you can't produce this diary as evidence either. Hunter died and can't confirm it. Get out of here. Let me feel sorry for myself. I got a hell of a toothache.
I went over it all again in my mind. Everything seemed to hinge on Willie's discovery of the diary. I knew only a small part of the waves he had made. Only the killer would know how totally engulfing they might be. I thought it was about time I went for the killer.
Price is what you pay, value is what you get. And Chevrolet wants to make sure that when you purchase a new truck, you get value for every dollar you spend. So we build in value throughout the truck. Like the strength of 2 walls of steel in our fleet-side pickup box, roof, hood, and front fenders. A massive girder beam independent front suspension. And a brake system that's computer matched to truck size and capacity. That's Chevy value. It helps to account for the fact that year in and year out, there are more Chevy trucks in use than any other make. Price is what you pay, value is what you get. And with a Chevy truck, you get lasting value.
It's Chevy truck with lasting value. We build them tough to do the job, 'cause that's the Chevy way. It's Chevy truck with lasting value. You get your money's worth with Chevrolet. It's Chevy truck.
The Zero Hour continues after this. Here's a tip from your Better Business Bureau. If you have school-aged children, it won't be long until they'll be bringing home an order blank for the class or school annual picture. And if you've noticed, you normally pay in advance, the little tyke insisting that he or she must have the money for the teacher the next day. But do you really know what you're getting for the money? Better read the fine print. That form you sign may commit you to buy several color blow-ups at many times more than what you actually gave Johnny to take to school. Unfortunately, some photographers take advantage of this annual ritual to trap proud mothers into spending a lot more than they intend to. If you don't know what you're getting, call the school and ask them who to contact. If they don't know, then write a note to the teacher explaining that you insist on knowing what you're buying before you sign a contract, and that's the way to teach your children. Remember, if you want portraits made, consider also the services of a good professional photographer in town.
They were running the Del Mar Futurity. The Claytons were at the track. Calamity had just come in a winner, paid $4.20. I watched Tyler Clayton go down to the winner's circle. Then I touched Monica Clayton's elbow.
Mr. Roper.
Why didn't you tell me Willie Rich introduced you and your first husband? Johnny Hunter, wasn't it?
How did you know that?
I also saw your first husband's death certificate today. Accidental death, it said. Would you be in accord with that? Frankly, I'm not. I prefer the evidence in the diary.
Diary?
Your husband owned a Napoleonic desk. I can just see him keeping a diary under lock and key in the secret compartment. Then he dies, and you sell his furniture. It ends up in storage, and one day Willie Rich acquires it out of sentiment for his old friend, probably. That desk sits in Willie's study for years until one day he accidentally opens a secret compartment, as I did tonight, and he finds the diary.
I don't believe any of this.
Well, check with the La Cienega auction house. Mr. Sonnenberg there keeps records. I found an old auction sticker on the bottom of the drawer. He filled in the rest. Incidentally, the diary's very interesting reading, Mrs. Clayton. Could be a bestseller. I left her staring helplessly and walked away. My hands were wet and clammy. It was dusk when I pulled up to the cottage at the far end fronting the bay. Charnock's big black car wasn't around, nor the blonde bodyguard, J.J. I had called before, so Charnock was expecting me.
Come in, Mr. Roper. You look tired.
It's been a rough week.
I've just made some tea. Here, let me pour you some. I'm very upset about your suspicions of Monica. She's simply not the type.
Anybody can be a killer, but I didn't say she was. I said she was responsible for her first husband's death. I didn't say she did it. Let's talk about your friend Dorn.
I see what you mean. You're referring now to the hold he had on Monica. Yes, she could have driven her husband to suicide or even killed him. It's all my fault. It was only because of my weakness that Dawn could continue to exist.
Don't blame yourself. If Monica was innocently involved 20 years ago, she's up to her ears now.
Yes. Your friend, the poor unfortunate jockey. The whole thing is harrowing. It's preposterous to think of Monica as part of it.
Not Monica. Her husband, Tyler Clayton.
Clayton? The millionaire oil man? You think he committed the murders?
Well, listen and see what you think. I recited the whole story again. The thing I hit hardest was that I figured Clayton had married Monica to try to get even with her for the murder of his brother Johnny. But then he'd fallen in love with her, and now was protecting her from the damaging evidence Willie had found in Johnny's diary.
I see. Yes. Terrible for Clayton. He'll have to pay for his crimes.
Maybe not. For one thing, he still hasn't found the diary.
Well, his brother would have had it, I suppose. Perhaps your friend Rich gave it to him for safekeeping.
No, he's looking for it, too.
And then perhaps Clayton's daughter.
No, she doesn't know where it is. But I do.
I see. You're astonishing, Mr. Roper, putting this ghastly series of crimes all together, but one part of your logic eludes me. I can see why Clayton would have murdered all these people, but certainly he had no reason years back to kill his youngest brother.
No reason at all?
And logically, you must admit he couldn't have.
That's right. He couldn't have for the most logical reason of all. You did.
My dear man, do I hear correctly?
You killed them all, starting with Johnny Hunter.
That would be hard to prove that Dawn did.
That's part of the proof.
What would it take to convince you?
Some luggage on the way back from Tahoe. You spent a week there, remember?
What are you talking about?
We met on the plane coming back. You just killed Bonnie Burns. I just found her body. There are only 7 passengers on board. You were the dental surgeon coming down with cancer. You had me convinced, too. You've been an actor. You know all the makeup tricks. The best disguise is always the simplest. Eyeshadow, hollows for the cheeks, easy with the removal of partial dentures, gray wig, smoky glasses. Your performance was flawless till we got off the plane. Even a man coming home to die carries his clothing back with him. But you didn't pick up any luggage. You headed right for a taxi. I didn't see the gun in his hand until it was too late. Then the big bruiser J.J. was there, and something no heavier than a cannon dropped on my head. As I folded to hit the carpet, I noticed my empty hands, lax and useless. Cold steel tapped me on the nose.
On your feet and walk slow. Open your mouth and you're dead. You're going to take us to the diary.
Oh, Willie hit it good. I'm the only one. I'd left Del Mar a loser many times. It was a shame to be coming back that way. If Allie Regal had any security men checking his joint, you'd never have known it. J.J., Charnock, and I moved in and out, avoiding the lighted stables where men were working. Once we held back in the darkness while someone passed, the gun in my back, J.J.'s massive paw over my mouth.
I'll tell you something. You were right all along. I killed Johnny Hunter, but I did it with imagination. Mentally. I'm a mentalist, you understand. What better way is there for murder? I offered Monica my love, but she spurned me, so I drove Hunter to feelings of persecution and suicide. You were way off on the Tahoe flight, though. I wasn't the dental surgeon.
Oh?
I was the lady up front with the knitting needles. I'd worn a blonde wig up. Perhaps you found it in Bonnie's cabin, and a black wig back. Now, shall we proceed to the diary?
In that stall. William left it in his saddle. There in the corner on the floor.
Where? I don't see anything. It's so dark.
Got a match? Charnock nervously dropped the match, lit another. As he stepped forward, a restless, moving shadow inside reared high above us. J.J. and Charnock looked up, startled, as the black shape struck savagely at the rail. The thin board splintered, fell away. Sister Sally burst through with a dark, avenging fury. She struck at Charnock, hooves flailing. J.J., in terror of the massive horse, tried to back away. I chopped the gun out of his hand and kicked him in the groin. He fell forward. I drove my knee through his teeth. He lay there.
Hey, what's going on?
And there was Joey Zale with a shotgun. I took it from his huge hands. Sister Sally continued to rear up and come down hard on Charnock, whirling and stomping and snorting.
Papa, what's going on here? You know how excited Sister Sally gets around fire?
Early Early Saturday morning, I drove to the office. I figured I owed my boss, O.J., a week's time. He was out, but someone else was in. A pretty young girl, blonde, shapely, and very much alive. Pam Clayton. I was about to turn her over my knee, but before I could, she explained why she was there. Willie had told her that my office was the safest place to be. I'd missed her the one time I'd checked in, and she'd been there ever since, and I called myself a good private eye. Well, I didn't spank her. In fact, I ended up lending her $600 so she could run her horse, Mary Jane. Seems the old man cut off her allowance. One feeling I've always had about being a private eye, you just can't make any money in this business.
You are listening to Mutual's presentation of The Zero Hour.
Leukemia is a disease of the blood-forming organs. It takes the lives of more children than any other disease known to man. It afflicts even more adults than children. At present, there is no cure. However, a great deal of progress has been made in the treatment of leukemia, and many doctors believe that if we can find a cure through research, it could well open the door to the cure for cancer. I'm Shirley Jones, National Chairman of a program to raise funds for leukemia research through radio broadcasting. If we can find a cure to this dread disease, we can stop the deaths of 15,000 victims each year and help in the search for the cure to cancer. Today, radio stations across the country are fighting leukemia. Please help. Make your check payable to LSA for Leukemia Society of America and send it to LSA Hollywood 28, California. That's LSA Hollywood 28, California.
Now, here are the bunkers. Gene Stapleton and Carol O'Connor.
The house we liked the best wasn't the one we ended up buying. It was beautiful on the outside, but we found out that there were terrible termites everywhere. It would have cost us thousands of dollars to really get the house in shape.
That's right, and we didn't figure on all the increases in property tax, maintenance, and other expenses. But we went to HUG and got some very good advice.
Yeah, we were pretty lucky, weren't we, Archie?
Lucky? No, Edith. We wasn't lucky. We were smart. I know some people who never got as serious as us about buying a home. They've been having headaches ever since.
Buying a home is a big deal. Learn about house hunting, property inspection, FHA-insured loans, and the responsibilities of ownership in a free booklet called The Wise Home Buying Guidebook. Write HUD, Department HB, Washington, D.C., 20402.
That concludes this week's production of The Zero Hour. Ken Platt's The Princess Stakes Murder. Next week, we'll begin another exciting dramatization of a tale of mystery and suspense. We'll tell our story in 5 days, at the same time, Monday through Friday. So, on Monday, rest your eyes and listen here to The Zero Hour.
This is The Zero Hour on Mutual Radio.
You have been listening to The Zero Hour, a presentation of the Mutual Broadcasting System in association with Hollywood Radio Theater. Heard every weekday at this time. Rod Serling is your host. Zero Hour is produced and directed by Elliot Lewis. The Hollywood Radio Theater theme was played by Ferranti and Teicher and is now available on United Artists Records and Tapes. Hugh Douglas speaking. Tune in Monday, and once again,
rest your eyes and listen here
to The Zero Hour.
This is Mutual, your news and sports radio network.
I'm Rod Serling. You're listening to The Zero Hour. Rest your eyes. Exercise your imagination. This week, Adam Hall's chess match of continental intrigue. Queen in Danger. Starring Juliette Mills. Matheson. In Elliot Lewis's production of The 0 Hour.
The Mutual Broadcasting System presents The 0 Hour. Sponsored in part by
the makers of Contact and Quaker State Motor Oil. This is The 0 Hour on Mutual Radio.
It is a fact that in people's lives, things do go wrong. An unfortunate event or a personal tragedy of some sort. There's always something external, something unexpected. In a word, trouble. And there are those who thrive on it. Take, for example, Hugo Bishop. Trouble is his business and his pleasure. Maud London is his scene. And trouble is what he's about to find in the persons of Thelma Tasman, known professionally as Gloria Del Rey, Queen Bee of the fashion world, and her husband, Mervyn Spate, convicted murderer, declared legally mad, and for the past 2 years, a full-time tenant in a Broadmoor asylum for the criminally insane, where there has just been a daring escape. Hugo Bishop is in for a rare treat. Mervyn Spate is back in London. Our story, Queen in Danger, will begin after this word.
Ma'am, we're asking people what they know about different organizations.
Oh, good. Ask me anything about that.
All right. What's the ISAZP?
It's the International Society of Austrian Zither Players.
Right. Not many people know that one.
Give me another.
What does the Supreme Order of Federated Alliances do?
Oh, the same stuff as the Benevolent American Daughters Associated Guild Society.
I never heard of that group.
I just made it up.
Oh, all right. Now, here's a serious one. Name 2 things the American Cancer Society is involved in besides cancer research.
Wow, they're into so many things, like educating the public to the warning signals of cancer and professional education for doctors and nurses and dentists and service for patients.
Right, and lots more. And that's why the American Cancer Society needs financial support to continue its drive to wipe out cancer in our lifetime.
Well, I certainly support them.
Good.
Now, here's one for you. What's the LLTA?
I give up.
The League of Lady Tattoo Artists.
Oh, you made that up.
No, remember. How'd you like a picture of Millard Fillmore tattooed on your elbow?
It's taken already.
Oh.
Picture this. London, the first day of spring. The season newly arrived from Paris, overnight and traveling light, to drape green gossamer among skeleton twigs and blow a zephyr's breath against the royal standard high above Buckingham Palace. The Queen is at home. Fear has not yet entered the mind of the woman in green, walking briskly along the pathway in St. James Park. She'll be free of fear for another 5 minutes, perhaps 6, but no more. She stops to buy a paper, folds it and tucks it under her arm and walks on. She turns now into Bond Street, and her shadow is cut off suddenly and silently by the high corner buildings, and she's accompanied instead by her glassy reflection in shop windows. Then that too is gone, as she passes the rubble of a bombed site, left abandoned since the Second World War. A grim reminder of how it was. But now, as she steps through the gilt and glass-paneled entrance of the fashionable Salon des Fleurs, the woman in green moves unsuspectingly among the placid flower bowls in the heavy, perfumed air toward her destined appointment with sudden panic.
Good morning, Mrs. Tasman. I'll be with you in just a moment. I have Mrs. Carmody on the phone.
Yes, please. I'm in rather a rush.
Yes, Mrs. Carmody. I have it down. Tuesday week, 3 o'clock. I said Tuesday week, 3 o'clock. That will be fine, Mrs. Carmody.
I'm sorry. I came in to make an appointment, but could you fit me in tomorrow after lunch?
Would 4 o'clock be convenient?
If I can be out by 5.
Is it just for your usual face back, Mrs. Tasman?
Yes, that's all.
Well, you should be away by 5 then.
Thank you.
Oh, Mrs. Tasman?
Yes?
You left your newspaper.
Oh. I turned away toward the ordinary day outside, to the ghost of my reflection in the window. Beyond the glass, the cars and people in the street passed by like figures in a silent film. I felt distracted all the way to my office. I barely noticed the street traffic. I was overwhelmed by feelings of anxiety. I don't know what it was exactly. Guilt or fear. Once inside the Miller Group Publishers building, my sense of panic eased a little. My work was a necessary distraction. But the nameplate on the door to my private office reminded me who I was, or wasn't. Gloria Del Rey, fashion editor, Venus magazine. Nom de plume for Thelma Tasman, which was, in turn, an assumed name. I left word with Glenda, my secretary, to hold all calls. I was summoned by my boss and trusted friend, Maurice Gerald.
Come in, Thelma.
I just saw the proofs of the Duval layout. It looks worse than I dreamed.
No, it's a little contrived, that's all.
You wouldn't excuse it from anyone else.
It would be good from anyone else. It's just that your standard is higher. Anyway, I didn't call you in about the Duval layout.
I didn't think so.
How about coming out to stay with us for the week? With Victor going off to Bristol, you're going to be lonely.
You've seen the paper.
Yes.
It's good of you, Maurice, but I'll manage.
Well, Laura would love you to come, and you know how the children feel about you.
Laura and I get on well, and I don't want to spoil that. She wouldn't appreciate having your protégé about for a whole week.
No, now, stop thinking of yourself as my protégé. I showed you the ropes, I made you into a fashion writer, but then you took it from there yourself. Now, circulation's gone up a solid 5% since we started carrying the Gloria Del Rey center spread.
You gave me a job that required all of my energy and attention when that's just what I needed. I can never thank you enough.
Oh, well, then humor me and come along. I'll phone Laura and let her know.
I'd rather not, really. I want to come when it can be a holiday, not an escape.
You sure?
Yes. Give Laura my love, and a slap on the bottom for Mick and Jonathan from their Aunt Thelma.
All right, then. But Thelma, take care.
The cold black headline in the newspaper would seem to have nothing to do with high-fashion Gloria Del Rey, or with the woman who called herself Mrs. Victor Tasman. Even Victor, especially Victor, would not make any connection between the man mentioned in the newspaper headline and the woman who had become his own common-law wife. Victor had simply accepted my rejection of a formal marriage ceremony. He had no way of knowing I was already married. Married to Mervyn Spate, condemned murderer who was reported today to have escaped from Broadmoor Asylum for the criminally insane. Glenda was out of the office when I returned. It was just as well I needed to be alone. The thought that clouded my mind was, what if Victor should find out? Perhaps I should tell him. Perhaps he was in danger as well as I. I saw it out of the corner of my eye. A small pink page from Glenda's memo pad had blown off the desk onto the carpet. I picked it up. Miss Del Rey. While you were out, a man called. He left no name, but asked for a Mrs. Spate. He seemed quite positive he had the right number.
Give your hand to a friend. Give your heart to your love. Give your cold. Contact, the sooner the better.
Hey, I'm back. How's that cold?
Rotten. Get the contact?
I got everything. Contact, cold tablets, and this liquid.
Oh, no.
Honey, it's all cold medicine.
Well, sure, but it only takes one contact for up to 12 hours continuous relief from sneezing, drips, congestion. For that, I'd need 6 of your cold tablets.
2 every 4 hours.
Or 3 ounces of nighttime liquid.
1 every 4 hours.
Or just 1 contact. The tiny Tide pills do it.
Well, it's all cold medicine.
Those others contain antipyretic analgesics. The liquid, antitussive, and alcohol. They're not in contact.
6 or 3 or 1. I choose the 1 contact.
Me too. And I'm the one with the cold.
Give it cold. Contact, the sooner the better.
6 or 3 or 1. When you catch a cold, take contact. Only as directed.
We'll return to our story in a moment.
Hello, I'm Greg Morris.
And I'd like to tell you about a new program of the United States government to provide education and training after high school, especially if you don't have the money for it. It's called Basic Grants and helps to provide money for full-time students entering for the first time a college or a university, vocational school, a technical institute, or a hospital school of nursing. It helps you pay for tuition, books, and other expenses. Basic Grants makes it possible now to prepare for the special vocation or career that you've been hoping for. And best of all, it's not alone. You don't have to pay it back. So take it from me, Greg Morris. It's not a mission impossible. Apply right away. Simply contact the school or college you're planning to enter, state employment office, county agent, or post office, or write Basic Grants, Box 84, Washington, D.C., 20044. That's Basic Grants, Box 84, Washington, D.C., 20044.
Hugo Bishop here. A trifle on the bored side today. But that shouldn't last. It seldom does here in London, you know. Always something irregular going on about. It shan't take me long to find it. Or the reverse. It's a hobby of mine, actually. People in trouble, that is. I share an office with a very regal Siamese cat and a middle-aged, rather conservative woman with an Oxford degree and a talent for embroidery. Vera Gorringe is her name. I prefer to call her Gory. Marvelous woman with a flair for nosing out the fantastic, the incredible, and the macabre. Gory placed the files on my desk as soon as the early edition of the Standard hit the street. But I was taking a perverse delight in ignoring them and turned my total attention to cleaning out my favorite meerschaum.
That sort of thing should be done in the bathroom.
How many times have I told you that? Love me, love my pipe.
I should think you'd rather be putting your attention to a bit of business.
Such as what?
Spate is free.
Who?
Mervyn Spate. Found guilty but insane 2 years ago at the Central Criminal Court and committed to Broadmoor Asylum.
For murder?
A woman on a bomb site in Ludgate Hill.
Name of Joanna Martin.
You've been baiting me all along, I suppose.
The names of murder victims seem to stick in my mind. But I don't seem to think this means a job for me.
An escaped homicidal maniac isn't the least interesting person in the world. I should think you'd like to have a talk with Mervyn Spate.
You know where I might find him?
No, but if you can't find him, no one can. And there's his wife. She wouldn't make a bad starting point.
Gloria Del Rey. Now, that's the second file you placed on my desk.
If you want a new study for your personality under stress thesis, she should provide it.
I should prefer a graphic summing up to slogging through a folder of your copious notes.
With the way you're scattering hot ashes from that smelly monstrosity of yours, it'd be less of a fire hazard at least.
Anyone tell you look a rare treat today, babe?
Really, Mr. Bishop, babe is hardly a suitable nomenclature for someone old enough to be your great-aunt.
Well, very well, Auntie. Give me the dope on Gloria Del Rey, formerly Mrs. Mervyn Spate.
Still Mrs. Spate, but now calling herself Mrs. Victor Tasman.
A new marriage isn't legal, then?
Can't be. She's never divorced Spate.
As I recall, Spate was an artist before he took up murder.
Thelma met him at art school. At the time of the murder, they'd been married 3 years. By then, Spate had become a professional painter with something of a reputation.
All smashed to bits in that one moment of violence in Ludgate Hill.
Quite.
Did Thelma Spate attend her husband's trial?
Faithfully, remaining the loyal wife throughout. Despite the fact that apparently the marriage wasn't a blissful one, Spate had too much temperament for his pretty young wife to handle.
Wherever do you come by your little crumbs of information, Gory?
One must learn the language of the sparrows. They sit on every windowsill.
Well, I'm more of a raven myself. So, with her husband put behind bars at Broadmoor, what did Thelma Spate do following the trial?
Left England for a bit to get away from the notoriety. Lived alone in Italy.
And met Victor Tasman?
Technical representative of a British-owned aircraft and allied products company.
Quite the opposite from the temperamental artistic type.
Precisely.
And Thelma Spate then returned to England as Thelma Tasman.
And became Gloria Del Rey. Thanks to Maurice Gerald, editor-in-chief of Miller Group Publishing.
And how does he fit into the picture?
Friend in need, I should say. He first offered his assistance to the stricken young wife during the trial. Then immediately on her return to England came forward with the job of fashion editor.
Why did Gerald do this, do you suppose?
Plainly felt sorry for her, I imagine. He's known as a generous man. Also, perhaps he sensed she had the makings of a crackerjack fashion writer, since that's what she's turned out to be. This room is 20 feet long and 16 feet wide, with at least a dozen sizable ashtrays strategically placed about. Need I say more?
No, but you probably will. It appears to me the prime question for conjecture at this point is, does Spate know?
Does Spate know what?
That Mrs. Spate is now calling herself Mrs. Tasman.
Then you're interested?
I don't know yet.
Well, if you decide you are, you'll find the files quite complete.
I frequently bless your morbid curiosity, Gory.
It appears Princess Ju Yi Shin would like an audience with you.
Ah, send her in. Hello, gorgeous. The Princess Ju Yi Shin paddled silently across the room, the light from the windows glinting in her great blue eyes. With one quick flash of smoky fur, she leapt onto the desk, settled on her haunches beside me, with her tail curled neatly around her chocolate feet. I drew my meerschaum back into life, and the cat and I together watched the curl of smoke with a quiet, idle fascination. And then I brought out the chess sets. I sifted the pieces and set them on the board one by one. Helena Spate, alias Mrs. Victor Tasman, alias Gloria Del Rey. The Queen in danger. Next, a white rook near the Queen. Maurice Gerald, the protector, at an equal distance from the Queen. A white knight. Victor Tasman, the constant lover, behind the Queen, directly behind, but at a greater distance. Mervyn Spate. Husband, murderer, madman. The Red King, enrobed in blood, with a red pawn laid beside the king. Joanna Martin, dead by the king's hand, and bloodied too. What do you think, my beauty? Time to place the sixth piece on the opposite side of the board, away from the others, but facing them. A white bishop, my own namesake, at a standstill and wondering where to begin.
Agent Darrell Hutchison of Garden City, Georgia, explains why personal service and car insurance is just as important as State Farm Mutual's low rates.
We are not always the lowest price that an individual can find for insurance. I have had people come by that have already gotten prices from other companies. They come by, and this particular time, we were a little higher than they were. But after talking with them, tell them that I can give them one thing that the other company cannot give them, and that is my personalized service. They know that I am here. I'm here to stay as an agent, and these points make a difference. They don't want to be treated as a number. They still want to be treated as an individual, especially when they have a claim problem. They want to be given service because that's what they're paying for.
The Zero Hour continues after this.
I'm Cliff Robertson, and I made a picture not long ago called Charlie, where I played the part of a man who was mentally retarded. I'd like to tell you a little of what I learned. Thousands and thousands of mentally retarded children are born each year. It can happen to any family, rich or poor. It makes no difference. Except some children are luckier than others. Some kids can be just a little slow in learning, but some will never learn much of anything at all. But every one of them can be helped, and that perhaps is the most important thing that I found out. These kids have a right to a chance to learn as much about how to live a normal life as they can.
The National Association for Retarded Children and its nearly 1,500 local associations are helping to give them that chance. Will you help too by supporting the work of your local association for retarded children? Thank you.
There were yellow tulips in a bowl on the table, bright as agony in the sunshine. It seemed astonishing that color so brilliant should cast a shadow of mere gray on the tablecloth. But the shadow was there. 7 gray heads against the blue linen.
Gloria Del Rey works too hard.
She likes it that way.
I know.
Victor Tasman should talk, whose job is taking him off to Bristol for a whole bloody week.
I have no choice. And the sooner I go, the sooner I shall be back.
What can I do to compete with a supercharger?
What is it, love? Is something troubling you?
No.
Lucky you. Have you seen the papers today?
Why? Why, no, I haven't. Is there some reason I should?
Velma, darling, you are tense. All of London will be, I should think. Seems a maniac escaped a loony bin.
Victor, I love you.
Well, then, for the 1000th time, marry me.
Not that today, Victor, please. Let's order lunch, shall we?
God save the Queen.
I decided to start exploring my interest in the Spate affair by comparing notes with my old chum Freddie, Detective Inspector Frisney of the New Scotland Yard. We met at one of my favorite spots, which wasn't one of Freddie's, a milk bar at the bottom of Charing Cross Road. You'd better find Spate quickly, don't you think, Freddie? I mean, the bloke might go and pop someone else off just to celebrate being on the outside. And where would you be?
Anywhere would be preferable to here, sitting with Hugo Bishop contemplating a milkshake. What are you having?
Oh, I rather fancy a strawberry shake and a ham sandwich, seeing it'll come out of your expenses.
I'm off duty.
Oh, I hate to contradict you, but we're going to talk business.
Whose?
Yours.
Don't you ever talk about your own?
I haven't any of my own. My business is everybody else's.
Oh, all right. Only anything but Spate. I've had enough of him for one day.
Where are you looking for him?
No statement.
Well, we won't talk about Spate. We'll talk about Mrs. Spate.
She's out of town.
Out of town?
We checked her address.
What address?
19 Stapleton Crescent. Spate's been sending letters to her there ever since he's been in the asylum. We checked it out, but the woman who lives there is out of town.
Eve Jordan is out of town. Thelma Spate isn't.
Come again?
Eve Jordan lives at 19 Stapleton Crescent. She's Thelma Spate's best friend. Thelma used Eve's address for Spate's letters.
Why?
Why? Would you feel comfortable about a husband who was a convicted murderer and judged mad to boot?
You think Spate's escape puts his wife in danger?
Well, she evidently thinks so. That should be enough.
Tell me, Hugo, where do you come by all your information?
I live in close proximity to a sparrow.
Where would we find Thelma Spate, then? Hugo?
That shake is making my mouth water.
Oh, it's like something you'd shave with, if you ask me. Don't see why all this electricity and chrome and chemical flavoring have to do with a simple rustic cow. Give me a good old timber-built, worm-eaten, honest-to-God pub any time.
You don't have to stay and humor me, Freddie. Go and have your beer if you'd like.
Oh, all right, Hugo. You win. A ham sandwich and a strawberry shake on the yard.
Thank you, Freddie. That's very kind of you.
And now let's have it. Where can we find Mrs. Mervyn Spate?
The yard would assign a man to Thelma Spate in the hope that she was the lure that would inevitably put Mervyn Spate back in the trap. Freddie and I parted company outside the milk bar, and I walked up toward Trafalgar Square. Dusk had fallen. A news vendor hawked papers on the corner. Maniac murderer at large. London at night. Where was Mervyn Spate this moment, I wondered. I thought over Scotland Yard's proposed strategy. This extremely risky business, exposing your queen that way. Lose her, and the match is all but lost. And this is no ordinary game. All possibilities must be weighed and measured. Thelma Spate Tasman is in a most precarious position. One false move could mean the game. And we're playing with her life.
You are listening to Mutual's presentation of The Zero Hour.
Sometimes a 24-hour pass can pass very slowly. Very, very slowly indeed. With no place to go, nothing much to do. The answer for millions of servicemen and women around the world has been the USO. For over 30 years, a place to come in, read, write letters home, listen to music, dance, have a hamburger and a shake. Most of all, a place to feel welcome. But there might not always be a USO, even though there are still 2 million servicemen and women who need it more than ever. There might not be a USO because there's not enough money to go around. USO gets no government funds. It depends entirely on your gifts to the United Fund, Community Chest, or local USO campaign. So please give. Our work isn't done.
When they change a plane flight, I check to see if another is just as good or better.
Fred Underwood, Kansas City postal worker, probably knows as much about airline schedules as the airlines.
I want to give that extra service that goes with airmail. So I move it just as fast as I can to get it out of here.
And airmail is moving. Now you can almost always get next-day delivery to cities up to 600 miles away. And 2-day delivery anywhere in the country. Just mail by 4 p.m., use zip code, and mail from a specially marked airmail box.
When I started here, it was all propeller planes and trains. And back in the post office, mail was handled the same way it had been for years. Now there's jet planes and zip codes, and airmail's really going places.
Airmail and zip codes. They speed everybody's letters. If you don't know a zip code, check your phone book or call the post office. Help us help you. Use zip code.
Tomorrow at this time, rest your eyes and listen here to this week's continuing study in suspense, Queen in Danger. I'm Rod Serling, and this is The Zero Hour.
This is The Zero Hour on Mutual Radio.
You have been listening to The Zero Hour, a presentation of the Mutual Broadcasting System in association with Hollywood Radio Theater. Heard every weekday at this time. Rod Serling is your host. Zero Hour is produced and directed by Elliott Lewis. The Hollywood Radio Theater theme was played by Ferranti and Teicher and is now available on United Artists Records and Tapes. Hugh Douglas speaking. Tune in tomorrow, and once again,
rest your eyes and listen here
to The Zero Hour.
This is Mutual, your news and sports radio network.
I'm Rod Serling. You're listening to The Zero Hour. Rest your eyes. Exercise your imagination. This week, Adam Hall's chess match of continental intrigue. The Queen in Danger. Starring Juliet Mills, Robert Brown, And Murray Matheson. In Elliot Lewis's production of The 0 Hour.
The Mutual Broadcasting System presents The 0 Hour. Sponsored in part by
State Farm Insurance and Beech Nut Chewing Tobacco. This is The 0 Hour on Mutual Radio.
There are detectives and there are detectives. And then there's Hugo Bishop, connoisseur of crime. Item: maniac murder at large. Mervyn Spate, convicted killer, has escaped from Broadmoor Asylum for the criminally insane. The preceding news brief was brought to Hugo Bishop's attention by his bird-like secretary and confidant, Vera Gorringe. That and the plight of Gloria Del Rey, renowned beauty editor of Venus magazine. In private life, she is Thelma Tasman, common-law wife of industrial engineer Victor Tasman, who is currently away on business. Her employer, publishing mogul Maurice Gerald, too, is out of town, leaving this woman of many names alone in London and terrified by her own identity. The fact is, she has still another name: Spate, Mrs. Mervyn Spate. Queen in Danger will continue in a moment.
Did you say God? Well, I know him by everything you say and do. Did you say God? Well, I've seen him every time I look at you. He's touched you with his love and with his truth. Don't look any further. You are his
Truth states itself simply, joyfully. Sunrise, cello sounds, face of a child. Our song is saying, God touches you with his love. Pass it on. This message is brought to you by Religion and American Life in cooperation with this station.
Hand in your hand in my hand. You hear the music sing. Sisters and brothers loving each other. We're gonna make a better day.
It was the first of the week's fashion shows I was scheduled to cover. I was alone, except for the jostling crowd around me, dividing their attention between the show about to begin in the main salon and the table bar set up here in the anteroom.
Hello, beautiful.
Rex!
You sound glad to see me.
I am. Built for the soccer field as you are, you can probably manage to make your way through this mob to get me a sherry.
Any little service I can render, love. Be right back.
Rex Willison was London's favorite fashion photographer. He was also a rat, a rake, a roué. I wouldn't rely on him for my life any more than I would thin ice. But he was big, with magnificent shoulders and a cheerful grin, and just the sort of company I needed at the moment.
Here you go, love.
Thank you, Rex. That's just what I needed.
Oh, for a moment I relished the thought that I was just what you needed.
You are, but not quite in the way you're thinking.
What's wrong, beautiful? You look a bit down under.
Victor's gone away on business for a week.
Yeah. I wonder if I'll ever meet a girl who'll be miserable when I leave her for a week.
You wouldn't be interested in one like that.
You're right there, love. So, shall we? Looks like post time for the show horses.
Lights, music, and on with the show. Number 1, a tie-suit day dress in Mediterranean blue by Jacques Decoir. Note the loose three-quarter-length sleeves designed for coolness on all occasions, and the softly draped neckline eternally feminine.
Neat little filly lad, and pretty footwork.
I feel Rex's solid masculine presence beside me, and somehow I'm safe. Safe for now.
Shoes made beautifully to match by Northern Lane, and the mischievous little hat by Michelson.
Later tonight, if I feel really afraid, I can telephone Victor. Just the sound of his voice over the phone will comfort me. Or I can spend the evening with Rex. He'll dine me if I ask him, and I could deal with the inference he'd draw from it later. For that matter, I needn't stay at my place at all this week. I could rent a room at some small hotel while Victor was away. Somewhere across the city, far away from the flat where Mervyn would never find me. Rex is flashing me his best grin, and I can manage a smile back. I needn't really be afraid. Of that I'm convinced. But still, I am afraid. I am.
The Tasman flat, where Thelma Spate lived out her new alliance with Victor Tasman, was round the corner from Queen Street in Thames Gardens. When I walked by there to take a look, I found my Scotland Yard confederate, Freddie Fresnay, checking with his man on the job.
No sign of Spate or Mrs. Either up to now.
You going to talk to her when she shows?
No.
Why not?
Well, she could be ready to aid and abet him, you know.
Not as I see it. Reason it out, Freddie. She goes abroad after the trial and comes back with a man who's her new husband, except for that little detail of the ceremony. Doesn't sound to me like she's ready to give Spate a hand. More likely she's worried what he's ready to give her.
Well, we can keep just as good a watch on her without knocking on her door.
And she hasn't knocked on yours yet.
What do you mean?
She hasn't asked for any police protection.
No, which shoots your theory.
Spate got himself out of Broadmoor for some reason. He found out his wife was living with another man. Seems a good one to me, and I'm sane.
You wouldn't care to submit to a test of that fact, would you?
Freddie, my boy. As a matter of fact, I've just gotten a sudden crazy idea.
Do you want to share it?
No, not till I see if it works. Just have to make a quick call to be sure my little sparrow is home on the nest.
Hello?
Gory?
Yes?
Did you send it?
Yes, it's there by now.
Do you mind staying in case there's a call?
I wouldn't miss it. This was my case to begin with, you know.
I know.
But I gather it's caught your interest.
A bit. At any rate, I've just gotten a notion, and it might keep me most of the night.
Dangerous, Mr. Bishop?
Yes. A slight risk of varicose veins. Ta-ta, Auntie.
As it turned out, I had to go back to my own flat. Rex, it seemed, engaged a sylph-like model for the evening's recreation. So I took a taxi home to face my fear alone. What was my fear exactly? It seemed I also had to name it. Mervyn had learned about Victor and me. He had managed to escape from Broadmoor for one reason, to kill me. Strangle me with that same hideous strength that had snuffed out the life of the woman on the bombed site in Ludgate Hill. But it wasn't the man I feared, or even death. It was the madness, the fear of encountering a deranged mind. And if that wasn't enough, I got into it with the cabbie, and he absolutely refused to take me to my door. He left me at the corner.
Smaller every day, but there are certain things you still do. Still say what you think, you still pay for the drinks, and beach nuts the tobacco you chew. Weird ideas taking hold, kids won't do what they're told. Who knows what this whole world's coming to? But you keep your face to the wind, you don't quit on a friend, and beach nuts the tobacco you chew. Seems like a man's world just isn't the same anymore, but some things you can still trust, like beech nut chewing tobacco. Beech nut just keeps on getting better. Beech nut's a lot moister these days, with more taste, less stems. Today's beech nut, fresher, longer-lasting flavor. You ought to try it. Girls in bars, girls in pants, a man just don't stand a chance, but there's still ways to show 'em who's who. Treat your dogs with respect, you keep your traps oiled and checked, and beech nut's the tobacco you chew.
We'll return to our story in a moment.
Here's a tip from your Better Business Bureau. A household move is always a difficult undertaking, but it can be particularly unpleasant during the summer. Pickups and deliveries are more likely to be delayed then because the demand on moving companies is at a peak. One way to minimize such problems and save a substantial amount of money, too, is to move yourself. However, there are a few things to think about before you go out and rent a truck or trailer. Are you and your helpers physically up to carrying your heaviest furniture in and out of houses? If you need a large trailer, is your car up to towing it? Rental trailers are cheaper than trucks, but less advisable for long hauls with heavy loads. You should also take into consideration the additional wear and tear on your car and allow for greatly reduced gas mileage. Unless a driver is accustomed to pulling a camp trailer, hauling a load of furniture may present problems, especially in parking. Sure, you want to save money, but be sure you know what it means to do it yourself. A consumer tip from your Better Business Bureau.
As I turned up the steps to the entrance of the flat, I became acutely aware of the presence of a man in the shadows of the doorway across the street. The flesh at the nape of my neck crawled. I quickened my step, hurried inside, and closed the outer door. A moment later, I was inside my apartment, flattened against the door in the dark, frightened of what I might see if I turned on the light. Then the toe of my shoe touched something on the floor, and I reached for the light switch. In the glow of the ceiling lamp, I saw the envelope, mute and white against the royal blue of the carpet. 3 words were written boldly across the front of it. Mrs. Victor Tasman. A threatening note from Mervyn. That was all I could think of, although the handwriting on the envelope was unfamiliar. I slipped the envelope open with my finger and took out the note. It was brief. All it said was, "If you need help, telephone CAR 2330. Ask for Bishop."
The flower grew against the sky, black-petaled, with a stem as thick as a tornado's rope. From where I viewed it in my cramped position against the broken wall. Somewhere here, among the rubble and the creeping tapestry of weeds, Joanna Martin had been found with the life throttled from her body and her blood congealed on a slab of stone that her skull had split against. And they had found Spate, too, lying in the half-choked cellar below the woman's body, still unconscious from his crashing fall. Twice since I'd come, the monotony of waiting and the strain of cramped leg muscles had nearly caused me to give up. I knew that my chances of success were worse than poor. But then, the thought would repeat itself in my mind. The thought that had brought me here to this infamous bomb site, Luckett Hill. It was a tired old saw, but nonetheless true. Often, a murderer did return to the scene of his crime.
Hello?
Victor, is that you?
Thelma, what's wrong?
Nothing, darling. I'm sorry it's so late.
It's only 12. You sound, odd. What is it?
No, Victor. Everything is all right. I just wanted to hear your voice and say good night.
I'm glad. Actually, I meant to phone you, but I've been talking my head off steadily for hours, trying to fix a deal.
Any luck, darling?
Not really sure. But never mind about business. I miss you, my love.
I caught myself only half listening. My eyes were focused on the door to the flat, and I was imagining Mervyn walking up to it, his hand on the knob, his brute strength forcing it open.
Darling?
I miss you too, Victor. Terribly.
There is something wrong.
I'm lonely for you, that's all. Please don't be away any longer than you have to.
You know, I really...
Your 3 minutes are up.
Operator, this is a private call.
I'm sorry. You booked 3 minutes. Shall I extend it?
Yes. No. Good night, Victor. Hurry back.
I'll telephone you in the morning, darling. Get a good night's sleep.
Victor, I found myself staring at the door. I don't know how long I sat there. I was not aware when my mind crossed the border dividing reason from obsession, from control to submission, plunging me into a wilderness of terror. It was no longer possible for me to believe that Mervyn would not come, or when he came, that he could not get in. I stared at the door and saw the knob turn, the door open, and Mervyn standing there, his eyes bright with unreason, his shabby figure slack, his hands hanging loose until he lifted them and came toward me.
Perhaps mute stones are infused with memory, like an unseen stain. Or else I was only diverting myself from the boredom of my vigil. In any event, I found my mind absorbed with images of that night 2 years ago, when Joanna Martin was slain. I saw the movement of her dress as she fled across the weed-strewn masonry, her stricken face as she turned back toward the man who picked his way through the rubble, moving to her with strong arms outstretched, eyes glinting with madness. The fierce look of fingers upon flesh, the violent squeezing out of the last vital breath of air. Of air, poor girl. Poor unfortunate madman. The vigil had made me morbid. The stones against my back had left me cold. And again I thought of giving up, leaving this place to its own brooding memories. I moved to ease the cramp in my legs and lifted my face to where the stars roofed the jagged gap between the broken walls. And there he was. A dark, hulking shape against the night sky, staring down at me with eyes void of all expression. Beyond the shadow of a doubt, it was Mervyn Spate.
We're number one. We're the largest company, and you don't get to be the largest company unless you're doing a little extra for people.
Agent Bill Rich of Logan, Utah, explains why State Farm Mutual is the world's largest car insurer.
This is what the consumer feels, and you know that if the consumer feels State Farm is number one, it's got to be on two things, service and price. And if you're not competitive in both of these areas and do the job, the customer is not going to rate them where they have. We're number one. We only got there because we were most competitive, or as competitive as anyone, and because we're there to serve.
Service and price. That's what car insurance value is all about. And there are two good reasons to see your nearby State Farm agent now.
Like a good neighbor,
The Zero Hour continues after this.
Ladies and gentlemen, Barbara Streisand.
Children. Mentally retarded children. There are so many causes of mental retardation. Some we know, some we don't. I can't say to you, if you do this or if you do that, you won't have a retarded child. But through research, we hope one day to be able to say that. In the meantime, there's the help we can give to those already born mentally retarded, because the retarded can be helped, but it takes a lot of money. If you'd like to cut the odds a bit in favor of the next mother and father who will bring a child into this uncertain world, whether it's your child, a grandchild, or the child of a friend, support the work of your local association of the National Association for Retarded Children. Cast a little bread upon the waters.
I remembered Gorey's question on the telephone. Dangerous, Mr. Bishop. And now it was. I had crouched against this wall for more than 2 hours. My legs and back were cramped. My position alone had me at a disadvantage. Spade was standing almost directly over me, and he had already murdered once. He had little to lose by killing again.
Who are you?
The name is Bishop.
Police detective?
No.
What are you doing here?
I was waiting For you.
You knew I would come here.
No. But I thought it was possible. This waste of bricks has been the most important place in your whole life.
If you're not a policeman, what is your interest in me?
Humanity interests me.
You want to observe the lunatic mind at work. You think I'm mad. But I'm not.
What's it like for you inside Broadmoor?
I have smokes, if that's what you're wondering. I'm on the block for privileged patients now. I can even shave with a razor.
But you're still locked up.
You can never see farther than the trees. Even when you know and remember and think about everything that's outside, all the people and things you used to know and love.
How do you spend your time in there?
They let me have paper and pencil. I make sketches. Sketches like these.
Spade abruptly tossed a small pad of paper down to me. I leafed through it. They were all sketches of a man's face. A face expressing violent hate and fear. The fine drawn lines of the eyes and mouth conveyed a strain that transformed it into a face of abstract evil. I wondered if Spate meant it as a self-portrait.
Do you know that face?
It's the face of madness. Why do you spend all your time sketching only that?
I don't want to forget it.
And it's not meant as a self-portrait.
I told you, I'm not mad.
Why did you break out of Broadmoor, Spade? Because you wanted to see beyond the trees.
Give me back the sketches.
Oh, here you are, Spade.
You still think I'm mad?
He turned away then, and in a moment his dark, brooding form was no longer silhouetted against the sky. If I tried, I might follow and overpower him from behind. Or I could notify Freddie at the yard of his whereabouts. I did neither. At this point, I chose to let Spate go free.
I don't know when the phone stopped ringing or when I stopped screaming. I was still sitting by the phone, staring at the door, paralyzed by fear, when suddenly...
It's Bishop, Mrs. Tasman. Let me in. It's all right, Mrs. Tasman. I'm here to help you.
But how did you know I needed...
You called my number. You talked to my associate, Mrs. Gorringe.
I don't remember.
She told me you were very upset, very frightened. I thought perhaps Spate had come here.
I thought he had. I must have only imagined it.
Yes. Fear can play strange tricks.
I must have remembered your note.
Yes. That was why I sent it.
But I don't understand. Who are you? Why would you want to help me?
I want to help people in trouble for the opportunity it gives me of seeing life through other people's minds.
You take a morbid interest in personal tragedy.
Yes, interest. Morbid, no. Academic and constructive, I suppose. But two pins, you throw me out. Now that I've told you how I tick.
I think you're a strange man, Mr. Bishop, but I'm grateful for your offer of help, for whatever your reason. When I called your number, I was in a state of shock. The mere ringing of my phone had sent me into hysterics.
You thought it was your husband, that is, Mervyn Spate. It's true, you've never divorced Spate.
Yes. Somehow I couldn't. After he was sent away to the asylum, it seemed he needed me more than when we were together.
Well, I doubt it was Spate calling you tonight. Would have been about the time I was with him.
You've seen Mervyn?
I waited on the bomb site in Luggett Hill. He came there as I thought he might.
How was he? I mean, how did he act?
As you would expect a hunted man to act.
Did he say anything?
He insisted he wasn't insane.
He kept insisting that all through the trial.
Well, criminals are always insisting they're innocent.
Did he say anything else?
Well, I asked him why he had broken out of Broadmoor. But he didn't answer.
I can tell you why, Mr. Bishop. There can be only one reason to kill me.
You are listening to Mutual's presentation of The Zero Hour.
What is a Harrier? It isn't a helicopter, but it could land in your backyard. Harrier. It isn't a conventional jet, but it can match the speed of sound. Harrier. It's a revolution in aviation, and the Marines are looking for good men to fly it. Harrier. Phantom. Skyhawk. Cobra. Marine Corps. If you're a college man thinking of aviation, think Marine Corps and talk to the Marine officer who visits your school. The program is PLC Air, and there's no campus training. A few good men can even get free civilian flying lessons while they're still in college. The Marines are looking for a few good men who want to fly the Harrier, Huey, Intruder, Bronco, in the Marine Corps.
Josephine, open up! It's me, Napoleon Bonaparte, Emperor of all France, much of the civilized world, and Louisiana if the deal falls through.
Quick, Pierre, hide in the closet. Napoleon must not find you here. Come in, Nappy.
Ah, Josephine, I had to see you.
Napoleon, my dearest heart, what are you doing here? I thought you were at Waterloo.
I was, but it ended early. What is that? I smell cigarette smoke. You know I hate you to smoke.
I didn't. I don't. I started again.
Aha! The smoke coming from that closet. Come out of there, you scoundrel, and on guard.
It was only in there to pick up the dry cleaning.
Take that, you filthy escargot.
This World History lesson was brought to you by your American Cancer Society, which says smoking can be injurious to your health.
Touché!
In more ways than one.
Tomorrow at this time, rest your eyes and listen here to this week's continuing study in suspense, Queen in Danger. I'm Rod Serling, and this is The Zero Hour.
This is The Zero Hour on Mutual Radio.
You have been listening to The Zero Hour, a presentation of the Mutual Broadcasting System in association with Hollywood Radio Theater. Heard every weekday at this time. Rod Serling is your host. Zero Hour is produced and directed by Elliott Lewis. The Hollywood Radio Theater theme was played by Ferranti and Teicher and is now available on United Artists Records and Tapes. Hugh Douglas speaking. Tune in tomorrow, and once again,
rest your eyes and listen here
to The Zero Hour.
This is Mutual, your news and sports radio network.
I'm Rod Serling. You're listening to The Zero Hour. Rest your eyes. Exercise your imagination. This week, Adam Hall's chess match of continental intrigue. Queen in Danger. Starring Juliette Mills. Robert Brown. and Murray Matheson. In Elliot Lewis's production of The Zero Hour.
The Mutual Broadcasting System presents The Zero Hour. Sponsored in part by
Chevrolet and State Farm Insurance. This is The Zero Hour on Mutual Radio.
Rarely does one find a detective in the social register. Hugo Bishop, London's super sleuth, is an exception. He's a whippet-like, non-violent man. With a penchant for chess, he prefers milkshakes to ale, and has a reputation for being in the right place at the right time. This should lend solace to the overwrought Thelma Tasman. Hugo Bishop is on her case. The case of her husband, actually. Convicted killer Mervyn Spate, who recently escaped from Broadmoor Asylum for the criminally insane. The fact is, Thelma finds Bishop's unorthodox methods disquieting. Nevertheless, Hugo and his intuitive secretary, Vera Gorringe, press on. Staying close to Thelma Tasman are publisher Maurice Gerald, her employer and steadfast friend, fashion photographer Rex Willison, a volunteer male companion, Freddie Frisney of Scotland Yard, and, of course, Hugo Bishop. Oddly, Thelma's common-law husband, Victor Tasman, is out of town. Hugo Bishop has never met the man, but would like to. He'd like to look him in the eye to see if there's a resemblance to a series of sketches he's been shown by Mervyn Spate, because Hugo Bishop is convinced that Mervyn Spate is innocent, and the man portrayed in the sketches is not. Queen in Danger continues, following this.
Where does today's girl learn to be tomorrow's woman? At the movies? On television?
Helen, darling, your floors are so shiny.
Yes, John. I used Brand X polish just this morning.
Brand X. Helen, will you marry me?
Somewhere between the super sex symbol of today's commercialism and TV's Brand X image, impending womanhood is alive and well. And where is that somewhere? Wherever there are campfire girls. Campfire reaches the girl reaching out for tomorrow and puts a promise before her. The promise of personal development, of friends and fun. The promise of womanhood. Campfire takes today's girl to tomorrow.
What was Mervyn waiting for, I wondered. I knew he had learned of my identity as Gloria Del Rey and my address as Mrs. Victor Tasman. I was certain he meant to kill me as he had killed Joanna Martin. Was he waiting for Victor to return? Or waiting only to torture me? If that was his intention, it was working. The longer he waited, the more my terror grew.
Yes, miss?
He was a small, thin man, bald as a billiard ball. His nose was hooked, as if years of sniffing at articles brought to him for sale had caused it to turn under. His shoulders were slightly humped, their blades visible beneath his old sweater, making him look like a bird of prey with its large wings folded. He leaned forward in the dim light, assuming the posture of a vulture among the littered display of cast-off clothing, kit bags, golf clubs, cameras, binoculars, violins, and guitars, and guns.
Can I do something for you?
There's something in your window.
There's many things.
The little black gun.
Oh, yes, I thought perhaps. In my business, you get so you can tell. I'll get it for you. There it is, miss. It's small, it's light. Just right for a young woman such as yourself.
Have you suitable ammunition?
Well, I may have. Yes, I may have. But, have you a license?
No,
It's not always easy to get a license, you know. One must have a reason for carrying a gun. They always ask.
I shall be able to satisfy them. How much is the gun?
Well, with the clips of ammunition I think I could find, the gun will be £12.
I haven't that amount with me.
I will accept your check, miss. I don't accept checks as a rule, but I will accept yours.
I prefer to pay cash. I have about £10 with me.
It's the perfect little weapon for you. I say, would it be possible for you to bring the additional £2 in later?
No. I shan't be this way again.
Well, then I suppose... very well, miss. I won't neglect my chance of doing you a service.
And the ammunition?
Oh, yes, here you are.
Thank you.
My shop is so dusty and dark. Few young ladies as beautiful as you come into it. You bring it life. You take away death.
I paid the £10, dropped the gun into my handbag, and walked briskly out of the dark little shop, away from the little vulture man. I stepped out onto the sidewalk, back into the bright afternoon sun, and ran straight into the ubiquitous Hugo Bishop.
Well, hello.
Did you follow me here, Mr. Bishop?
I might ask you the same. Did you follow me?
Sorry. I suppose that was an odd thing to think.
Well, quite understandable. That is, as understandable as any coincidence can be. I'm merely waiting for the garage across the way to check the oil in my car, and you're simply doing some shopping.
Yes, of course.
The only coincidence is that my garage and your shop happen to be opposite. I was whiling away my time. In fact, staring into that extraordinary pawn shop window. Must contain everything in the world.
I'm afraid you'll have to excuse me, Mr. Bishop. I have still another show to cover.
Well, let me run you over there. You'll have finished my car by now.
It actually isn't far.
Ah, well, then you'll be in good time. Come along.
What is it, Mr. Bishop? You seem different now than last night when you came to help me.
Different? How?
Well, you were very kind. You offered just what I needed, a sort of quiet strength.
That's me. I'm the archetype, strong, silent man.
You would be, if you didn't try to be so facetious.
Me facetious, Mrs. Tasman. Very well. I'll be serious, if you'd like. Who are you trying to shield?
I don't understand.
Are you trying to shield Victor Tasman? Or Maurice Gerald? Or Rex Willison? Or someone whose name I don't know? Someone called the Gent.
Large car, little car, middle car, what car? Full size, small size, mid-size, what size?
These are times that require each of us to take a good look at our car needs, to think out sensibly just what car in what size is right for us. For many people, a small Vega is right, but for many others, a larger, roomier car such as Impala makes just as much sense. Impala's legroom and comfortable ride make sense for families, carpools, and business travel. For those of us with car needs that a small car simply can't fulfill, Impala is still the great American value.
Large car, little car, middle car, what car? Full size, small size, mid-size, what size?
Chevrolet wants you to think sensibly about your car needs. When you do, we think you'll agree that small size, mid-size, or full size, Chevrolet makes sense for America.
We'll return to our story in a moment.
Ma'am, we're asking people what they know about different organizations.
Oh, good. Ask me anything about that.
All right. What's the ISAZP?
It's the International Society of Austrian Zither Players.
Right. Not many people know that one.
Give me another.
What does the Supreme Order of Federated Alliances do?
Oh, the same stuff as the Benevolent American Daughters Associated Guild Society.
I never heard of that group.
I just made it up.
Oh, all right. Now, here's a serious one. Name two things the American Cancer Society is involved in besides cancer research.
Wow, they're into so many. many things, like educating the public to the warning signals of cancer and professional education for doctors and nurses and dentists and service for patients.
Right, and lots more. And that's why the American Cancer Society needs financial support to continue its drive to wipe out cancer in our lifetime.
Well, I certainly support them.
Good.
Now, here's one for you. What's the LLTA?
I give up.
The League of Lady Tattoo Artists.
Oh, you made that up.
No, remember. How'd you like a picture of Millard Fillmore tattooed on your elbow?
It's taken already.
Oh.
I watched her face as I asked my question, naming the men around her. But she only looked bewildered. That perhaps was my answer. Now she sat quietly beside me as I drove her to the next show.
I've been trying to understand what you meant. What would I be trying to shield them from?
Hanging?
Hanging? Victor, Maurice, Rex.
Thelma, there is the theory being considered now that your husband, Mervyn Spate, might truly be innocent.
Mervyn innocent? But he's been proven mad.
Yes, and that has become your obsession.
I lived with Mervyn. I saw his terrible temper.
That doesn't mean he's done murder.
But if he didn't...
Someone else did. Someone close to you, I should think. Someone you might be trying to protect because he means more to you than Mervyn Spate.
But I believe Mervyn did it. I believe he's mad.
Yes, I rather think you do. And perhaps you're right. But Mervyn believes he's innocent and sane, and that perhaps you're shielding the real murderer.
Poor mad Mervyn. Before our marriage was a year old, we'd stopped loving each other. And I'd begun to be afraid. Afraid of his unreasonable rages.
And now you fear his madness.
Yes.
Here we are. Park Court.
Thank you again, Mr. Bishop.
Where will you be going after this show you're covering?
There's a cocktail bash at the Lotus Bowl.
Are the gates crashable?
Will you come?
I just might. With a guest, if I may.
Of course. Who is it?
Lady Faversham. A dear old thing I picked up at the garden fete. You'd adore her. Though I should warn you of one thing.
What's that?
She's a bit nervous. So do be careful not to let anything go off in your handbag. I thought about Thelma buying the gun and wondered why. To defend herself if Spate showed up. Her obsession might have driven her to that point. I had no way of knowing if she bought the thing by plan or by impulse. I found Freddie Frisnay wrestling with the same knobby issue.
What do you make of the Tasman woman, in light of a new role?
You mean now that she's toting a rod?
Precisely.
Freddie. So your man was shopping with her, was he?
Of course. He had more trouble keeping out of your way than hers.
He shouldn't be so sensitive. I wouldn't bite him. Freddie, why do you think she's bought a gun?
To shoot someone with.
Couple of rare sleuths we are. By the by, Freddie, my man.
I am not your man.
Oh, Freddie, just a figure of speech, old boy. Have you any records at the yard on a bloke called the Gent?
Several. It's not uncommon, you know. Any hoodlum who sports a Woolworth's tie-pin gets the name.
Well, check the lot. The one I'm interested in was described as a tough businessman sort. Had a car, middle-aged, a big man.
That narrows it. We'll check. Is he someone who might have been involved with Joanna Martin?
Yes. A lot of blokes were, apparently. And while you're at it, you might also check an Emerson, little man with glasses. Had a car, some money, and a Sydney, a flash type, smoked cigars, wore rings. Cocky little rat.
Why didn't you put me onto these characters over our lunch?
You weren't inclined to consider anyone else but Spate at that point, as I recall.
Don't misread me, Hugo. I'm still not. That is, not officially.
Good old cautious Freddie.
I'll follow your leads and keep in touch. Now, don't push me.
Cocktails at the Lotus Bowl. I'm agreeable, but what are we doing?
Just keeping our fingers in the pie.
Who am I supposed to be at this bash, did you say?
Lady Verisham, a dear old baggage I picked up at a horse fair.
The name is reasonable. I dislike the description.
Well, how about a bit of fluff I picked up at a carpet sale?
In any event, an English eccentric of some 60 summers who's a nut on fashion.
That's the birdie. Lorgnette, jet locket, dodo feather fan, and tweed galoshes.
Sounds like fun. I'll go to work on it.
And, of course, one thing to keep in mind this evening.
What's that?
The Queen is packing a gas. When Gory returned, she was dressed to the nines for her party role as Lady Verisham. Expensive basic black cultured pearls and her blue rinse piled high in an elegant upsweep.
The old baggage from the horse fair has arrived.
Cotton, down. Oh?
Is this Bishop?
It is.
This is Mervyn Spate.
I want them to know that I'm their family insurance man. I want them to know that I can take care of any insurance need that they have.
Agent Bud Honorio of Tucson, Arizona, talks about saving on car insurance with State Farm Mutual.
And I want them to know that hopefully I would be available for them to call me and say, hey, I'm thinking about buying a 1970 automobile. Can you give me an idea what it's going to cost me? And at that time, I can say to this young man, yeah, it's going to cost you X number of dollars, but, you know, that's a high-performance automobile. And you're paying a high premium to start with because you're under 25 and single and so on. Why don't you think about something that's not high performance? I'm not only giving him maybe confidence in me or instilling more confidence in him, but I'm maybe going to save this guy a buck, and he knows that I'm not just after his dollars. I'm actually there to try to help.
Like a good neighbor,
The Zero Hour continues after this.
Ladies and gentlemen, Barbara Streisand.
Children. Mentally retarded children. There are so many causes of mental retardation. Some we know, some we don't. I can't say to you if you do this or if you do that, you won't have a retarded child. But through research, we hope one day to be able to say that. In the meantime, there's the help we can give to those already born mentally retarded, because the retarded can be helped, but it takes a lot of money. If you'd like to cut the odds a bit in favor of the next mother and father who will bring a child into this uncertain world, whether it's your child, a grandchild, or the child of a friend, support the work of your local association of the National Association for Retarded Children. Cast a little bread upon the waters.
Spate wanted to talk to me. We arranged a meeting place. It meant we both would have to shinny our way through the police and Scotland Yard dragnet. It also meant that Gory and I would have to forego our cocktail date with Thelma Tasman and Company at the Lotus Bowl. My rendezvous with Spate seemed more important. And now I had something more urgent for Gory to do as well. I gave her a list of names. There were people I wanted to have on deck later tonight, if the plan I had in mind took shape.
Lovely. I always get gussied up in my best basic black and pearls to spend the evening on the telephone.
Don't worry. Lady Verisham may have her hour of glory yet.
Where are you meeting Spate?
Oh, round.
Cagey.
Reasons?
Dangerous?
Depends. Is Spate a lunatic killer, or isn't he?
I don't think you should go without telling me where to look for your body.
With the police all around Spate as they are, they'll find my remains PDQ. So you don't have to worry your beautiful blue rinse about that.
Some consolation you're leaving me with.
Oh, no. Gory girl, don't go sentimental on me. Now, you get on the blower, and I'll see you later. With luck. I found Spate waiting on the embankment of the Thames between Vauxhall Bridge and the Chelsea Bridge, crouched beside the dark water, chilled and cramped, hungry and exhausted. Spate. It's me, Bishop.
I wasn't sure you'd come.
I said I would. I brought you some food, but you better eat it slowly.
Oh, thank you.
The police are moving across this whole area. They'll be coming down here by land and by water.
I know. They nearly had me twice.
You said you wanted to talk. We don't have long.
Last time we met, I got the feeling you might help me.
I think I have been. provided you didn't actually murder Joanna Martin.
Oh, dear God. I thought there was only one other man living who could consider I didn't do it. The man who did.
And you didn't kill the girl, Spade?
At my trial, I got tired of saying no. Sometimes at the asylum, I said I did. It never seemed to matter much which I said. You really want to know?
I do.
No, I did not kill her.
You saw the man who did?
I saw him.
The man in your sketches?
Yes.
Can I see them again?
Very well.
I'll have to wait until we get close to where the light is better.
We?
I want you to come with me, Spade.
Come with you? Where?
Where we can get you some rest.
If I stay here, they'll get me. I may as well come with you. But look here. You cross me, Bishop, and so help me. I'll kill you.
Kill me?
Well, everybody says I'm a murderer, don't they?
There's something you should know, Spade. If the real murderer has gotten himself close to your wife for his own reasons, she doesn't know it.
Are you sure of that?
Quite sure. Come on. Better get out of here.
Wait, Bishop. You're taking a chance doing this. Tell me why.
Don't try to figure me out, Spade. There isn't time.
Hugo Bishop had made such a point of planning to gate-crash the cocktail party at the Lotus Bowl. Why hadn't he shown up, I wondered? There'd been no sign of him, or Lady Verisham, whoever she might be. Again, as I lost the protection of the crowd around me and was faced with another night of lonely panic, I sought the comforting male companionship of Rex Willison.
What is it, Thelma? You've been edgy all evening.
I expected someone tonight who didn't come, that's all.
Will you have dined, you love?
I like your company, Rex.
Great. I've always wanted a kid sister.
Poor boy. When a woman doesn't want you for your rippling torso, you just get lost in the forest, don't you?
That's Gloria Del Rey and her fashion talk.
And you'd rather have passion talk.
Just because I asked you to my flat doesn't mean I wanted to show you my etchings. You said something about dreading another night alone.
I said that?
You did, love.
I'm sorry. It only means I miss Victor.
Of course. But he's away and I'm here.
And you've been just what I needed. You told me 3 genuinely funny stories and gave me a marvelous dinner. And now you're going to see me safely home.
I am? Yes, I suppose I am.
But as soon as Rex had seen me inside my door and left me alone as I asked him to, I was sorry I'd sent him away. Sorry I hadn't gone to his flat. I could have dealt with him. Anything would be better than my renewed feeling of panic. I tried telephoning Rex, but there was no answer. Victor. I had to hear the sound of Victor's voice again.
Bristol Motel.
Mr. Victor Tasman, please.
I'm sorry, Mr. Tasman is checked out.
Checked out? Are you sure?
Just a moment, I'll make certain. Yes, Mr. Tasman left at 8 o'clock, just over an hour ago.
Did he say where he was going?
No, I'm sorry, he did not.
I see. Thank you.
Mr. Bishop's office?
This is Thelma Tasman. Is Mr. Bishop there?
No, I'm sorry, Mrs. Tasman. He's not just now.
Well, tell him I called, will you?
Oh, Mrs. Tasman. He'll want to know where he can reach you later. What shall I tell him?
Tell him I'll call back. I was afraid to leave, but even more afraid to stay. I decided to spend the night at a hotel somewhere on the other side of the city. I phoned for a taxi, gathered up my wrap and handbag, and cautiously opened the door. Then I remembered the gun. I had taken it out to load it and placed it in the drawer of my bedside table. I hurried back to get it. Then I remembered I had left the door to my apartment open. I heard the sound of the lift gates at the other end of the passage. Did I really hear it, or was it in my imagination? But now, there were muffled footsteps coming down the passage toward my door. I mustn't see him. I couldn't stand the sight of his face, his killer hands, his eyes that were mad. My fingers closed around the gun. I heard the small click of the safety catch as I released it. His footsteps drew closer, slowly, quietly. Then, suddenly, the stream of light was broken by the dark shadow of his silhouette, and the gun in my hand went off.
You are listening to Mutual's presentation of The Zero Hour.
At 19, Jill Kinmont was one of America's top women skiers, till an accident on an icy slope left her paralyzed. Now, 17 years later, she's a teacher, a good teacher.
I guess you can say I've overcome my handicap, but I couldn't have done it alone. I had family, friends, people who accepted me, believed in me, and helped me believe in myself. Yet there are millions of handicapped people in this country who aren't getting the acceptance they deserve, because some people think that a handicapped person can't hold down a job, can't pay the rent, can't learn, can't be a human being. Well, unless you recognize that we are human beings with feelings, with skills, with a sense of responsibility, then you're adding a handicap we can't overcome.
This public service message brought to you on behalf of the Department of Health, Education, and Welfare and the Advertising Council.
Hi, everybody. This is Tony Butala of the Letterman. Medical care for veterans. Who is eligible to receive it? If you're a veteran or related to a veteran, this information may help you look ahead to the day when you can use VA medical care. The VA hospital system is responsible for taking care of veterans who are injured or who became ill while in the service. Their needs always come first. Next are veterans who can't afford to pay for medical care on their own, and veterans over age 65 or receiving VA pensions. Today, there are 168 hospitals in the VA system. Some have live-in units, allowing veterans to come and go as they please. The VA sometimes makes arrangements with nursing homes for patient care outside the hospital. And VA outpatient clinics provide a full range of services from general medical treatment to dental care or to drug clinics.
Tomorrow at this time, rest your eyes and listen here to this week's continuing study in suspense, Queen in Danger. I'm Rod Serling, and this is The Zero Hour.
This is The Zero Hour on Mutual Radio.
You have been listening to The Zero Hour, a presentation of the Mutual Broadcasting System in association with Hollywood Radio Theater, heard every weekday at this time. Rod Serling is your host. Zero Hour is produced and directed by Elliott Lewis. The Hollywood Radio Theater theme was played by Ferranti and Teicher and is now available on United Artists Records and Tapes. Hugh Douglas speaking. Tune in tomorrow, and once again,
rest your eyes and listen here
to The Zero Hour.
This is Mutual, your news and sports radio network.
I'm Rod Serling. You're listening to The Zero Hour. Rest your eyes. Exercise your imagination. This week, Adam Hall's chess match of continental intrigue. Queen in Danger. Starring Juliette Mills, Robert Brown, and Murray Matheson. In Elliot Lewis's production of The Zero Hour.
The Mutual Broadcasting System presents The Zero Hour. Sponsored in part by
Rarely does one find a detective in the social register. Hugo Bishop, London's super sleuth, is an exception. He's a whippet-like, non-violent man. With a penchant for chess, he prefers milkshakes to ale, and has a reputation for being in the right place at the right time. This should lend solace to the overwrought Thelma Tasman. Hugo Bishop is on her case. The case of her husband, actually. Convicted killer Mervyn Spate, who recently escaped from Broadmoor Asylum for the criminally insane. The fact is, Thelma finds Bishop's unorthodox methods disquieting. Nevertheless, Hugo and his intuitive secretary, Vera Gorringe, press on. Staying close to Thelma Tasman are publisher Maurice Gerald, her employer and steadfast friend, fashion photographer Rex Willison, a volunteer male companion, Freddie Frisney of Scotland Yard, and, of course, Hugo Bishop. Oddly, Thelma's common-law husband, Victor Tasman, is out of town. Hugo Bishop has never met the man, but would like to. He'd like to look him in the eye to see if there's a resemblance to a series of sketches he's been shown by Mervyn Spate, because Hugo Bishop is convinced that Mervyn Spate is innocent, and the man portrayed in the sketches is not. Queen in Danger continues, following this.
Where does today's girl learn to be tomorrow's woman? At the movies? On television?
Helen, darling, your floors are so shiny.
Yes, John. I used Brand X polish just this morning.
Brand X. Helen, will you marry me?
Somewhere between the super sex symbol of today's commercialism and TV's Brand X image, impending womanhood is alive and well. And where is that somewhere? Wherever there are campfire girls. Campfire reaches the girl reaching out for tomorrow and puts a promise before her. The promise of personal development, of friends and fun. The promise of womanhood. Campfire takes today's girl to tomorrow.
What was Mervyn waiting for, I wondered. I knew he had learned of my identity as Gloria Del Rey and my address as Mrs. Victor Tasman. I was certain he meant to kill me as he had killed Joanna Martin. Was he waiting for Victor to return? Or waiting only to torture me? If that was his intention, it was working. The longer he waited, the more my terror grew.
Yes, miss?
He was a small, thin man, bald as a billiard ball. His nose was hooked, as if years of sniffing at articles brought to him for sale had caused it to turn under. His shoulders were slightly humped, their blades visible beneath his old sweater, making him look like a bird of prey with its large wings folded. He leaned forward in the dim light, assuming the posture of a vulture among the littered display of cast-off clothing, kit bags, golf clubs, cameras, binoculars, violins, and guitars, and guns.
Can I do something for you?
There's something in your window.
There's many things.
The little black gun.
Oh, yes, I thought perhaps. In my business, you guess, so you can tell. I'll get it for you. There it is, miss. It's small, it's light. Just right for a young woman such as yourself.
Have you suitable ammunition?
Well, I may have. Yes, I may have. But, have you a license?
No,
It's not always easy to get a license, you know. One must have a reason for carrying a gun. They always ask.
I shall be able to satisfy them. How much is the gun?
Well, with the clips of ammunition I think I could find, the gun will be £12.
I haven't that amount with me.
I will accept your check, miss. I don't accept checks as a rule, but I will accept yours.
I'd prefer to pay cash. I have about £10 with me.
It's a perfect little weapon for you. I say, would it be possible for you to bring the additional £2 in later?
No. I shan't be this way again.
Well, then I suppose... very well, miss. I won't neglect my chance of doing you a service.
And the ammunition?
Oh, yes, here you are.
Thank you.
My shop is so dusty and dark. Few young ladies as beautiful as you come into it. You bring it life. You take away death.
I paid the £10, dropped the gun into my handbag, and walked briskly out of the dark little shop, away from the little voucher man. I stepped out onto the sidewalk, back into the bright afternoon sun, and ran straight into the ubiquitous Hugo Bishop.
Well, hello.
Did you follow me here, Mr. Bishop?
I might ask you the same. Did you follow me?
Sorry. I suppose that was an odd thing to think.
Well, quite understandable. That is, as understandable as any coincidence can be. I'm merely waiting for the garage across the way to check the oil in my car, and you're simply doing some shopping.
Yes, of course.
The only coincidence is that my garage and your shop happen to be opposite. I was whiling away my time. In fact, staring into that extraordinary pawn shop window. Must contain everything in the world.
I'm afraid you'll have to excuse me, Mr. Bishop. I have still another show to cover.
Well, let me run you over there. You'll have finished my car by now.
It actually isn't far.
Ah, well, then you'll be in good time. Come along.
What is it, Mr. Bishop? You seem different now than last night when you came to help me.
Different? How?
Well, you were very kind. You offered just what I needed, a sort of quiet strength.
That's me. I'm the archetype of strong and silent man.
You would be if you didn't try to be so facetious.
Me facetious, Mrs. Tasman. Very well. I'll be serious, if you'd like. Who are you trying to shield?
I don't understand.
Are you trying to shield Victor Tasman? Or Maurice Gerald? Or Rex Willison? Or someone whose name I don't know? Someone called the Gent.
Large car, little car, middle car, what car? Full size, small size, mid-size, what size?
These are times that require each of us to take a good look at our car needs, to think out sensibly just what car in what size is right for us. For many people, a small Vega is right, but for many others, a larger, roomier car such as Impala makes just as much sense. Impala's leg room and comfortable ride make sense for families, carpools, and business travel. For those of us with car needs that a small car simply can't fulfill, Impala is still the great American value.
Large car, little car, middle car, what car? Full size, small size, mid-size, what size?
Chevrolet wants you to think sensibly about your car needs. When you do, we think you'll agree that small size, mid-size, or full size, Chevrolet makes sense for America.
We'll return to our story in a moment.
Ma'am, we're asking people what they know about different organizations.
Oh, good. Ask me anything about that.
All right. What's the ISAZP?
It's the International Society of Austrian Zither Players.
Right. Not many people know that one.
Give me another.
What does the Supreme Order of Federated Alliances do?
Oh, the same stuff as the Benevolent American Daughters Associated Guild Society.
I never heard of that group.
I just made it up.
All right. Now, here's a serious one. Name two things the American Cancer Society is involved in besides cancer research.
Wow, they're into so many. many things, like educating the public to the warning signals of cancer and professional education for doctors and nurses and dentists and service for patients.
Right, and lots more. And that's why the American Cancer Society needs financial support to continue its drive to wipe out cancer in our lifetime.
Well, I certainly support them.
Good.
Now, here's one for you. What's the LLTA?
I give up.
The League of Lady Tattoo Artists.
You made that up.
No, remember. How'd you like a picture of Miller Fillmore tattooed on your elbow?
It's taken already.
Oh.
I watched her face as I asked my question, naming the men around her. But she only looked bewildered. That perhaps was my answer. Now she sat quietly beside me as I drove her to the next show.
I've been trying to understand what you meant. What would I be trying to shield them from?
Hanging?
Hanging? Victor, Maurice, Rex.
Thelma, there is the theory being considered now that your husband, Mervyn Spate, might truly be innocent.
Nothing innocent. But he's been proven mad.
Yes, and that has become your obsession.
I lived with Mervyn. I saw his terrible temper.
That doesn't mean he's done murder.
But if he didn't...
Someone else did. Someone close to you, I should think. Someone you might be trying to protect because he means more to you than Mervyn Spate.
But I believe Mervyn did it. I believe he's mad.
Yes, I rather think you do. And perhaps you're right. But Mervyn believes he's innocent and sane, and that perhaps you're shielding the real murderer.
Poor mad Mervyn. Before our marriage was a year old, we'd stopped loving each other. And I'd begun to be afraid. Afraid of his unreasonable rages.
And now you fear his madness.
Yes.
Here we are. Park Court.
Thank you again, Mr. Bishop.
Where will you be going after this show you're covering?
There's a cocktail bash at the Lotus Bowl.
Are the gates crashable?
Will you come?
I just might. With a guest, if I may.
Of course. Who is it?
Lady Faversham. A dear old thing I picked up at the garden fete. You'd adore her. Though I should warn you of one thing.
What's that?
She's a bit nervous. So do be careful not to let anything go off in your handbag. I thought about Thelma buying the gun and wondered why. To defend herself if Spate showed up. Her obsession might have driven her to that point. I had no way of knowing if she bought the thing by plan or by impulse. I found Freddie Frisnay wrestling with the same knobby issue.
What do you make of the Tasman woman, in light of a new role?
You mean now that she's toting a rod?
Precisely.
Freddie. So your man was shopping with her, was he?
Of course. He had more trouble keeping out of your way than hers.
You shouldn't be so sensitive. I wouldn't bite him. Freddie, why do you think she's bought a gun?
To shoot someone with.
Couple of rare sleuths we are. By the by, Freddie, my man.
I am not your man.
Oh, Freddie, just a figure of speech, old boy. Have you any records at the yard on a bloke called the Gent?
Several. It's not uncommon, you know. Any hoodlum who sports a Woolworths tie pin gets the name.
Well, checked a lot. The one I'm interested in was described as a tough, businessman sort. Had a car, middle-aged, a big man.
That narrows it. We'll check. Is he someone who might have been involved with Joanna Martin?
Yes. A lot of blokes were, apparently. And while you're at it, you might also check an Emerson, little man with glasses. Had a car, some money, and a Sydney, a flash type, smoked cigars, wore rings. Cocky little rat.
Why didn't you put me onto these characters over our lunch?
You weren't inclined to consider anyone else but Spate at that point, as I recall.
Don't misread me, Hugo. I'm still not. That is, not officially.
Good old cautious Freddie.
I'll follow your leads and keep in touch. Now, don't push me.
Cocktails at the Lotus Bowl. I'm agreeable, but what are we doing?
Just keeping our fingers in the pie.
Who am I supposed to be at this bash, did you say?
Lady Verisham, the dear old baggage I picked up at a horse fair.
The name is reasonable. I dislike the description.
Well, how about a bit of fluff I picked up at a carpet sale?
In any event, an English eccentric of some 60 summers who's a nut on fashion.
That's the birdie. Lorgnette, jet locket, dodo feather fan, and tweed galoshes.
Sounds like fun. I'll go to work on it.
And of course, one thing to keep in mind this evening.
What's that?
The Queen is packing a gas. When Gory returned, she was dressed to the nines for her party role as Lady Verisham. Expensive basic black cultured pearls, and her blue rinse piled high in an elegant upsweep.
The old baggage from the horse fair has arrived.
Cotton, madame. Well?
Is this Bishop?
It is.
This is Mervyn Spate.
I want them to know that I'm their family insurance man. I want them to know that I can take care of any insurance need that they have.
Agent Bud Honorio of Tucson, Arizona, talks about saving on car insurance with State Farm Mutual.
And I want them to know that hopefully I would be available for them to call me and say, hey, I'm thinking about buying a 1970 automobile. Can you give me an idea what it's going to cost me? And at that time, I can say to this young man, yeah, it's going to cost you X number of dollars, but, you know, that's a high-performance automobile, and you're paying a high premium to start with because you're under 25 and single and so on. Why don't you think about something that's not high performance? I'm not only giving him maybe confidence in me or instilling more confidence in him, but I may be going to save this guy a buck, and he knows that I'm not just after his dollars. I'm actually there to try to help.
Like a good neighbor,
The Zero Hour continues after this.
Ladies and gentlemen, Barbara Streisand.
Children. Mentally retarded children. There are so many causes of mental retardation. Some we know, some we don't. I can't say to you if you do this or if you do that, you won't have a retarded child. But through research, we hope one day to be able to say that. In the meantime, there's the help we can give to those already born mentally retarded, because the retarded can be helped, but it takes a lot of money. If you'd like to cut the odds a bit in favor of the next mother and father who will bring a child into this uncertain world, whether it's your child, a grandchild, or the child of a friend, support the work of your local association of the National Association for Retarded Children. Cast a little bread upon the waters.
Spate wanted to talk to me. We arranged a meeting place. It meant we both would have to shinny our way through the police and Scotland Yard dragnet. It also meant that Gory and I would have to forego our cocktail date with Thelma Tasman and Company at the Lotus Bowl. My rendezvous with Spate seemed more important. And now I had something more urgent for Gory to do as well. I gave her a list of names. There were people I wanted to have on deck later tonight, if the plan I had in mind took shape.
Lovely. I always get gussied up in my best basic black and pearls to spend the evening on the telephone.
Don't worry. Lady Verisham may have her hour of glory yet.
Where are you meeting Spate?
Oh, round.
KG.
Reasons?
Dangerous?
Depends. Is Spate a lunatic killer, or isn't he?
I don't think you should go without telling me where to look for your body.
With the police all around Spate as they are, they'll find my remains PDQ. So you don't have to worry your beautiful blue rinse about that.
Some consolation you're leaving me with.
Oh, no. Gory girl, don't go sentimental on me. Now, you get on the blower, and I'll see you later. With luck. I found Spate waiting on the embankment of the Thames between Vauxhall Bridge and the Chelsea Bridge, crouched beside the dark water, chilled and cramped, hungry and exhausted. Spate. It's me, Bishop.
I wasn't sure you'd come.
I said I would. I brought you some food, but you better eat it slowly.
Oh, thank you.
The police are moving across this whole area. They'll be coming down here by land and by water.
I know. They nearly had me twice.
You said you wanted to talk. We don't have long.
Last time we met, I got the feeling you might help me.
I think I have been. Provided you didn't actually murder Joanna Martin.
Oh, dear God. I thought there was only one other man living who could consider I didn't do it. The man who did.
And you didn't kill the girl, Spade?
At my trial, I got tired of saying no. Sometimes at the asylum, I said, I did. It never seemed to matter much which I said. You really want to know?
I do.
No, I did not kill her.
You saw the man who did?
I saw him.
The man in your sketches?
Yes.
Can I see them again?
Very well.
I'll have to wait until we get close to where the light is better.
We?
I want you to come with me, Spade.
Come with you? Where?
Where we can get you some rest.
If I stay here, they'll get me. I may as well come with you. But look here. You cross me, Bishop, and so help me. I'll kill you.
Kill me?
Well, everybody says I'm a murderer, don't they?
There's something you should know, Spade. If the real murderer has gotten himself close to your wife for his own reasons, she doesn't know it.
Are you sure of that?
Quite sure. Come on. Better get out of here.
Wait, Bishop. You're taking a chance doing this. Tell me why.
Don't try to figure me out, Spade. There isn't time.
Hugo Bishop had made such a point of planning to gate-crash the cocktail party at the Lotus Bowl. Why hadn't he shown up, I wondered? There'd been no sign of him, or Lady Verisham, whoever she might be. Again, as I lost the protection of the crowd around me and was faced with another night of lonely panic, I sought the comforting male companionship of Rex Willison.
What is it, Thelma? You've been edgy all evening.
I expected someone tonight who didn't come, that's all.
Will you have dined, you love?
I like your company, Rex.
Great. I've always wanted a kid sister.
Poor boy. When a woman doesn't want you for your rippling torso, you just get lost in the forest, don't you?
That's Gloria Del Rey and her fashion talk.
And you'd rather have passion talk.
Just because I asked you to my flat doesn't mean I wanted to show you my etchings. You said something about dreading another night alone.
I said that?
You did, love.
I'm sorry. It only means I miss Victor.
Of course. But he's away and I'm here.
And you've been just what I needed. You told me 3 genuinely funny stories and gave me a marvelous dinner. And now you're going to see me safely home.
I am? Yes, I suppose I am.
But as soon as Rex had seen me inside my door and left me alone as I asked him to, I was sorry I'd sent him away. Sorry I hadn't gone to his flat. I could have dealt with him. Anything would be better than my renewed feeling of panic. I tried telephoning Rex, but there was no answer. Victor. I had to hear the sound of Victor's voice again.
Bristol Motel.
Mr. Victor Tasman, please.
I'm sorry, Mr. Tasman is checked out.
Checked out? Are you sure?
Just a moment, I'll make certain. Yes, Mr. Tasman left at 8 o'clock, just over an hour ago.
Did he say where he was going?
No, I'm sorry, he did not.
I see. Thank you.
Mr. Bishop's office?
This is Thelma Tasman. Is Mr. Bishop there?
No, I'm sorry, Mrs. Tasman. He's not just now.
Well, tell him I called, will you?
Oh, Mrs. Tasman. He'll want to know where he can reach you later. What shall I tell him?
Tell him I'll call back. I was afraid to leave, but even more afraid to stay. I decided to spend the night at a hotel somewhere on the other side of the city. I phoned for a taxi, gathered up my wrap and handbag, and cautiously opened the door. Then I remembered the gun. I had taken it out to load it and placed it in the drawer of my bedside table. I hurried back to get it. Then I remembered I had left the door to my apartment open. I heard the sound of the lift gates at the other end of the passage. Did I really hear it, or was it in my imagination? But now, there were muffled footsteps coming down the passage toward my door. I mustn't see him. I couldn't stand the sight of his face, his killer hands, his eyes that were mad. My fingers closed around the gun. I heard the small click of the safety catch as I released it. His footsteps drew closer. Slowly, quietly. Then, suddenly, the stream of light was broken by the dark shadow of his silhouette, and the gun in my hand went off.
You are listening to Mutual's presentation of The Zero Hour.
At 19, Jill Kinmont was one of America's top women skiers, till an accident on an icy slope left her paralyzed. Now, 17 years later, she's a teacher, a good teacher.
I guess you can say I've overcome my handicap, but I couldn't have done it alone. I had family, friends, people who accepted me, believed in me, and helped me believe in myself. Yet there are millions of handicapped people in this country who aren't getting the acceptance they deserve because some people think that a handicapped person can't hold down a job, can't pay the rent, can't learn, can't be a human being. Well, unless you recognize that we are human beings with feelings, with skills, with a sense of responsibility, then you're adding a handicap we can't overcome.
This public service message brought to you on behalf of the Department of Health, Education, and Welfare and the Advertising Council.
Hi, everybody. This is Tony Butala of the Letterman. Medical care for veterans. Who is eligible to receive it? If you're a veteran or related to a veteran, this information may help you look ahead to the day when you can use VA medical care. The VA hospital system is responsible for taking care of veterans who are injured or who became ill while in the service. Their needs always come first. Next are veterans who can't afford to pay for medical care on their own, and veterans over age 65 or receiving VA pensions. Today, there are 168 hospitals in the VA system. Some have live-in units, allowing veterans to come and go as they please. The VA sometimes makes arrangements with nursing homes for patient care outside the hospital. And VA outpatient clinics provide a full range of services from general medical treatment to dental care or to drug clinics.
Tomorrow at this time, rest your eyes and listen here to this week's continuing study in suspense, Queen in Danger. I'm Rod Serling, and this is The Zero Hour.
You have been listening to The Zero Hour, a presentation of the Mutual Broadcasting System in association with Hollywood Radio Theater, heard every weekday at this time. Rod Serling is your host. Zero Hour is produced and directed by Elliott Lewis. The Hollywood Radio Theater theme was played by Ferranti and Teicher and is now available on United Artists Records and Tapes. Hugh Douglas speaking. Tune in tomorrow, and once again,
rest your eyes and listen here
to The Zero Hour.
This is Mutual, your news and sports radio network.
I'm Rod Serling. You're listening to The Zero Hour. Rest your eyes. Exercise your imagination. This week, Adam Hall's chess match of continental intrigue. Queen in Danger. Starring Juliette Mills. Albert Brown. And Murray Matheson. In Elliot Lewis's production of The Zero Hour.
The Mutual Broadcasting System presents The Zero Hour. Sponsored in part by
Metropolitan Life Insurance and Big Red Chewing Tobacco. This is The Zero Hour on Mutual Radio.
London's Hugo Bishop, eccentric connoisseur of crime, would be the first to admit that he is not infallible. However, he'd be quick to add that he is seldom wrong, and he is now preparing to administer the acid test for a course in murder. Who was the real killer at Ludgate Hill? The obvious answer is Mervyn Spate. The man was convicted. But Hugo Bishop hasn't time for the obvious, nor has Thelma Tasman, nor for that matter has Mervyn Spate. With Scotland Yard's dragnet closing in, his time is running out. Hugo Bishop's test has but one question. It's multiple choice. The real murderer is A, Victor Tasman, Thelma's common-law husband, B, Maurice Gerald, her friend and employer, or C, Rex Willison, fashion photographer and willing companion. Everyone ready? Pencil sharpened? The conclusion of Queen in Danger, after the word go.
I was certain that it was Mervyn, come at last, and he had come to kill me. I pointed the gun and squeezed the trigger. It kicked in my hand. I was holding it so tightly, I don't know how many times I fired. But the dark shadow of the man didn't crumple to the floor in a pool of blood as I expected. Instead, it moved into the room and came toward me. And I saw that it wasn't Mervyn at all. It was Rex Willison.
It's all right, love. You missed.
He reached out for the gun, and I dropped it limply into his hand. He eased me into a chair, and I saw him drop the weapon into his pocket as a policeman came to the door, followed by a couple of my more curious neighbors.
Aye, what's up, mister? What were their shots all about?
Shots? I didn't hear any shots.
Oh, come off it, mister. We heard 'em plain enough, didn't we, Herbert? 3 of 'em. Bam, 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 like that. Right, Herbert?
Oh, that wasn't shooting. The ice tray was jammed in the fridge. I was breaking it free with a hammer. Guess you'll have to charge me with the breach of the peace, officer.
Glad to know that's all it was. All right, people. Let's all get back to our own flats, shall we?
Sorry, officer. Didn't know I was waking the dead.
People are too curious for their own good sometimes.
Not as good to know you boys are on the job.
We're on a bloody job, all right. Extra hours these days. Well, good night, then.
Good night, officer. He's gone. Luckily, he didn't see the slugs in the doorpost. You're a rotten shot, love.
Oh, Rex, I'm sorry.
I know what you thought. You thought I was he. You've had the heebies ever since he broke out.
Then you know who I am?
I've known it all along. I covered the Joanna Martin murder for one of the newspaper syndicates.
And you haven't told anyone? About me, I mean.
Oh, you know me, love. I'm not much of a talker.
Oh, Rex.
But I must say I don't think the gun is a good idea.
May I have it back?
If you don't mind, I think I'd better keep it for you.
Mervyn Spate sat rigidly at my side as I guided my ancient Rolls-Royce directly through the heart of the police dragnet. Hang on. It'll soon be roses the rest of the way. Everybody I see looks like a cop. They jolly well could be. Oh. That one is for sure. An old friend of mine from the yard. A bit gullible, I must say. He spotted my car. You stay put. I'll handle him. Good evening, Freddie. You look a bit fagged.
This isn't exactly fun and games, Hugo. You have anything for me?
Oh, yes, old boy. I've got Spate in my car. Did you want him?
correction. This is fun and games to you, I suppose.
As a matter of fact, I'm thinking of throwing a party later tonight. An informal little spree at the Rothbury Club.
Enjoy yourself.
Look in about midnight. You might find it interesting.
Not as interesting as I expect to find my bed at that hour.
You can come officially, Freddie. Bring all the boys. Drinks on me. Spate will be there.
Hugo, are you on the level?
You know me, chump. Now I must be going. I've someone with me. See you about 12. Spate and I made it the rest of the way through the police blockade without a hitch. 3 minutes after, we were safely in my digs. Spate was sound asleep. Gory reported to me that she had managed to contact everyone I'd asked her to, making up the most interesting guest list any party ever had going for it. While we waited, I tried to engage Gory in our continuing chess match, but as usual, she couldn't keep her mind on the game.
There is the chance that nothing will come off at this party, isn't there?
Perhaps. But I believe our person, the man in Spate's sketches, is among those on the guest list, and if he shows, and I believe he will, our party is bound to be a smashing success. A reunion, I should think. Our person hasn't seen Mervyn Spate since that fateful night at Ludgate Hill.
Do I understand you to say, Hugo, that Spate will be attending the party?
You understand me perfectly, Gory girl. Mervyn Spate is to be the guest of honor. I went into the next room to rouse Spate. Wasn't easy. He'd gotten only an hour's rest, and I knew he needed more, but it couldn't be helped. It was now or never. A cold shower, a shave, black coffee, and a set of clean clothes brought him round. He was standing before the mirror, looping his tie into a full Windsor. His eyes were bloodshot from fatigue, but they were wide open, brimming with anticipation. You ready for this, Spate?
I've been ready for a long time.
Now, don't blow your cool, chum. If you see him, don't do anything. Leave that to me.
I don't know. After 2 long years where I've been...
Now, just promise me you won't do anything rash.
Mr. Bishop, I appreciate all you've done for me, but I must tell you one thing. I am a man of my word. And if I see that face tonight, the evil face that burned into my memory, I cannot promise you anything.
Here's tobacco chewing, truck driving Dave Dudley for Big Red Chewing Tobacco. Chauffeur in a big machine rolling all day. How sweet it is with Big Red. Going up to New Orleans on time all the way. How sweet it is with Big Red. You notice it everywhere. More folks chewing Big Red Chewing Tobacco. Truck stops and the coffee's hot and conversation's fine. Hey, Mike, watch things like out Route 59. Then you pass Big Red around and the fellas take a chew. How sweet it is with Big Red. You ought to try Big Red Chewing Tobacco. It's moister, smoother, more satisfying. Got a taste of its own that keeps on tasting good all chew through. Climb on board. Start chewing Big Red Chewing Tobacco soon. How sweet it is with Big Red.
We'll return to our story in a moment.
Hey, John, you're leaving the service soon. What are you going to do, huh? Well, I'm not sure, but I know I want a job. Well, the Army trained you in communications, and you had that extra training through the Veterans Administration. Right, but if I work nights, I could go to school on the GI Bill and get a math degree, too. I'd get the degree. Say, how about me? I'd sure like to get into banking. Think I got a chance? Why not? A lot of banks are hiring veterans. And Uncle Sam can pay you monthly allowances while you're in training. Why don't you talk to the VA people? Hey, I'm hungry. Yeah, me too. How about lunch? Yeah, okay.
Don't sound like disabled vets, do they? When it comes to work, they aren't disabled either. They've got training, ambition, eagerness to learn. All they need is a chance. You can give it to them. Contact your Veterans Administration or local state employment service office. Hire the disabled veteran. He's got a lot to give.
We drove through the dark London streets. It was a rough night for the boys. All over town there were splits, butties, dicks, bogies, flatties, the hot lot and the heavy mob. You couldn't put your mug outside the door without getting a flash lamp on it. Even the river was hot. But in the ballrooms, the nightclubs, and late supper establishments, no one was worried by the police hunt that spread like a net over the city. They danced, ate, drank, and were merry. In the Rothbury Club, there were perhaps 50 people jammed between the snack counter, the 2 bars, and the tiny bandstand. The word had got round, Hugo Bishop was giving a party. No one knew why I was giving a party, but that wasn't important. It was a good party, and these days good parties were hard to come by. In a way, it was a surprise party, and I adore surprises. I squeezed through the crowd to one of the bars.
Hello, Mr. Bishop. Ruddy good party. You know, I've never been to one like this.
Good of you to come, Mrs. Mott.
I never tasted gin like this before, neither.
No, I don't imagine you ever have. Sip it slowly. I don't want you to miss anything. I looked around the room. Thelma Tasman was just arriving. She was accompanied by her employer, Maurice Gerald. They were both impeccably dressed and made a rather handsome couple. The Queen looked majestic as always. The White Knight, number 1. I wondered, could Maurice Gerald be the man in the sketches? Spate would know, and so would I in due time. But there were others to consider. Rex Willison, for one. I spotted him in the crowd. He's not an easy man to miss, broad shoulders and all. He was conversing with a pretty lass I knew to be Thelma Tasman's best friend, Eve Jordan. Rex saved me the trouble of wading through the mob.
Oh, it looks like quite a blowout, Bishop. What's the occasion?
Shouldn't need a reason for a party, should we?
No, but something tells me you have one. When are you coming by to see those photographs?
You mean your syndicated coverage of the Joanna Martin murder?
You expressed an interest in seeing them, remember?
Yes, yes. Old news never dies, does it? I'll see those photographs, Willison. But for now, I suggest you relax and enjoy yourself. White Knight number 2, present and accounted for. One more to go. The lady's husband, Victor Tasman. In the meantime, at a small table in the corner of the room, a man sat with a drink in front of him. He just sat there, fiddling with his tie and looking at the people. The lighting around him was dim. He was almost in shadow. No one paid him any notice. At straight up midnight, Detective Inspector Freddie Fresnay walked in and sent his plainclothes cronies to mingle among the crowd. Gullible but prompt. That's Freddie. I led him straight to the small table in the dark corner. I think it's about time you 2 gentlemen met.
Hello, Spade. We've been looking all over for you.
Oh, no. Come along, Freddie. I'll get you that drink. Is that Spike?
That's him, all right. I'll be damned if I know how you did it.
Even a hunted man couldn't resist one of Hugo Bishop's parties.
I can't just leave him here, you know.
You can have your man at a price, Freddie. My price.
All right, let's hear it.
A couple of hours to the outside.
You're sure of what you're doing?
State's here, isn't he? And you have the place covered?
All right, Hugo. You brought us this far. I have to give you that. We'll go along for a bit.
I have something else for you, too.
Some of Spade's sketches. You think this man could be here at the party, too, now?
Bucket of beer to a triple thick shake says he is. I looked over at Thelma Tasman and was certain he had to be. The Queen's White Knights were swarming round her, including a late arrival that I surmised was, at last, Victor Tasman.
Darling, are you sure you're all right?
Yes, Victor. I feel much better now that you're here.
I tried to come up earlier on the afternoon train, planning to get back on Monday. But business got frantic and I had to hang on. Then I had a phone call from a Miss Gorringe about this party. I don't quite understand. But she said you would be here and that it was important that I come.
According to Mrs. Bishop, it is. But I don't know any more about it than you do.
That's the secret of a successful party. Keep your guests in suspense.
Oh, Mr. Bishop, this is Victor Tasman.
How do you do? Strong handshake. I like that. Glad you could make it, Mr. Tasman.
I found your Miss Gorringe rather difficult to refuse.
Yes, I find it that way myself. Selma, may I tear you away for a moment?
Victor, would you mind?
Of course not, dear.
Selma, there is something you should know. Mervyn Spate is here.
Mervyn?
It's quite all right. He won't bother you. In fact, I'd rather think he's enjoying the party. I just didn't want you to be startled into doing something rash if you saw him.
But what if he...
Good girl. Enjoy the party. So the board was set. All the pieces were in place. Victor Tasman, the final piece, had taken his place alongside the Queen. Freddie and his men were at the ready. I waited, keeping my eyes on the man sitting alone in the darkest corner of the room. One last preliminary, and then we could begin. I scanned the room, looking for one particular woman. Suddenly I saw Rex Willison make a bolt to the door. Not going, Willison?
No, I have to make a phone call.
I wouldn't if I were you.
It's urgent.
I expect so, but you'll have to wait.
Look, I know Spate's here. I've seen him.
So have the police, and they're here too, all over the place. We're all sitting on a tidy powder keg. You're going off half-cocked with send it off prematurely.
But it's a big story. I can't ignore it.
There's likely to be even a bigger one. You'll have an exclusive. Just hold on.
For how long?
Not long, no, I shouldn't think. I spotted the woman I was looking for over where I'd seen her earlier at the bar. Ah, Mrs. Martin, having a good time?
Oh, ripping.
I'd like you to meet a friend of mine. You may know him.
Me? Know someone here?
Yes, I'm sure of it. Someone. My friend may not be that one. Shall we find out? She was a bit tipsy, but managed to take my arm. I led her over to where Mervyn Spate was seated.
Well, where is he?
Ever see this man before, Mrs. Martin? Did he ever come round looking for Joanna before she was murdered?
I've never seen this bloke before in my life.
The sun is shining, things are growing, things are going well with you and me.
A future planned together, a rich full life together, things look bright as they can be.
We're helping 40 million people, 40 million people who know the future is now. That's Metropolitan Life. We help to plan your future because the future is now.
The future will be here in a moment. Don't let it take you by surprise. At Metropolitan Life, we've spent over a century helping people prepare for the future. And Metropolitan can do the same for you.
At Metropolitan Life, we help to plan your future because the future is now.
The Zero Hour continues after this. Looking for a few good men who want to learn good jobs. And today, a qualified man can choose the direction he wants to go in the Marine Corps. Choose the kind of skills he wants to learn, like computers, aircraft maintenance, or electronics, radio communications, food services, aviation technology. You name it, Marines do it. If you want to learn it, the Marines will teach you skills, responsibility, and leadership in any field you can handle. Remember, qualified men can choose their own directions in the Marine Corps. Skills to learn, careers to build in many directions. The Marines are looking for a few good men who want to choose their own directions, want to learn good jobs, want to be Marines.
Mrs. Martin's denial of ever having seen Mervyn Spate completed the preliminaries. Now it was time to proceed. God save the Queen. I suggested to Spate that he take a walk round the room with me. Out of the corner of my eye, I saw Gory watching us with interest, and Freddie Fresnay keeping tabs on our every move. Spate's face remained expressionless as he made the rounds. Well, you've already met one of Scotland Yard's finest, and of course, my right-hand woman, Vera Gorringe. The young lady traveling behind us is Joanna Martin's sister-in-law. Mrs. Martin. Forgive the oversight on my part. This gentleman is Mervyn Spate.
Oh, he ain't the one that was hanging round.
Correct, my dear?
Then he ain't the one who did in the wench.
Correct again.
Then who did?
Come along. We're sure to find out shortly. Lord and Lady Cummins, so very good to see you again. I'd like you to meet Mervyn Spate, one of London's premier oral surgeons, Dr. Westbourne, Dr. Mervyn Spate. Some of high society's most reputable people are here tonight, including the lovely lady seated right over here, known throughout the fashion world as Gloria Del Rey. The three gentlemen seated beside her are Rex Williston, Maurice Gerald, and the lady's husband, I believe, Victor Tasman.
What is the meaning of this?
You shall see, Mr. Tasman.
I resent this public display.
Do you now, Mr. Gerald?
That man is Mervyn Spate.
Right, Mr. Williston.
And he's got a gun.
Fetch him! He's the one!
Spate, don't do it.
Well, Mr. Gerald, he seems to be pointing a gun at you.
He's the one she called the gent.
We'll see to him for you, Spate. Please, put down that gun.
I've drawn your picture over and over. Now I see you again after 2 long years.
Spate, nobody move. This is my party, and this is my guest. Now, Mr. Spate, let me remind you about the trees. Remember, you couldn't see beyond them at the asylum.
He's crazy. Somebody stop him.
He has a point there, Mervyn. You are behaving like a crazy man. I suggest that you hand me the gun.
I told you, Bishop. No promises.
Well, then, you leave me no choice. I'll have to protect the real killer.
Hugo, don't! Stand aside, Bishop!
No promises, mate.
Stand aside.
Shoot now, and they'll put you away where you won't ever see the trees. Now, what's it going to be? Spate. Oh, very sane decision.
Oh. Thank you, Mr. Bishop.
Don't thank me. Thank Mervyn Spate for sparing you. A second time. The next morning, Gory and I sat around my desk and listened to Maurice Gerald's taped confession. Freddie had sent it over.
It was 3 or 4 years ago. After an all-night party, I got involved with her, and then she started taking me for money. She made more and more demands. I could see there was to be no end to it. Yep. There was my wife and the kids. Now, why should a woman like that be allowed to destroy a marriage? I mean, a man's whole life.
So you killed her?
Yes. Yes. I killed her.
Well done, Hugo.
Yes, it was, wasn't it?
The Queen is out of danger.
For the time being, at least. I trust she'll marry Victor Tasman now.
And Mervyn Spate is free at last.
Yes. Free to create a forest full of trees.
Bloody good show.
And they owe it all to you, Gory girl.
Rubbish.
Modesty, Lady Verisham. Pure modesty. Shall we continue our game now? I'll clear away this mess. Now, where were we? I believe it's your move.
Mr. Bishop, you're certain to give me a sound thrashing. I'm a ruddy fool to ever play chess with you. That's curious.
Well, what is it you find so bloody curious, Gory girl?
Check. Mate.
Good show. Bloody good show.
You are listening to Mutual's presentation of The Zero Hour.
Josiah had a delicate ear operation.
Maria gave birth to a premature infant. Raphael had a tooth pulled, and Angelica underwent cataract surgery. Each one came to the SS Hope, the famous white hospital ship, for care and treatment. Each left healthier, happier. But Hope does more than treat patients. At the side of Project Hope's professional medical personnel, there was a counterpart physician, nurse, dentist, or medical assistant from the patient's country who was working and learning. These medical trainees and professionals will continue to treat other Hoseas and Marias in their own country as Project Hope's living legacy. Help Hope live on. Write Project Hope, Room A, Washington, D.C.
Hello, I'm Johnny Cash, and I've been around this great country of ours enough to know how important it is to get as much education as you can while you're young. If you want to start college or vocational school, this may be your chance. The government wants to give you some money if you have financial need. Can you believe that? Well, it's true. Look into a new program called Basic Grants to see if you qualify. Hurry on over to the county agent, post office, or nearest school for more information and an application form. A basic grant won't give you all the money you need to make it through college or vocational training, but it'll help you get on the road. It could be the most important road you'll ever walk in your entire life. And if you don't feel like walking, just write your name and address on the back of a postcard and mail it to Basic Grants, Post Office Box 84, Washington, D.C. 20044. That's Basic Grants, Post Office Box 84, Washington, D.C. 20044.
That concludes this week's production of The Zero Hour. Adam Hall's Queen in Danger. Next week, we'll begin another exciting dramatization of a tale of mystery and suspense. We'll tell our story in 5 days, at the same time, Monday through Friday. So on Monday, rest your eyes and listen here to The Zero Hour.
This is The Zero Hour on Mutual Radio.
You have been listening to The Zero Hour, a presentation of the Mutual Broadcasting System in association with Hollywood Radio Theater. Heard every weekday at this time. Rod Serling is your host. Zero Hour is produced and directed by Elliott Lewis. The Hollywood Radio Theater theme was played by Ferranti and Teicher and is now available on United Artists Records and Tapes. Hugh Douglas speaking. Tune in Monday, and once again,
rest your eyes and listen here
to The Zero Hour.
This is Mutual, your news and sports radio network.